The European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class, and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism, to promote universal understanding.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify, integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
The European Yoga Federation wants to gather everyone who wants to be operative toward the good direction of love and diffusion of a discipline like yoga that starts to all of us the way to peace.
Welcome to all. This is the second day of our Symposium 2026, 6th edition. So we are ready to start. Giulia, ready? Claudio, ready? Ok. Dobbiamo fare una precisazione, cara. Comincia a tradurre.
Okay, we need to make a statement, a precisation.
Questo video iniziale che dice che sono 15 anni che l'European Yoga Federation è stata fondata, è un video storico, ma non è così.
Okay, this video that we showed you at the beginning says that the European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago, but it's not like that because this is a previous video.
Sì, è stata fondata la Federazione Europea nel 2004, quindi sono 22 anni che esiste.
The federation was founded in 2004, so it's 22 years.
Okay, and now I have a pleasure to introduce our first special guest, that is Swami Shivananda. He lives in Rome, and please tell some news about Swami Shivananda, who is.
Sure. Mahamandaleswar Swami Shivananda Sarasvati has been teaching Vidya Siddhanta Yoga since 1984. He's the founder and president of the Surya Chandra Yoga Ashram School in Rome. He was introduced to the cult of Sri Vidya and received the Diksha within the Dattatreya Sampradaya tradition from his guru Sri Amritananda Natha Sarasvati.
Please, Swami Shivananda, start. We are waiting for your mantra, for your words.
Namaste. Per prima cosa, first time, sorry for my English is not very fluent, it's very bad, but I will try. First time, I thanks my friend Suryananda for invite me at this great event. Om Dri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Gananaham Tva Ganapati Vavamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamazdravastamam Jestarajam Brahmana Brahmanaspata Anit Rimbandhoti Viseda Sadanam Ye Kadamtaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat Om Om Jagadishvara Sadati Chimaya Jagadishvara Om Paripujita Paratmam Paratmam Annavaratam Vande Annavaratam Vande Annavaratam Vande Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnaham Purnamudachyate Purnam Saya Purnam Madaya Purnam Evaham Purnam Vashishyate Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavaji tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Ora leggerò un breve messaggio. Se si può tradurre, mi auguro che si possa comprendere, proverò a leggerlo direttamente.
Shivananda,
Sì.
riparti perché la nostra interprete non era pronta.
Ah, no, no.
E pensavamo tutti che parlassi inglese, non
Chiedo
preoccuparti.
scusa.
Ok.
Prego.
Leggi e cercherà di tradurre piano, vai piano per
No, no,
favore.
no, 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 non c'è bisogno. Se può dire apposta che io provo a leggerlo questo messaggio, sperando che si possa comprendere bene, perché il mio
Ok,
inglese ancora non è molto
va bene.
buono. Solamente
Okay,
questo.
Swami Shivananda will now read a message, and he hopes that you will be able to understand. I'm sure we will be. Thank you.
Thank you too. Yoga is an opportunity, an awareness path where the human being, by changing their mental attitude in a positive way, comes to live yoga, which means feeling united with themselves and with the world. But to get there should be some guidance or yogacharya who really have something to say. Those who use the word yoga or teacher should feel the responsibility of its real meaning. A yogacharya is the one who leads beings into a state of yoga, of union, where the sense of separation produced by the personal ego, asmita, is overcome and replaced by a sense of unity. This should be done not by proposing a transcendental cloud of imaginative visions, but concrete actions to be applied in everyday life, which are functional to the own God and the one of other beings. In order to get to this process of union, of integration, the human being must be stimulated and guided, because where there is separation, differentiation, there is ignorance. And from this comes fear, and from fear comes violence. In this period, the world, we are living and experiencing separation. We are living and experiencing by thinking that we are separate from everyone else. We cannot continue living our life in a state that is disconnected from our divine consciousness. If we are to create a world of peace, health, and prosperity for future generations, then the transformation must happen here, now. It is important to awaken this divine awareness, which has no name and is above any sense of separation. The same energy at this very moment is making our hearts beat and can make us feel united in diversity. Seeing ourselves in others is the basis for happiness and peace. Swami Vivekananda said that a true yogi is the one who sees himself in the whole universe and the whole universe in itself. I believe this. We have the possibility in our heart to break down any sense of separation and live in peace, love, harmony, and prosperity. I love harmony. My guru told me that harmony allows you to play different tones together. So I tell you, why not to try? Each of us is like a sea wave. We have the opportunity and the possibility to feel part of that silent ocean of divine awareness, which nourishes and sustains everything with love. And finally, to feel with us that all the world is a family. Some like or some little suggestions. Do you like being rejected? No, you don't like it. So why do you reject others? That is the kind of understanding you need to have. What you would like to happen to you, you should do to others. Do you want consideration? Consider others. Do you want to be welcomed? Welcome to others. Do you want to be respected? Respect others. Do you want to be loved? Love others. What is true for you is also true for others. And you will find that you will always be engaged in actions that attract other similar actions. I follow only one religion, the religion of impersonal love. I believe in sharing, cooperation, unity, which are principles that every being who follows a spiritual path should apply and live. This for me is the real key. Two hands is better than one. They are for me the human value that bring us closer to what we call yoga or Sanatana Dharma. Be blessed, be happy. Vasudeva Kutumbaka, one world, one family. Om Shanti, and thank you to host.
Grazie Swami Shivananda per le tue parole profonde e importanti.
Thank you, Swami Shivananda, for your profound and important words.
Grazie
a
di
te.
essere con noi e di aver accettato il nostro invito. Siamo onorati che tu sia presente.
Thank you for being with us, for accepting our invitation. We are so honored to have you.
È stato un grande piacere. Ci tenevo a partecipare.
It was a pleasure. I really cared about being here and participate.
Stai con noi, sarà sempre un piacere di averti vicino a noi.
Stay with us.
Grazie.
It would be a pleasure.
Thank you to all.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Adesso ho un altro grande piacere.
Now we have another great pleasure.
Abbiamo un rappresentante della Mongolia addirittura.
We have a representative from Mongolia.
la Federazione Mongola di Yoga è entrata a far parte dell'European Yoga Federation.
The Mongolian Yoga Federation came to be part of the European Yoga Federation.
E abbiamo qui una sua rappresentante,
And we have now one of their representative.
Moral Otgonbatar. Spero di dire il suo nome correttamente.
Maral Atgonbatar, we hope to pronounce it right.
Invito Maral, non Moral, ma Maral Otgonbatar
Yes.
per la sua sessione.
Good morning. Namaste, everybody. We are so glad to be joining this BeYoga Beyond Symposium. And today I'm going to teach a stress detox flow, movement, breath awareness, and somatic yoga flow. Shall I start now?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Namaste, everybody. Thank you for joining me on the mat. I'm greeting to you yogis all over the world, and somewhere is morning, somewhere is evening, so this class is for everybody, and this is a very gentle class for soothing and softening and grounding your body. So the name of this class is Stress Detox. So stress is our everyday's struggle, and we need to manage it with yoga exercises. So this is for you if you want to manage your stress in everyday life. So let's start in a comfortable seated position. You can sit cross-legged, or you can put some blanket or block under your bottom. And let's just soften our shoulder and gently close your eyes. You can put your left hand on your chest and put your right hand on your belly. Let us connect to our breath. We're going to breathe through our nose. Soften your eyes, muscles around the eyes. Soften your forehead. And soften your jaw. Especially in the jaw, the tension builds here. Where there is a tension, there is energy blockage. So we're going to free our body from all these tensions. Let's do belly breathing. Connect to your breath. Just notice how you breathe. What part of body moves when you inhale and exhale. Now, as we exhale, slowly notice how your belly moves forward. As you exhale, the belly goes back to your spine. Now we're going to inhale for 4 counts and exhale for 6 counts. Let's exhale together. Breathe out. Inhale. 3, 4. Exhale. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do this 2 more times. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you can put your arms back into your knee. And whenever you are ready, let's open our eyes. We're gonna do some shoulder rolling and also some neck exercises. When we inhale, let's lift our shoulder and roll it back as you exhale. As you inhale, lift your shoulders up to your ears. As you exhale, roll your shoulders back. Let's do this 2 more times. As we inhale, try to lift your shoulders up to your ears. As you exhale, roll it back. Nice and big circle. Let's do this 1 more time. Inhale, roll your shoulder up and down. On our next inhale, try to lengthen your neck. As you exhale, let's bend forward with your neck and push your head down with your arms, hands. And really feel the stretch on your neck. Just notice how you breathe. No need to rush. No need to tense. These are all very slow and soft movements. As you inhale, let's lift our head up. As you exhale, push your chin to the back. Push your head to the back and feel the stretch in your throat. Try to soften your jaw and tongue. And push a little bit backwards with your hands. Inhale to come to the center. Exhale. Let's put your left ear to your shoulder and feel the right side of your neck. And try to soften, relax your right side of your shoulder. And try to push your chest a little bit higher. And this will really relax our nervous system. On our next inhale, let's come back to the center. On our exhale, move to the right. And try to bring your right ear to your right shoulder. Feel the stretch on your left neck, left side of the neck. And just soften your shoulder blades, push your chest a little bit forward. If you want to sign to exhale, you can exhale through your mouth like And this will activate our parasympathetic nervous system. On our next inhale, let's come to the center. Let's do some spinal warm-up. We're gonna do seated cat and cow stretch with our spine. Okay, hold your knees. Inhale, slowly arch your back, move your chest forward, look up. As you exhale, slowly make your spine like an angry cat. Look, feel how your muscles of your spine slowly warms up. Inhale. Slowly arch your back. Lift your chest up. Bring your shoulder blades together. Exhale. Push your knees away from your body. Let's do it with open arm. Arch your back with lifted arms. On our next exhale, let's twist to the right side. Bring your left arm to your right knee and right hand to the back of your side. Just feel this gentle stretch, gentle twist. Don't forget to breathe. We're gonna breathe slowly. On our next inhale, let's come back to center and lift our arms up. On the next exhale, let's twist to the other side. Sigh, breathe out with your mouth. As you breathe out, just feel the tensions move away from your body, move away from your space. Just feel that you're on the mat and doing these movements. And this is enough. Let's come back to center in our next inhale. Now we're going to straighten our legs and shake it a little bit. And roll your legs. Slowly stretch your heels to the forward. And stretch your toes. Feel the stretch on the front of your ankle. And just no rush, slowly come to the all fours tabletop position. Arms under your shoulder, knees under your hips. Just slowly move to the front and back. And grab your mat with your fingertips. Feel your mat with your fingertips. And feel the stretch, feel the warm up on your wrists. And slowly bend your left elbow and come, look up to the ceiling, to the right side. And sigh, breathe out with your mouth. On our next inhale, let's straighten our left arm. On our next exhale, bend your right elbow and look to the left ceiling. Exhale slowly. Inhale. Come to the center. And let's move our fingertips to your knee. And feel the stretch on the front side of your forearm. Slowly move to front and back. Relax your shoulders. There is no need for any harsh effort. Just let the movement happen. Just let the stretches happen to your body. And let's go back to the tabletop position. Now we're going to do cat and cow in the tabletop position. Inhale, arch your back. Imagine you're pushing your belly button to the ground. Exhale, push the ground with your hands. And feel this gentle stretch on your back. And tilt your pelvis to the front. Inhale, arch your back. This is cow pose. Exhale, push the ground with your hands. And put your toes on the ground. Slowly sit back to your heel. Roll your shoulders back. And feel the stretch on your toes. You can close your eyes here. Slowly lift your arms up, both arms up. As you exhale, bend your elbows and grab your elbows. On your next inhale, bring your elbows to the back of your head. Feel the stretch on your upper body. Feel the stretch on your armpits. And also feel the stretch on your sole of your feet. Try to arch your back more. And exhale to bring your arms slowly back down. Open your eyes. Let's come back to our tiptoes. Stand on your tiptoes. Sit on your tiptoes. And try to hug your knees with your hands. Just relax your neck and put your hands on the ground. And we're going to do slowly straighten your knee and do the forward fold. You can bend your knees if you like. Let's grab our elbows and put your belly on your thigh. Just feel the stretch on your backside of your body. These are all very gentle movements, no need to rush. Very slow. Feel the energy flows. On your next exhale, free your arms to the ground and let's slowly rise up on our legs. Let's come to the standing position and clasp your hands behind your back and bring your shoulder blades together. Feel the stretch on your front of your body. Look up to the ceiling or to the sky and feel your stretch on your throat. If it's not comfortable, you can just look straight. Just choose whichever pose is comfortable for you. And release your hands. We're gonna do one leg balance on our one leg. Let's shift our weight to the left side and slowly lift our right leg and bring it to your chest. Relax your shoulder and roll your ankle outside and also inside. And you can slowly micro bend your left knee. Inhale slowly and exhale completely. We're going to put our right leg down. Let's shift to the right side and slowly lift our other leg up and grab your knee. If you are balanced here, let's roll our ankle outside and inside. This helps regulate our nervous system, balance our mind and body, and also strengthen. And on our next exhale, let's put our leg back down. Now we're gonna do some slow left to right movement. Just move your body, just wave your body to the left and right. And this movement shakes off what no longer needs. And wave our arms, move to the right and left. Breath through our nose. This movement will help discharge stored tension in our body. And also all the tensions are from our mind, our Manamaya kosha. And this movement will help release that tension. 3, 2, 1. Let's come back to center and put your arms to the front. Just close your eyes and be aware of your body, be aware of your feeling. Just notice how you are feeling right now. Slightly lift your eyebrows up. Slowly lift your lips up like you're smiling. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly and completely. Let's do this one more time. Inhale slowly. Exhale completely. Inhale to open your eyes and let's come to the front of your mat. Inhale. Arms up. Exhale, slowly bend forward. You can bend your knees also. Put your hands on the ground. Let's bring our right leg to the back. Big step back. And let's put our knee down. You can also put blanket under your knee or your mat under your knee. And slowly come forward, come up. If it's okay, put your hands on your knees. Move your shoulders down. And feel the stretch in front of our right thigh, hips. And many stress and tensions are stored in our hip. So this low lunge Anjaneyasana will help release that tension and let the energy move freely through our hip area. Let's put our right hand on our thigh. Just relax, release your shoulder and feel the stretch. If it's too much, you can just put your hand on the ground, and also this will make you stretch. Inhale, look to the front. Exhale, relax your shoulder and make your head go down. Just slowly shake your head. No. And bring your left hand on the ground, either side of your left foot, and put your right toes and lift your right knee up and bring your right leg to the front. Let's come back to Uttanasana. Relax your head, neck, and shoulders. And feel this backside stretch all over your body. You can bend your knee. And on our next exhale, let's step back with your left leg and bring your knee to the ground. Just try to find your comfortable position here. If it's okay, we can lift our upper body up and put our hands on our knee. Just feel the ground, feel the gravity really pushing us down, and feel the stretch on our hip. We can shake our shoulders here. We can exhale completely with our mouth. And just feel how your hip stretches further. You can also put your hand down on the ground. And if you want to feel more strong stretch, you can also put your hand on the back of your thigh and just push a little bit with your right hand and relax your shoulder. And as we inhale, let's come to center. As we exhale, let's shake our head no, and this will release the tension in our neck. Inhale, slowly lift your head up. Exhale to put your hand down. Now we are going to slowly bring your leg up, and let's come back to the plank pose. From the plank, we're gonna do tabletop, and from tabletop, we're gonna arrive to the child's pose. And put your forearm down to the mat, down to the ground, and feel the space between your eyebrows. And in this pose, we're gonna do Brahmari, humming bee breath. We're gonna do 3 Brahmaris. And this is, we're going to inhale through our nose. As we exhale, we're gonna hum with our nose. As we hum, feel the vibration on your forehead and try to relax your shoulders. And let's begin. Inhale. Exhale to hum. Second inhale. Last one. Inhale. Just notice how your mind, how your body feeling right in this moment. Let's come to the center slowly. Slowly come to the seated position. Roll our shoulders back. Let's clasp our hands back on our back. Arch your back. Look up to the ceiling. And release your hands. We're gonna hug ourselves. Let's come to all fours, tabletop. And bring our fingertips on the mat. And try to push away the ground from yourself. And let's do the pelvis tilts. Exhale, tilt your pelvis forward. Inhale. Exhale, tilt your pelvis. Inhale, release. And one more time, exhale, pelvis tilt. And we're gonna do Dandasana. Just shake your legs, shake your shoulders, shake your hands. And notice and feel the state of yourself. And close your eyes. As we close your eyes, inhale to raise our hands up. Exhale, let's fold forward to the Paschimottanasana. You can also bend your knees. You can hold your legs, toes. You can put your hands on either side of your legs. Let's shake our head. And nod yes. All forward folding postures help regulate our nervous system, relax our mind. And if our mind is relaxed, if our nervous system is still, we're gonna be master of our own emotions. All these simple, gentle postures help us relax and unwind. And on our next inhale, let's come up. And put our hands back side of our body. Push the ground, lift your chest up. And feel the stretch on the wrists. And let's bend our knees. Come to the inverted tabletop. Lift your hips up. And move side to side. And feel the stretch on your arms. Move back and forth. And don't forget to breathe. And let's go down. Straighten our legs again. Now we're going to bend our right leg and put our right ankle on the left thigh, just above the knee. And bend your left knee. And we're going to thread the needle here. You can hold your knee or hold your thigh. And feel the stretch on your right hip. And relax your shoulder. Try to straighten your back as straight, as tall as possible. And we can move forward and back. There is no perfect posture here, just we feel this movement, feel the posture. Don't try to control your stretch. Just feel, just relax here. Try to exhale longer than you normally do. Let's take 2 more breaths in this posture. On our next inhale, let's stretch our spine tall again. On our next exhale, just straighten our leg and lift our right leg up and put it back down. Let's do on the other side. Let's bend our left leg again and put our ankle on our knee, on our thigh, and bend our right side. And left arm go under the left shin. Grab your knee or grab your thigh and straighten our spine. Just move left to right or move forward and backward. And slowly breathe out through your mouth. Just notice how this feels good. And is there any difference on your left and right sides? And that is also okay. On our next exhale, release our hands first and straighten our right leg. Lift our left knee up and put it back down. Let's shake. Now we're going to come back to the cross-legged position. You can just choose whatever posture comfortable for you. And relax your shoulder, close your eyes. And bring your attention to your breath again. As we breathe, we're going to soften our facial expression, facial muscles. Let's relax our throat, our jaw, unclench your teeth, relax your tongue, relax your cheek, relax all around the eye muscles. Relax your eyebrows, relax your forehead, relax your scalp. Just feel the gravity and feel the parts of your body that touch the ground. And try to bring your chest a little bit forward and bring your shoulder blades down a little bit if it's necessary. And enjoy this moment of stillness. And appreciate the silence. And appreciate that you're here now, making time for yourself. And all these efforts count. And all these things making us more relaxed, more calm, more mindful. And try to remain in this calmness, in this mindful state for the rest of your day. In this moment, our health, our energy restores and rebalances. And every inhale rejuvenates our energy, our cells. Enjoy this peaceful moment. Let's end this session with Shanti Mantra. Let's bring our hands in prayer position. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorama Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti 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 Shri Guru Pyo Namaha Harihi Om. And whenever you are ready, you may open your eyes. I hope you are feeling more lighter, more grounded, and more connected to your body. And thank you for doing the yoga with me today. And thank you for everything. Namaste.
Thank you, dear Maral, for your workshop. I want to remind the public that Maral is a representative of the Mongolian Yoga Federation that recently became part of the European Yoga Federation. We are all so happy to have the Mongolian Federation in our family. But now I want to ask to Julia if you have some info about Maral, please.
Gladly. Maral Otgombatar is a Mongolian yoga teacher and women's wellness educator who integrates traditional yoga, somatic awareness, breathwork, and mind-body healing practices. Her work focuses on stress release, nervous system balance, and accessible spiritual embodiment for modern practitioners. Rooted in both modern mind-body science and the timeless wisdom of ancient yogic philosophy, her work invites practitioners to slow down, soften, and reconnect with the quiet intelligence of their bodies. Beyond her classes, Maral mentors and trains emerging yoga teachers, offering advanced programs that emphasize embodied presence, cyclical awareness, and professional facilitation. She leads talks, workshops, and wellness programs designed to help individuals restore their natural balance, cultivate resilience, and return to themselves with clarity and ease. Thank you, Maral, for your stress detox flow.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Now I saw our representative from Polonia, that is Professor Krzysztof Stek, ready. And there is more work for you, huh? Because I need some information about Professor Stek before the tea start. Please.
Dr. Krzysztof Stek is a senior lecturer at the Collegium Medicum of Jan Długosz University in Poland. He is a graduate of the renowned Kaivalya Dhamma Yoga Institute and holds degrees from the University of Cincinnati, Ohio, USA, Banaras Hindu University, the University of Rajasthan, and the Joseph Pilsudski University of Physical Education. For many years, he has been practicing yoga with famous yoga researchers, yogis, gurus, and saints in India. He has visited India over 30 times and spent more than 10 years there. He has presented many well-received articles on yoga techniques and international conferences in Poland, India, Germany, and the USA. He is author of over 70 scientific papers in international journals and 3 books on yoga: Effects of Surya Namaskar Sun Salutation, and Hygienic cum Therapeutic Techniques of Yoga. Currently, he is working on his habilitation at Jan Długosz University in Poland. The title of his lecture is The Importance of Kriyas for Modern Yogi.
Please, Professor Christoph Steck.
Thank you. Am I heard? The voice is okay? Can you hear me? Yes. I need a feedback that it is okay, but I assume it is okay. I would like to make one comment about our previous presenter, the lady from Mongolia. I'm very happy actually that she has joined our European Federation, especially that I hope that in the future she will be able to teach all of us that very unique and special way of producing Om sign or all other mantras. Mongolians are masters of that. So I hope that there will be a chance that she will visit us in Europe and teach all of us. I think this is an amazing way, and I experienced that very deeply, especially in Tibet with Tibetan monks. If any one of you visited Sikkim, there is lots of Tibetan monks, and they do those unique chants. But let's go to my presentation, and now I will need to share with you. Can you please enable sharing? Because I have as a professor, I usually like to use the presentation as one can say just so many words.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we will do co-organizer. Now
Yes.
you can share your slide, please.
Okay, I have clicked this. One person can share at a time. So multiple participants. Well, let's. I have done on my end. Anybody can guide me technically because I'm not getting the sharing screen.
Only
Oh,
you need that you choose the slide and then share and click on the slide and they start.
okay. Let's see here. Can you see anything now uh, on your screens? Can you see? Udostępnij. Okay. Okay.
Now it's okay, Professor Steck.
Do you see? Because I don't see on my.
No, why you close?
I did close.
We
Okay.
saw it for a while and then it went away.
Okay. Well. Okay. This one. All right. Oh.
Yes.
All
Now
right.
you can start. Okay.
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 We can see your slide.
Oh, okay. You can see. If any problem, please let me know.
Okay.
So, why do I like to focus on that not perhaps very popular topic? Because it appears to be essential to get successful practice of yoga these days. The Kriyas, I know that term is very deep and contains many different ways of understanding. I would like to stress that here, when I speak about Kriyas, it is about Shat Kriyas, Shat Karmas, known as the initial parts of Hatha Yoga. And I like to talk about a topic where optimal peak performance, it means the best of yourself you can attain in your daily life, regardless whether it is practice of yoga or it is your regular daily activities, your job, your family involvement, and so forth. So here I like to talk about these three elements: dynamic Surya Namaskar that we will not cover today, the importance of ultimate or superfood diet, and today we'll focus on Ashtanga Kriyas as perhaps forgotten and most important aspect of success if your goal is optimal peak performance. Now, please, that I do understand that term very broadly. So to me, for example, the final or the highest optimal peak performance is of a yogi who has achieved the highest state of realization. So that is my understanding, but of course in lesser capacity in your daily life also you can achieve something we can call optimal peak performance. So I would like you to remember about these three approaches. There are also other aspects, but percentage-wise, there are much lesser impact on overall. So we will focus only on these three for the sake of our discussion. This is perhaps an important equation. I have to move pretty fast because only 30 minutes are given to me. So therefore I wanted to see you the whole slide and understand by reading these slides, and I'll just comment a few things here and there. So vitality, vita in Latin is life force. In India they have prana or ki, chi. It is throughout various cultures. So the vitality that hopefully each one of us would like to have at the highest level, which in practical life it would be that you can go from 5 in the morning when you wake up full of energy, happiness, and nice positive energy throughout the day without being tired up to your retirement in bed, maybe 10 p.m., maybe even 11 p.m. If you don't have that kind of a feeling about your energy, that is not your experience of the level of energy, so you should note that one can attain that. And one of the reason I started practicing, for example, Surya Namaskar, was that I found it was a kind of a pranic generator. Instead of getting tired after repeating this for, I don't know, 100 times, 200, 500 times, 1,000 times, I've done 1,000 times, it is not that you have less energy. I found that I have more energy, actually. So it sort of sounds illogical, I know, but we have done experiments at my laboratory, at my university, Jan Długosz University, and it confirms, and anyone who would like to see scientific data from measuring with very precise scientific equipment, you will be surprised as well. Sufficient to say, some people just do perhaps 5, 10, many do 12 as some kind of secret number, but I've met Guinness World Record holder, Haryana man, Sandeep Arya, and actually we ran experiments at Vyasa Yoga University, and this fellow, you will not believe, he has done at one stretch, one session, he has done 20,000 Surya Namaskar in 36 hours, 21 minutes. This is an amazing achievement by any standard. It is like the elite world athletes, sufficient to say. So he uses certain special diet and special yoga techniques. He trained as a young 5, 6-year-old younger disciple of Baba Ramdev. Perhaps some of you have heard of Baba Ramdev, a very popular yoga teacher and a founder of Patanjali Yoga Peeth near Hardwar. So that achievement is definitely in the grasp of many people. So please look at the at this equation that the vitality is equal energy supplied by nutrients. Therefore, we talk about superfood diet, ultimate diet, whatever you want to call it. But also we talk about removing of the obstructions, which is equally important. So you can see the arrows, one going up At the letter E, it means if we supply much better quality, quantity of good foods, your vitality will increase. Or another end of it, it is decreasing the level of obstructions. So the conclusion is vitality can increase either by increasing nutrients intake or by decreasing obstructions. All right, what are the obstructions? Because usually people have a good sense what is very good quality food. Some don't, because there are many confusing reports from various money-making individuals who write anything about food, and they just fool the population. But normally there is quite a bit of honest information on the market if you know how to select. But obstructions, it's a more secretive topic. So there are encumbrances, foreign matter, toxemias, mucus, drugs used in the past, and so many others. And basically, from the natural point of view, every disease is caused by constipation or obstructions of moving the energy through our body and through any pipe system we have. For example, here we would focus on the digestive system, but you know very well about yoga, nadis or meridians, that energy needs to move unobstructed. When obstruction happens, problem starts manifesting. So nowadays, every person has more or fewer obstructions, clogging up his organism, undigested and uneliminated, unnatural food substances accumulated since their childhood. You remember when you were perhaps 5 or 6 and you did not need any warm up in the morning, you could be very flexible, doing all kinds of things right away, isn't it? I definitely remember that in my life. Oh, I was so flexible. And now, as the years progress, we start losing that. And I'll never forget a performance of Chinese Kung Fu artists. They came to visit Poland. I know that they were going all around Europe. And at one act, they came out on the stage, and there was an about 90 or 95-year-old Kung Fu master, and a young boy came out, about 5, 6, perhaps 7, and they were performing various exercises, and you would not believe the older guy could do exactly the same with the young guy. And usually flexibility is connected with the young age and not with the old age. And actually, there was one exercise where the young boy could not equal the older guy. That was being able to teach with to reach with straight legs um, uh, uh, the forehead to the big toe of one and the other foot. Why the little boy could not reach? Because simply his feet has not they have not grown enough. That's normal with children. They have smaller feet and eventually they start growing to full size when they are adult. So the older Chinese master had fully grown feet, so he could do that feat. Just amazing. But any and all other flexibility in his spines and various joints were just so perfect, like in a young person. So this is one indication that the debris, the encumbrance, the foreign matter are in your body. That's a measurement. And if anything like that happens, we need to start doing something about it before it's too late. And if it is already advanced age, like over 40, 45, 50, one of the ways of gaining your performance level from your childhood, especially flexibility, is the system of Ashtanga Kriyas or the Shat Karmas developed by the yogis. So this is the introduction. Here I would like you to take a quick look what Hatha Pradipika, the ancient, medieval manuscript talks about it. That's a third chapter. You see Hatha Pratipika, Roman 3 and Sutra 8, that the Shat karma should be practiced to get rid of the disorders of fat and phlegm. In mid 15th century, they noticed that already at that time, people started developing these problems. Too much fat, too much phlegm. For other people who enjoyed balanced condition of three humors, they did not need to practice it. And then 17th century comes along, sage Garanda writes Garanda Samhita, and look what he says. It is the first chapter, there are 7 chapters. In 9th sutra, the 7 aid in conditioning the body are shodhana, the purification. So something has deteriorated in Indian society, which called for the Shat karma aspect for this Hatanga to be used more thoroughly and by all. There was no exception. All participants or yoga adepts had to start their practice with Shodhana. And at that time, from only 8 Shatkarmas, they have grown up everything to 25. If anyone is interested, it is described in more detail in my book. And then comes 18th century, Hatha Tattva Kaumudi. This is the first encyclopedia, a wonderful book of more than 1,000 pages, based on 51 yogic scriptures. So it's a very thorough approach by a pandit, a well-known pandit who is like a scientist in Indian terms, and also a practitioner, which is unusual connection of the practical knowledge and the theoretical knowledge. And what does he say in 34th chapter 7 sutra? Practice of Ashtanga Yoga is indeed an exercise in futility without the purification of the impurities. It does not bring about success, even though practiced for a long time, to the one who is internally and externally replete with the toxins. So that's the reason I like to focus on that, because many people, for example, in Poland, very popular is Iyengar Yoga, BKS Iyengar from Pune. Iyengar Yoga, 80% practitioners are connected with that style. And you know, for 20 years, and they do that, and actually they are unable to make progress. Of course, they are a bit stronger, a bit more flexible, but after 20 years, I would expect a little bit more perfection. And look, the further comments, we cannot go obviously through hundreds of sutras, but at least this one. Just as in all the limbs of the body, head is of prime importance. Similarly, among all the yoga practice, Nadi Shuddhi assumes significance in the beginning. Nadi Shuddhi is a term which is not only used for the subtle nadis where the subtle prana energy flows, but also in a bigger, grosser understanding. For example, we talked about the veins, the digestive system, anywhere where something flows. And continuing, unless and until this Satanga is practiced intensely, yoga practice of a practitioner is futile. This is, I think, a very strong statement to consider. Considering also the authority who wrote this, we really need to ponder deeply about the significance and perhaps changing our own practice. Now we are going to system of Ashtanga Kriyas. So what is it? A unique system which means to significantly decrease or completely eliminate the obstructions. What about that? Your body becomes totally young again, like that old master from Kung Fu school, like perhaps a Kaya Kalpa techniques. Just 3 weeks ago, I came back from India and I visited Kerala, unique Ayurvedic Vaidya, or a doctor, Ayurvedic, who appears to have mastered or re-engineered the process of Kaya Kalpa. 15 cases went through his newly developed techniques. Imagine what, for example, one Swami who was checked at 93 years of age. All the biomarkers were taken, all the data was taken, and after a few months, progressing slowly with all the prescribed herbs and food was adjusted, and many aspects which one needs to follow. His biological age came down to about 60-year-old. You can see that on his face, but also it is confirmed by the biomarkers. So it's very worthwhile to consider more deeply that aspect, that yogic hatanga, which is forgotten. Now, Ashtanga Kriya system is based on the Russian scientists' work. You have some names given here, more significant names, but also German, like Arnold Ehret, who later on lived in California, McCarrison, McGerson. Perhaps some of you have heard of Gerson diet, and tremendous success that they have with that diet curing cancer, for example. Books are available on the market, and Norman Walker, Paul Brack, Masaru Emoto, others. And of course, Yoga Shat Karmas and Ayurvedic Panchakarma. So the main purification processes that you follow using the Shat Karma techniques or Panchakarma or the Ayurvedic techniques is energy purification, colon purification, body liquids purification, those colloidal liquids, exactly what I was talking to you earlier about gaining back the flexibility, natural flexibility of our body. But once the cytoplasm gets polluted with wrong foods, especially, the big pharma products are of very negative experience, and also processed food. We should really avoid the processed food and come as close to the nature food as possible. Then next is liver purification, kidney purification. So if you would go only through these 5 processes, you would be an amazing example of health. And then the second level purification processes, parasites and other pathogenic organism removal. Statistically checked, more than 90% of the world population is affected by the parasites and pathogenic organisms which sap the energy from your body. Then next one following alkaline and acid salts removal. They are visible on the bones. If you take an X-ray photo of your various bones, you can see them as they are being deposited. And sometimes these salts add up to 3 kg of your body weight. And final is the dead and sick cells removal, cadaveric acid, which is generated by the dying or sick cells of our own body. They start producing this very toxic substance. It's called cadaveric acid. You can read more about that in various books. Here are a very highly recommended book from the Yoga Lonavala Institute. My teacher, M.L. Garote, started that institution. Now he's no more, but his son, Dr. M.M. Garote, is running that wonderful institution, which has been called by the central government in Delhi the repository of true traditional Hatha Yogic lore. And based on studies of many manuscripts, it has been compacted into the therapeutic references in traditional yoga texts. Those of you who like to study manuscripts, for example, Hatha Yoga has many different variations. Only Kaivalyadama Hatha Yoga by Svatmarama has the 5th chapter, which is related to the therapy. As yogic adept makes some mistakes, especially initially, they need to be cured. So the teachers and themselves, they need to have some techniques how to regain their health, which was actually introduced by wrongly performed yogic practices. Many people don't think about it, but that's the case. And here are my books. You have Polish edition on the left, and the English edition just appeared in end of January 2026. It is a translation, but also 30% more additional knowledge about how to use the Shat Karmas, 25 Shat Karmas, a unique use as a Shat Karma, one of the parts improving, for example, Vata Saradoti or Jaladoti by the practice of Surya Namaskar. So you can obtain that book if you are interested directly from Kaivalyadam. It's, as far as I know, they don't sell it through Amazon or other means. Good. Purification of the energy level. This is the first step, Ashtanga Kriyas, 8 steps. Oh, I have 5 minutes, so I need to go a little bit farther, but this is really getting your energy level to much higher frequency and practicing also the ethical rules, moral rules, which I give the list of here, 10 commandments or yogic yamas, Buddhist dharma, and all of that. That is verifiable by a very unique technique called Kirlian photography, which actually is a scientific way of measuring your aura. I need to move on. Then the next one is loosening up of the body. We spoke a little bit, 3 stages of coagulation of colloidal solution: maturation, hardening, formation of salt and stones. Drinking, how can you act on this and get rid of it? Drinking 2-3 liters of freshly squeezed juice for 2-3 months. Sauna, solar bath, ice cream, ice water, water crystals of Masaru Emoto. It's very important to drink proper water with proper structure. What I mean, everybody knows that biochemistry of water must be proper. It is most filters in the West or now in India are being sold, but they only take care of the biochemistry of the water. None, as far as very few actually cannot. Just 2 or 3 in the world really take care of the biophysics. It means restructuring the water into hexagonal shape and then later on charging that with the energy of maybe a mantra, or if someone likes some classical music like Beethoven or our great masters like Mozart or Bach or Tchaikovsky or whatever great you like. So this is also another way of loosening up the body. And then the next stage is about our colon. Here, please read that and we move on. Colon purification, examine foreign matter such as worm, decades of old feces. We are moving very fast through that, but look at this one. Very famous personalities, very rich people. They did not have the knowledge. They certainly had the money to handle that. But John Wayne and Elvis Presley, you see how many kilograms that they have. And thus, take a look at the photos. I'm going to the photos now. These are the samples which, through proper bhasti, that's one of the Shat Karma techniques, one of the most important ones. Look what is possible to get out of the large colon. Various sizes, various colors, various lengths. All of that to a specialist is a very clear indication in what condition is someone's large colon. For example, lower right is, I call it a black cobra effect because it was the length of 120, 130 centimeters. So it's just as long as your large colon. And this is something we were very hard, like a stone, a rock. You would not believe the stench coming out of it. And that is, you can do thousands of asanas. If you have that kind of a debris in your body, you will not be able to make much progress. And here other species. Let's go to the intestine purification. Basti we mentioned, but also Shanka Prakshalana for the whole digestive tract. We have no time to go deeper into that now. Liver purification, look quickly at that. And look what we collect over the years. And now, all these samples for you to convince you that there is really a problem and we need to clean it. And look at all these species. Now, kidney purification is the next one. There are methods to remove it, and also how kidneys react. I know we have a debris, stones, kidney stones. Moving on, look, then the removal of the parasite. There's one amazing triad, very effective way made out of black walnut shells, wormwood, and cloves. Fasting can remove, and urinotherapy can remove that. This is the removal of alkaline and acid salts. Quickly displayed some techniques how you can do that. Then finally, the dead and sick cells removal, which is the cadaveric acid. There's only one natural known technique. It's just fasting. Nothing helps like fasting. And here we have whole science of fasting, short, medium, and long term. Classical fast, urine and dry fast, cascade fasting, 9 processes which activated by fasting. Amazing and very cheap technique, very yogic technique. This is one of the tapasyas that we can practice. There are various stages of the fast. I just want to indicate to you that it is quite a professional way of doing it. If you don't do it right, you probably can hurt yourself, and you will not get the proper effects. We do all these things. We measure this. We have many scientific papers published at my university, so we have some idea how to do that. And here I wanted to show you what happens in our body after fasting. Look, this is the 7 days of fasting. Look at the coagulation and the clamping of the erythrocytes. It is called rulonization. Look, and if I would have a little video, you would see it. They are dead. They are not moving. And here, after 36 days of fasting, significant improvement is observed. No clumping of erythrocyte, and still traces of candidiasis, but some also aging erythrocytes. And here, look, it's a perfect, just like of a baby, just freshly born. They have a classic appearance. If you would see a video, you would see how they vibrate, they dance basically in the plasma, blood plasma. So this is the kind of blood a yogi would need to have. Some well-known people, they treasured the fasting. Look, the names: Hippocrates, Mohammed, Alexis Carrel, very famous humanitarian, French, Nobel Prize winner in physiology in 1912, and modern therapist Charlie Johnson. And what are the effects of going through this purification? Here you have in short. Interestingly enough, I found that sutra, which has a very similar meaning to the new modern date evaluation of the condition, unexpected and total rejuvenation, all-encompassing feeling of unusual lightness and fullness of health, experience of overall contentment, bliss and perfection, and feeling of unusual vitality and energy. Here, watching my time, I have crossed already 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but I wanted to leave you with a positive state as you go through properly conducted process of getting rid of unwanted, unneeded substances. So thank you very much. I hope I could enrich your understanding of classical yoga, and let's enjoy next speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Professor Steck, I thank you so much for your lecture. Now we have other guests to present. As you know, we have in Switzerland one historical representative that is Edi Bampa, but we have another representative in Geneva.
Bisogna dire di togliere la presentazione.
Oh, Professor Steck, can you stop the presentation, please?
Oh,
Can
okay.
you close your presentation, please?
Yes, I will. I'll try to figure this out.
Yes.
How to do that?
Close everything, sorry. Close it. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
So I was speaking about Switzerland, Julia. I was explaining that we have one historical representative that is Edi Vampa, is in Lugano, but we have another representative that is Maria Vivian Lager, and she is in Geneva. But she originally is from Argentina, and now is in Argentina. So we have a connection with Argentina, and I know that Maria Vivian Lager is an expert in yoga and Oriental studies, but I imagine that you have some other information to give us. Please, Julia.
Yes. Vivian's career spans over 3 decades, from founding a yoga center in Geneva to directing a bachelor's program in yoga and Oriental studies in Argentina. She has extensive experience in teaching, research, and cultural projects. Vivian holds a Master of Arts in South Asian Languages and Civilization from the University of Lausanne and a master's degree in Oriental Studies from the University of Salvador, Buenos Aires, Argentina. She has completed numerous specialized training in yoga therapy and education worldwide. She is also an accomplished author with several publications on yoga and pedagogy, and her forthcoming works include a book on yoga therapy, yoga for children and adolescents, and a transgenerational poetry anthology. Fluent in Spanish, French, and English, Vivian combines academic rigor with a deep practical understanding of yoga, bringing both knowledge and inspiration to her work. She will present a workshop by the title Internal Space.
So Maria Vivian, please proceed with your workshop.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the European Yoga Federation. And maybe I can add, I represent in Switzerland the Lonavala Yoga Institute. I was following this tradition for the last 34 years. First with Dr. Manohar Garote and Dr. Bole, and for the last 10 years with Dr. Madhmat Garote. And this workshop is in relation with the inner space. Yoga is in relation to the consciousness, and we are different way to go inside. Asanas, mantras, mudras, different kind of breath. And I would like to present this method in relation to the relationship between vajus and pranas. Prana like universal energy. In a body, it's a Shakti. And when this Shakti is active, we can call that Kundalini. And all this vocabulary, chakras, lotus, margas, nadis, some can be difficult to understand. And it's important to go to the organic interpretation and not mental interpretation. So Vajus mean air, is one of the 5 elements. But this Vaju, the prana is not the air, but prana is come through the air. But this air in a body is a movement. I can perceive my abdominal movement, but it's not the air. It's just a movement. But through this movement, I can have a knowledge. So, if we practice asanas, it is we know that it's possible to increase this movement in different parts of the body. If I perform, for example, Vakrasana, I can increase this volume in the left part of the side of the body. And in our different asanas, is the same. If I perform Parvatasana, I can increase this movement in the thorax. And that is important to understand because the relationship between this distribution of prana will activate some psychic centers in the body. And slowly, we are going to the stage of dharana, from asana, pranayama, and pratyahara. And dharana is a condition of the mind. Patanjali Yoga Sutras in 353 said the condition of the mind to be in another state. It's also possible to understand asana, pranayama, and pratyahara, the passage from the exteroceptive to proprioceptive to interoceptive inputs. And now we are starting to work with these interoceptive inputs. When the students are comfortable with the knowledge or the sensation in the pelvic area, abdominal area, and thorax area, it is possible to go to the little spaces. In this subtle structure, we are channels. The energy is distributed in the body through the channels. These channels came from a kanda in a subtle body, and they are going to the eyes, ears, nostril, mouth, anus, ureter, and the skin. So, when I can experience this, the relationship between pelvis space with Mula Bandha. So put your hands here and just breathe very slowly to feel this space. And at the end of breath out, engage very slowly Mula Bandha, perineum contraction. The experiences in the front of the body and horizontal experiences is possible to call that flower lotus. The sensation is from inside to outside. Mula Bandha is a door. And Mula Bandha change the flow of the energy in this space of the body. This force is working in down, but in, for example, Samvargasana, we change this flow. Also, when we applied Mula Bandha, we change this flow. And at the end of breath out, engage Mula Bandha and put the chin in the chest. Relax. It's a little Jalandhara Bandha to be in contact with the thorax movement. This force in this area is called prana baju, and this force is going to the up. But with a little movement, I'm close this door and the energy start to go down. The objective is to put in contact both energies in the region of the abdominal area. In this abdominal area, it's not possible to go directly, like pelvis area through Mula Bandha, like thorax area through Jalandhara Bandha, but we can have access through Uddiyana Bandha. So when the students or when the practitioner are comfortable with these three areas, big areas, for this change of volume, it's possible to start to go to the little canals or nadis. So I propose you, because I have not all the day, generally I propose this practice through 6 hours, to go directly there. I propose you to imagine that you start to breathe to the ears. So just close the right ear and imagine that it's possible to breathe through the left ear. Continues like this and try to perceive if you start to feel movement, space, light, or another sensation. You can change. Put your right hand down and now close your left eyes with your left hand and start to breathe to the left eye and observe how many times is necessary to go from the external inputs to the internal inputs. When you start to perceive movement or space or light, you start to work with the brain. In yoga is the Antarakarana. Now relax, put your left hand in your legs and just continue to feel that the breath is flowing through your eyes. Relax shoulders, legs, Vyasa in the commentary of Patanjali Yoga Sutra said that it's important to go to the other side. So through this method, we are inside to the matter, and the matter has different times. Now go to the right ear and imagine that the breath start to go in and go out through your right ear. Observe what is emerge in you. Some fresh air in the ear, maybe movement, maybe one direction. Experiences is experiences and it's your experiences. You can go to the left here and start to observe the drashta, to observe the breath is flowing, but we know that it's not the breath, it's the prana. When you start to perceive movement, light, space, it's because the prana is there. The cleaning processes now come to the nostrils. And just receive the fluid, the fluidity, and start to imagine a flower like a jasmine, and imagine that you are breath and you are smell this jasmine flower. And when you start to smell the jasmine flower, observe if there are some direction, if the direction is going up or to the sides or down. Just observe. Observe, see now, there are some movement. And very slowly go to the tongue. You can put your tongue outside to feel the water inside the mouth. And where you are in contact with the sensation with this water, go down to the ureter because it's the same tissue. And now start to imagine that you are breath through the ureter. And observe the flow of your sensation. If the flow is go down, or maybe go up, or go to the another side. Don't follow your thoughts, your image. Just be with yourself, with your sensations. Very slowly come again to the eyes, to the point between two eyes. Imagine a violet point. When you breathe in, this point start to go to the back of your brain like a line. And when you breathe out, the line come to the point. Observe if there are movement, space, light. Now you can lie down. Just receive, observe. Generally, I give 15 minutes after or 20 minutes this work. And the relationship between the image, when the image starts to be clear, and when you start to perceive movement, light, or space in different parts of the body, your consciousness come to the calm stage. This method is also positive to the person that they are not the possibility to practice asanas, and also for the normal practitioners. And so very much for this opportunity to share.
Video. Maria Vivian Lager, thank you so much. Is our representative from Switzerland, from Geneva. And now we have one representative from Macedonia. That is Sonia Gogova. And if kindly Sonia can open the video so we can see, because they informed me that they had some problem.
There is
some problem with the connection, huh?
With the Zoom camera. Zoom don't allow access your camera from device settings.
We can do in this way. Yeah. We pass a video, some moment of art, 10 minutes, so you can try and see if it's for you possible to do the connection with the video too. It's okay?
Okay.
Okay. So we informed the public that we had some problem with Macedonia, with the connection with video, so we decided to pass and leave a moment of fantastic moment of art. Please, Claudio.
Shanti, 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 oh Shanti, 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 oh Shanti, 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 oh Shanti, oh Shanti, oh Shanti, oh. Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.
Cosa capita a volte? Io spero tanto di ottenere la comprensione delle persone che ci stanno seguendo.
Once again, we hope to have your understanding about our little issue that happened.
E purtroppo è il mondo odierno va così.
That's today's world.
Volevo parlarvi un po' di questi meravigliosi ragazzi che abbiamo fatto passare ora.
I want to talk about these wonderful boys that we saw now.
Come molti di voi sanno, io durante l'estate tengo yoga in maniera gratuita per diffondere, per far conoscere lo yoga, l'Ayurveda, la cultura indiana in un parco di Cagliari.
As you know, during the summer, I often give yoga lessons in a park in Cagliari, Sardinia.
E piano piano si è creato veramente ehm, quell'attaccamento, più che un attaccamento, diciamo, si è formato questa, cerca di tagliare, insomma, ehm, quella meravigliosa attrazione fra di noi che piano piano siamo diventati, prima del Covid eravamo 500 persone.
And we slowly created a strong bond and connection between us. And before COVID, we were 500 people.
E l'anno scorso più di 400 per ogni lezione.
And last year, every lessons had more than 400 people.
All'interno di tutte queste persone, 5 musicisti che venivano a fare yoga si sono incontrati.
And during one of these occasions, 5 musicians got to know each other.
E hanno formato un gruppo.
And they formed a band.
Hanno cominciato con gioia, con amore a suonare fra di loro.
They started play together with joy and love.
E poi sono venuti da me e mi hanno comunicato che abbiamo formato questo gruppo e mi hanno chiesto, per favore, ci dai un nome?
They came to me and informed me of this new activity, and they asked him to give them a name.
E io gli ho suggerito di chiamarsi Surya Chandra Soul, il sole e l'anima del sole e della luna.
And he suggested to choose the name Surya Chandra Soul, the soul of the sun and the moon.
E ora sono diventati un gruppo di professionisti.
And now they are really a professional musician.
Hanno fatto il loro primo disco
They published their first album.
e stanno andando un po' in giro per il mondo per cantare, per portare anche questa cultura indiana sotto forma di musica. Cantano dei mantra.
And they are traveling the world with their music. They chant mantras.
Ora ci prendiamo un altro piccolo momento, andiamo in Grecia
Now,
e
okay.
facciamo passare un altro artista molto bravo.
Now we will take another little moment for an artist. We go now in Greece, and he is also very, very good.
Namaste. My name is Konstantinos Kalaitsis and I am from Greece. I'm happy to participate to the BeYoga Beyond event, a wonderful initiative of the European Yoga Federation to promote peace and unity. Now I'm going to sing a Ram Bhajan for you. Sri
Bene, allora passiamo al prossimo ospite che è Andrei Lipen from Belarus.
Now we are having our next guest, Andrei Lipen from Belarus.
Andrei, are you ready? Please, Andrei. We can see you. You can open your audio.
3, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we can hear you. Please, floor is yours. You can start, please, Andrei.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Namaste. My name is Andrei Lipin, and for translate me, Victoria is here.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Меня слышно хорошо?
Yes.
Намасте. Сегодня я приветствую всех участников этого симпозиума. Это большая честь и для меня лично поучаствовать в такой прекрасной программе с такими прекрасными людьми, прекрасными учителями.
Hello, dear colleagues, masters, and Symposium participants. It's a great honor for me to be here today and have a practice with you today.
Сегодня мы немного превратим теорию в практику.
Today we will turn our theory to practice.
И я хочу представить такое очень интересное направление, как йога для мозга.
Today we'll have a very interesting practice, and I want to introduce you a very interesting practice. It's called yoga for brain.
В основе этой практики лежит очень древняя методика, практика, сакральная техника, танец Шивы, Шивананда.
It is based on an ancient and incredibly precise technology, Shivananda, or the dance of Shiva.
Все движения в практике, которые называют йога для мозга, основаны на спиралевидных движениях рук и ног.
I have been practicing and teaching this method for several years and receive inspiring feedback. This practice, the base of this practice is movement like an 8 number or endless symbol.
Благодаря тому, что мы постоянно меняем эти движения и логику этих движений, развивается наш и создаются новые нейронные связи головного мозга.
Thanks to that we change our movements and create new movements, new neurons appears in our brain.
Как я предлагаю всем, кто сейчас сидит, или, может быть, лежит, встать и поучаствовать в практике.
I encourage every one of you to stay, stand up, and take a part of this practice.
Это практика примера концентрации внимания в движении.
This practice is an example of concentration in movement.
После которой наступает очень глубокое и естественное расслабление.
After this practice, the peace become in your brain and very deep relaxation.
Вот, ну и пользуясь случаем, я хочу всех еще раз поприветствовать и передать большой и очень теплый привет из Минска, из Беларуси.
I want to greet everyone once more and give these greetings from Minsk, very warm and heartful greetings.
Если вы вдруг будете проездом или проходить, или проезжать рядом, заглядывайте к нам.
If you are near the Minsk, please welcome everybody. We welcome you to join us here in Belarus.
Мы начнем с простых разогревающих движений.
So we'll start with simple movements, warm-up exercises. And later we will move to the base practice.
И в завершении сделаем прекрасное расслабление.
And after that, we will conclude with a deep relaxation.
Поэтому вы можете приготовиться так, чтобы потом могли лечь и расслабиться.
So you can prepare yourself for relaxation after the practice. Prepare some clothing.
Я подготовил тибетские поющие чаши.
I prepared singing bowls for you.
И надеюсь, что у нас получится сделать прекрасное расслабление под живой звук тибетских чаш.
And I hope we will have a great relaxation accompanied by leaf sound of Tibetan singing bowls.
Давайте приступим. Давайте встанем и пошевелим своим телом.
Please stand up and move your body.
Начнем с растирания ладошек.
We start with the hands.
И не бросили руки вниз.
And drop your hands down.
Еще раз.
Once more.
И вниз.
And down.
Поставим ноги вместе.
Take your legs together.
Руки через стороны вверх, вдох.
Put your hands
И выдох.
up.
Когда вы делаете вдох, внимание направляйте вверх.
When you breathe
Когда вы
in,
делаете выдох, внимание направляйте вниз, в стопы и в землю.
when you
Вдох
breathe in,
через нос, выдох
pay
через
attention to the
рот.
up. And when you breathe the up through, pay attention to down, to the ground.
One more. And breathe in and breathe out. One more. Next. Breathe in and breathe out. Мягко. Breathe in and breathe out. 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 One more. Breathe into shoulders and breathe out, relax. One more. Поставим стопы чуть-чуть шире. And move your head. Breathe in and breathe out. More. Breathe out, down, and breathe in. Breathe out. More. Relax your shoulders, relax your arms. And breathe in, breathe out. One more. And down. Relax spine, relax your shoulders, arms, and breathe in. Back and down. One more. And another side. Breathe in. And breathe out. Last time. And relax. Down. Breathe in. Your shoulders. And breathe out. Breathe in through the nose. Breathe out. One more. Okay. Now here, fix your shoulders. Another side. Okay. Your legs together and up, down, up, down, or breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Поставьте ноги шире. Your legs a little bit more. And now we will do basic practice of yoga for our head. Перенесем вес. Виктория на месте, ты есть там? Давай чуть-чуть.
Да. Yes, I'm here.
Перенесем вес на правую ногу.
Put your weight on the right leg.
Левую руку спрячем за спину.
Left hand should be hidden on the back.
Правая рука, первая позиция у нас будет вот такая, ладонь направлена вверх.
First position for your right hand is such one with up position for your...
Вторая позиция. Уровень солнечного сплетения.
Second position is near your heart.
Третья позиция.
Third position.
Четвертая позиция.
Fourth position.
Four. And one.
And still
again.
one. And from
Two.
the beginning. 2.
3. 4. 1. 2. 3. 4. 1. Again. 2. 3. 4. 1. И в обратную сторону.
And the reverse direction.
4. 3. 2. 1. 4. 3. 2. 1. 4. 3. 2. 1. Окей. Я думаю, что это уже получается. Давайте сделаем то же самое на другую руку.
Okay, let's do the same with another hand.
Правую руку спрятали за спину.
Hide your
Левая рука, первая позиция.
left hand, first position.
2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Another direction. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Окей. Сейчас соединим и сделаем на обе руки.
Okay, let's do it with two hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Another direction. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. А теперь мы кое-что изменим, чтобы наш мозг развивался и создавал новые нейронные связи.
And now we will change something in order our brain to create new neurons.
Есть 4 направления в движении.
There are four directions.
Первое. Обе руки двигаются вперед.
First one, both two hands move forward.
2, 3, 4. Another direction. Arms go and назад.
Back.
Обе руки двигаются назад.
Both hands move back.
4, 3, 2, 1. Another direction. Правая рука движется вперед, левая рука движется назад.
Another direction. One hand moves ahead, forward, and another hand moves back.
И четвертое направление. Левая рука движется вперед, правая движется назад.
Left hand moves forward and right hand moves back.
После этого мы еще добавим ноги.
After that, we will proceed with our legs.
Итак, давайте посмотрим, как наш мозг развивается.
So let's see how our brain will cope with that.
Первое направление. Обе руки вперед.
First direction, both hands forward.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Another direction. 4, 3, 2, 1. Right arms to the forward, left to the back. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. Another direction. Right leg, right arms to the back, left to the forward. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. Okay. Now the legs. Only legs. Right leg. Forward. В сторону.
To the back.
The back. And center. Вперед.
Forward.
В сторону.
To the back.
Назад.
Back.
Center.
Center.
Together. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Again. 2, 3, 4, 1. Another direction. To the back. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Another leg. Forward. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Next direction. Back. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And now we will мы соберем вместе и руки, и ноги.
And now we will compare both legs and hands.
Okay, are you ready? 1. Together with right leg. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 1. Again. 2, 3, 4, 1. Next direction. 4, 3, 2, 1. Again. 4, 3, 2, 1. Another left. Left. 2, 3, 4, 1. Again. 2, 3, 4, 1. Окей. Я надеюсь, что эти простые движения у вас уже получаются.
I hope that these simple movements are you again with these movements.
Но давайте будем развивать наш мозг дальше.
So let's continue our process of our brains.
Помним, что у нас есть еще два направления движения.
We remember that we have also two other directions of movements.
Правая рука вперед, левая назад.
Right hand ahead, left back.
И наоборот.
And vice versa.
Давайте сделаем это вместе с ногами.
So let's do it with our legs.
1. And правая вперед, левая назад, вместе с правой ногой.
Right is ahead, left is back with right leg.
2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. Again. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. Next direction. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. Another leg. Left leg. 2, 3, 4, 1. Again. 2, 3, 4, 1. Another direction. 4, 3, 2, 1. Again. 4, 2, 3, 1. And left arm forward, right to the back. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. Now direction. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. 4, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. Окей. Как ваш мозг?
So, okay, how is your brain?
Кто делает вместе со мной?
Who do it with me?
Или вы смотрите в записи?
Or if you watch the recording,
Напишите в комментариях к видео, как ваш мозг чувствует себя сейчас.
write in the comments how your brain feels right now.
В йоге для мозга
In yoga for brain,
мы продолжаем развитие.
we continue our evaluation, our
Как Шива, который приходит и разрушает все старое и ненужное.
like Shiva, who comes and ruins all that not necessary,
Для того, чтобы создать нечто новое, прекрасное.
in order to create something new and very beautiful.
Так мы постоянно развиваем свой мозг,
That's how we can proceed with our brains,
создавая новые нейронные связи.
and create our new neurons.
Это усиливает концентрацию внимания
This will empower the concentration, your concentration,
и дает основу для очень хорошей и глубокой медитации.
and this is the base for a very good meditation.
И сейчас предлагаю сделать короткую медитацию. Или просто расслабиться, вы можете лечь.
And now I propose you to make a very small meditation or relaxation. You can lay.
Я возьму тибетский час. Готовься к расслаблению.
I will take the bowls.
Take it in and without relax. Просто наблюдайте за движением воздуха через нос. И с каждым выдохом больше расслабляйтесь.
Just pay attention to the breathing, how the air flows through your nose. And with every breath out, the relaxation comes more. Андрей, наверное, микрофон не работает, не плохо слышно с чаши. Может быть, телефон принести поближе? Ну, нету звука.
Andrei, we have a problem because we cannot hear you. We cannot hear the sounds of Tibetan instruments.
Maybe he can't hear us because of the sound of bowls.
Can you hear me, Andrei? I cannot hear
Нету
the...
звука в микрофон, только через телефон мы получаем звук, через телефон только слышно. Через микрофон не слышно.
Oh, you can do this. The first part was good.
Раз, два, три.
You
Теперь
can,
слышно? Да, слышно.
because you know, hearing the instrument near some technical microphone is not possible.
Чаши можно через специальный какой-то микрофон можно слышать.
Окей, я тогда да, я запишу отдельно медитацию с тибетскими чашами, если сейчас через микрофон
Okay,
что-то
I
не
will
слышно.
record separately the meditation with the bowls.
Yes, the better. Thank you, because it's impossible to hear the sound.
Okay.
Thank you, Victoria, for your
So
help.
thank you, everyone, and see you again. Namaste.
Namaste. We can conclude, and thanks our friend from Belarus, Andrei Lipen. But I want to ask to our Julia if he has some more information about who Andrei Lipen is, because it's a new entry. It please.
Sure. Andrei Lipen from Belarus. He has been practicing yoga since 1991 and teaching since 1993, marking over 30 years of sharing his expertise with practitioners from all walks of life. He is the author of 10 books on yoga and a co-author of specialized programs for the popular app All in Yoga. Over the years, he has developed several original methodologies and anti-stress programs based on yoga, breathwork, and meditation. For more than a decade, Andrei traveled as a volunteer and teacher with the Art of Living Foundation under Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, helping establish yoga centers and peace practices globally. His journey began in Minsk, studying with the pioneers of yoga in Belarus and the CIS, before deepening his knowledge in India, Germany, and Poland, alongside world-renowned masters. His teaching experience is uniquely diverse, ranging from working in conflict zones and prisons to training future instructors for fitness centers and traditional India yoga institutes. He shares his knowledge through various offline and online programs, including yoga for spine and joints, chakra yoga, and advanced teacher training. In addition to his yoga and meditation expertise, he is a practitioner of sound healing with Tibetan bowls. Thank you, Andrei Lipen, for your workshop.
I want to thank Victoria too for help to us
Thank you very
with
much. It was a
her
great pleasure.
translation. Thank you,
very much.
Andrei.
See you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Now we have the break lunch, and we restart when? Which time?
1:20 p.m. Central European Time.
Okay.
1:20.
Thank you so much for follow us till now. Thank you.
This music on
Oh, cara Giulia, per favore traduci quello che sto dicendo.
I will now translate.
Ecco, un momento di bellezza, di gioia, un ospite eccezionale abbiamo, eh?
Uh, we are about to have a moment of beauty and joy, and a special international guest.
E dobbiamo andare al nord dell'Europa per incontrarla,
We are going in the north of Europe
per incontrare la sua sapienza,
to meet the knowledge of this guest.
perché Taria è una ricercatrice
Tarja is a researcher.
e lei abita in Finlandia,
She lives in Finland,
un paese che io non ho mai visitato,
a country I've never been to,
ma ho visto dei documentari splendidi sulla Finlandia.
but I saw wonderful documentary film about Finland.
Ecco, Taria si è già connessa con noi con il suo sorriso, è pronta.
We see Tarja already here with her beautiful smile. Welcome, Tarja. Mm,
Diciamo, diamo un po' di informazioni su Taria.
I will give you some information about our guest, Dr. Tarja Kallio-Tamminen, the European Yoga Federation representative for Finland. She presents the results of two original breathing studies that utilize objective measures developed within an EEG-guided meditation project, so electroencephalogram meditation project. The first study, using the brain-mind audit metric, examines the effect of a yogic deep breathing course on participants' general well-being, as reflected by measurable changes in their brain and mental functions. The second multimodal study, involving 14 participants, utilized the Self-Me-I Index, psychometric assessment, and self-reports to investigate altered state of consciousness. Profound shifts in self-awareness, such as ego dissolution, disembodiment, and mystical type experience were observed when participants practiced conscious connected breathing under controlled conditions. That's very interesting. Dr. Tarja Kallio-Tamminen will give a lecture. The title is The Therapeutic Effect of Breathing.
Please, Taria, give the joy to hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and namaste. It is a real pleasure to be here again in this wonderful event, BeYoga to Beyond, and to explain what we have been doing here in Finland during the last years related to yoga and breathing. Of course, it is just a small part of our work, but we try our best to increase knowledge in these issues, and that's why I need to share the view to give my slides around here. Is it possible for you to see my slides?
Is online.
Okay, good. Good, then we move on. And I guess I have to change a little bit my view because I can't see the slides so well. Okay. And this is also, if I can remove this, maybe it is better I take this view to see better for myself. So, according to yoga, when we breathe, it is not just air we are breathing in and out,
but it is related to prana, which is related to our energetic system. It is something more subtle than air. It connects this material world to more subtle layers of reality. And this prana is controlled by breathing, either consciously or unconsciously, as normally we don't pay much attention when just breathing in and out. And we know how important it is, but don't think more about it. But yoga has a real quite deep theory on it, and it goes deep to the yoga wisdom. We cannot go further in this lecture, but just think that this kind of background provides a verifiable hypothesis about the internal resources which are, according to yoga, available within the human psychophysical system. And nowadays, also science has gone into that direction and understands this issue much better than it used to be. But yoga gives some promises related to pranayama. It says that pranayama practiced correctly can eliminate all diseases, and improper practice creates diseases. So pranayama may cure or make us ill. So if not practiced correctly, it is very important that we practice breathe in a proper way. And anyone who controls their prana can control their body and mind. So the purpose of pranayama is not to learn how to breathe better, but to awaken one's inner energy, the power of prana. And when these pranic and mental energies are balanced, then they also produce health benefits on the physical level. And nowadays, neuroscientists have noticed that breathing has an immediate influence on the nervous system, brain, and mind. And breathing rhythms and patterns are related to emotional and cognitive states. And there are different effects when inhaling and exhaling. And nasal breathing is better than mouth breathing. Of course, they are all things that yogis have known for centuries or millennia, but now more of these explanations, how we can understand them within modern contexts, are emerging. So we know breathing is vital for all living beings, and it is much more than just the correct level of oxygen and carbon dioxide. The act of breathing is related to an intricate web of physical and mental functions. It relates to brain rhythms, heartbeat, muscle tension, mental and emotional rhythms, hormonal and enzymatic rhythms, and more. So we understand that it is something that is very holistically related to our life and being, all the functions that are going on. And there are 9 classical pranayamas in yoga, which use different rhythms and patterns. They may either calm or vitalize one's energy and mood, and of course affect in many subtle ways in different cases. But how much therapeutic value do they have, or on what this is based? And our hypothesis is that the rhythmical connection integrating respiratory, neural, and mental functions is promising for a brain-based therapeutic use of respirations. So somehow the rhythms are very important. Appropriate breathing methods may harmonize unbalanced rhythms, frequencies, and intensities, our psychophysical system, improving overall well-being. As who practice yoga and this kind of breathing exercise, they have noticed this by themselves. So this is, maybe I don't go to that. So I tell a little bit more about our project, which we call EEG Guided Meditation, which started already in 2013. And we are here combining Eastern and Western methods to understand better reality, the nature of human being, and the concept of self. So very deep philosophical questions. And also we try to find therapeutic methods which would increase harmony and well-being within humans. And to do these things, we have two core strengths, two innovative QEEG meters. We have been using first to measure effects of meditation on brain and mind functions. And gradually we also became interested to study altered state and mystical states of consciousness that somehow came into our when noticing these things within these measurements, we of course became more interested in this. When measuring those mystical meditation states, they already happened, these altered and mystical states briefly, and we wanted to understand more what is going on there, to understand self better. So, and what we use is a neurophenomenological method that combines objective and subjective approaches. This is a kind of neurophenomenological method. Not so long ago, it was more and more has been started to be practiced within neuroscience, and because traditionally, of course, science has used these objective methods and being a little bit suspicious about our subjective contents, but within this method, they both are necessary. We use these EEG measurements, questionnaires, and personal reports to understand things better. And today I will share the results of two of our breathing studies, the effects of Ujjayi breathing, which is a traditional pranayama that is widely used in yoga classes, and the effects of conscious connected breathing, that is a therapeutic method known to produce altered and mystical states of approaches of consciousness. And also first our team. I'm working with Andrew and Alexander Fingelkuts, who are neuroscientists, expertise in psychophysiology, and also very capable using this quantitative EEG analysis and diagnosis and developing this method and these equipments to understand better what is going on our brain and mind. And within these breathing studies, we had partners Malla Rautaparta and Tomi and Emily Räisänen, all working here in Finland. And a little bit about these EEG tools we are using. We have this brain-mind audit, which measures main parameters of brain activity and mental capacity, where personal results can be compared to a solid normative database. And then we have the self-MIA index, which measures the relative proportions of three components of experiential selfhood. And there are no normative results for this, so that's why we compare to the population baseline. And the basic procedure to measure long-term effects of any new practice, we need two EEG screenings, where the first profile which are gray dots here. Maybe in this picture you cannot yet see, but it comes later more clearly. They show the starting level, and the second profile, the second measurement, it reveals the amount of change within, for example, in 3-4 months and 15 minutes practice a day. Then a clearly visible changes will appear, and they can be seen within this brain-mind audit. And this was the the kind of measurements we used when studying this Ujjayi breathing group. We had a 4-month course for 16 participants practicing this Ujjayi breathing, which is sometimes called oceanic breathing because it just gives a small sound when breath goes in and out. And we had group meetings once a week, home practice 15 minutes, 5 times a week. And then before the course started, we measured the EEG results, and after the course, the second screening was taken. And we collected also within this psychometric and neurometric results, meaning subjective evaluations and objective EEG measurements, which both provide significant information which can't be reduced into either to have more understanding on what is going on. And also because we have previously had 2 groups related to meditation and brain qigong, we also compared these Ujjayi breathing results with those results. And the first subjective evaluation of the 15 persons who participated, they gave just put their experience to scale from 1 to 5, and more than 3, so more than average change happened within life satisfaction, better concentration, energy increase, better sleep, anxiety eased, more optimism, balanced emotions, enjoyment. And many people also who had been suffering about migraine noticed that it just disappeared. And when seeing more details, anxiety decreased in 63% by the subjective evaluation, and depression decreased within 50% of participants by the subjective analysis. And when measured within EEG, we noticed that anxiety decreased in 8.8% and didn't change in 31.3%, and depression decreased within 43.8% of these participants, and it didn't change within 50%, even worsened actually in 6% of them. Of course, it is not many persons when we only had 16 participants. But here I can give an example of very positive effect. These brain-mind audit measurements, they're the green dots, they are the first measurement before the practice started, and then these black ones, they are in the end when the course had finished. And we can see that within this person's socially sociability, emotional motivational tendency, and anxiety tendency meters, they all moved into the optimal level, this green level. And deviation from optimal brain state, which is a kind of physiological indicator that contains very different kind of ingredients within, but it is related to physical problems, and it also here decrease those problems. So this is a kind of that's why here under this other with some of psychological meters, but this one is more physiological. So and also from this you can see that this person had very high overall brain resources. So it is there is no change in this, and it was not even supposed to change, of course, within this kind of breathing doings, but nevertheless, just to put your attention to this, that this meter, this brain-mind audit, also finds out the overall brain resources, and they change, of course, very much among different people, but this person really happened to have this kind of very high brain resources. And then there is example of small effect. There are no significant changes. Sociability, anxiety tendency, and stress resistance, they all moved slightly further away from the optimal area. So this person didn't get much benefit from this practice. And when comparing to other techniques, we can see that the within breathing exercises, they're improved 44.4%, but of the meters, but 48.1 didn't change. Whereas within this brain qigong group, the results were better, and best they were within these personalized meditation groups. And here in more details, we can compare these techniques, how these different meters changed before and after the practice. And we can see that more than 50% of participants got the positive change from anxiety tendency and deviation from optimal brain state, whereas there are more positive effects within brain qigong, and personalized meditation gave the best results. So some conclusions related to this Ajjayi breathing. There were positive effects for many, but not for everyone. So half of the group clearly benefited from this exercise, but other half didn't have much effect. But that we could see that subjective and objective assessments, they were very strongly correlated, and most significantly, the practice reduced anxiety, which people also could subjectively feel very well. And maybe the lack of success in training, which was often associated with difficult life situation of those persons, it reduced the endurance and motivation. So it, of course, breathing exercise cannot affect the general life, what is happening in one's life, and sometimes it is more difficult to concentrate on exercises than others. Now we move on into this conscious connected breathing. which is often called circular breathing. It is a conscious rhythmic breathing with no pause between inhalation and exhalation. And it is a therapeutic technique that bypasses the conscious mind. It is used to release stored stress, tension, reduce anxiety, alleviate depression, improve sleep, boost immune system release emotional baggage. And it is known to create these altered and mystical states like eco-dissolution, dissolution, oceanic boundless disembodiment, sacredness, transcendent of time and space, and many other phenomena which may be happening. And then why did we use this CCB, conscious connected breathing? Because it allows a non-pharmacological method to study altered states of consciousness. And also it provides a quite long session which allows observing how the state evolves and transforms over a longer period of time. And we know that these altered states, they are closely related to the experience of self. Sense of self-experience often leads to profound personal transformation. And also we know that all mental disorders, they contain alterations in self-experience. So it is important to understand better what is going on within these kind of states. And we also consider comparing the altered states induced by breathing to the states induced by psychedelics, because nowadays these kind of studies are being done more and more. And that's why we apply the same standardized questionnaires that are commonly used in science to study altered and mystical states of consciousness, in addition to these self-me-I measurements we are commonly using. A little bit about our model of self. The current consensus in neuroscience is that experiential self is related to self-referential network in the brain, and Dr. Fingelkurz formulated the hypothesis that this self-referential network can be divided into 3 subnets of operational modules: the witnessing observer, or simply self, and embodiment emotional agency, or simply me, and the reflective agency, or I. So we see self as a complex pattern that emerges from dynamic interaction of 3 components. None of the components alone is enough to define the self, but they form it together. And in this multimodal study with 14 participants, we used this self-me-I measurements, self-reports, and psychometric questionnaires, as I already told. And participants' brain activity, it was continuously monitored with the self-me-I, paying attention to the functional integrity and alterations in synchronity within the 3 subnets of this self-referential network. So it was continuously studied, not like in the previous study that we measured before the course starts and after when it has stopped. But here we used continuous measurements when the breathing session was going on. And the participants during this entire experimental procedure, they were lying on their backs wearing an EEG cap and electrodes and practicing this breathing. And here we have in more details the study design. There was this baseline measurements before the session, the session started. And after this baseline measurements, 6 minutes, the participant filled in the psychometric questionnaires for the first time, and then did this breathing session, which took 60 minutes, 1 hour. So, and there was also different phases within this. First 20 minutes was called SATS. The second 20 minutes process, 15 minutes integration phase, and then coming back 5 minutes. And all these phases, they were recorded within this Self-Me-I. And when the breathing session was over, then the participants wrote or told or explained what they have been feeling, made a self-report, what they had been experienced. And after that, they filled in the same 9 psychometric questionnaires that they also had been filling after this baseline phase. And we could see that this breathing clearly produces altered states of consciousness. This phenomenology, when they just reported what they experienced, many or all of them experienced more or less unity, spirituality, blissfulness, insightfulness, disembodiment, and other things. And according to the questionnaire, some had a partial, some a complete mystical experience. And here we have average for complete and partial mystical experience. Partial is this light blue, and complete is this black, dark blue bars here. And when we classified these bars into Self-Me-I subgroups, the 32 dimensions used in these standardized questionnaires were placed into alterations belonging to Self, Me, and I modules. We could see the variation in the Self-Me-I during this entire session. And we could see that even if all these modules decreased, the synchronicity within them decreased, the decrease was most in the chart space and less within the further phases. And we could also see that the different subnets behave differently as the session evolves. So there are even increase in this me component within this process phase here. So we can see that there are differences. And when we compared the partial and complete mystical experience, we noticed that the variation was different for those people having either very strong or milder experience. So it seems that the difference between strong and weak mystical experience is something more than just a difference in the intensity of the experience. For example, within this me component, we can see that within complete mystical experience, the I component goes quite high in this process phase, whereas within partial, it keeps down all the time. So, of course, we cannot go now into more details of these, but they are very interesting changes. And then coming to the breathwork and psychedelics, when we compared our results to the altered state database, it revealed that the phenomenological profile induced by conscious connected breathing, it was statistically similar only to what is this called? Psilocybin in English. So within given dosage, but nevertheless, it was similar profile within both practices. So somehow this resemblance suggests that this breathwork and psilocybin relate to similar neurophysiological mechanisms within brain's neuroplasticity. So both interventions lead to similar oscillations patterns within this self-referential network, and both interventions have demonstrated similar therapeutic potential in alleviating symptoms of anxiety, tension, and depression. And it is quite interesting. And then when knowing that effect of therapy, it is based on the reorganization of neural connections, changing established views in thinking and broadening the perspective. So the reorganization related to self-modulation and increasing self-awareness, they do not need to depend on external therapists, medication, or psychedelics. This conscious connected breathing exercise could be a safe way to promote psychological well-being and mental health. And I'm afraid I have used my time, but still some conclusions. Breathing seems to have a lot of therapeutic potential. Its different aspects should be studied in much more details. And neurophenomenology is an indispensable method when studying issues related to the human experience. Objective neurometrics and science in general, I think, they complement our subjective phenomenology, enriching our understanding of reality. Measurements allow individual mental contents to be compared with each other, which enables to find suitable training methods for different kinds of persons. And then we could see that the self clearly appears to be a temporally evolving multi-component system, which does not disappear in mystical experience, but rather redefines its boundaries, body, and worldview. And in the end, as humans, we have the ability to transcend ourselves and grow beyond our limits and problems, which is a thing yoga has always taught. And breathing is a natural and free activity that could help people to see things from a broader perspective, to make better choices for the future. So there may be very simple practices we could use to understand things better, to get over all these problems we are living within in this world nowadays. So thank you for this. Namaste.
Aryaji, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And wait for me, because perhaps sometime I'm coming in Finland to meet you.
I hope so. You are welcome anytime.
Thank you for your participation. We are so happy. Thank you so
you.
much. Now another special guest. Questo ospite è tanto, tanto caro al mio cuore.
This guest is very, very dear to my heart.
E io ti prego di darci qualche informazione su di lui. Si chiama Baba Adnan e è il nostro rappresentante per la Turchia.
The guest is Yogi Baba Adnan. He is our representative for Turkey. I will now give you some information about Yogi Baba Adnan. Commonly known as the Mesopotamian yogi, Master Yogi Baba was born in Mardin, Turkey, a city celebrated as a cradle of diverse civilization and cultures living in harmony. This rich heritage deeply nourished his soul, leading him to a life journey that bridges Western logic with Eastern emotional depth. He chose the ancient philosophy of yoga as his life's path. After spending 10 years studying under various teachers, healers, and gurus across India and the Far East, he dedicated himself to serving humanity through yoga. In 1996, he began teaching in Istanbul, and a year later he founded the Siddhashram Yoga Center, named in honor of one of his gurus. As the doyen who pioneered and spread yoga across Turkey, he established a non-profit yoga foundation in 2012. Today, he and his wife, Madame Lourdes Chabuk, teach classical spiritual yoga at their authentic ashram in the Taurus mountain of Alanya. This sanctuary, the only one of its kind in the country, hosts teacher training programs and specialized yoga purification camps. Master Yogi Baba is also the author of the autobiography Without Disturbing the Silence, The Life Adventure of a Mesopotamian Yogi, published in 2008. Thank you, Yogi Baba.
Please, Yogi Baba, please.
Namaste. My love and respect to Yoga family of European Yoga Federation, and my love and respect to all humanity. Now, today our subject is why yoga? Yoga is the path of understanding the secret of life. The path is the system of purification, body, mind, and emotions. Purification is the only way for enlightenment. 1,000 years back, when the rishis in Himalaya sat for silence to understand the secret of life, they did not know that they were meditating. Sitting there days, hours, a very long time, their body was stiffened, and when they want to get up, they could not get up, so they have to stretch their system. Watching the tigers, the snakes, and the monkeys, how they stretch, so they start to stretch their body, and that was the asanas born. So yoga is really, authentically, is the meditation. Meditation is the yoga. Asanas was born after that from behaving or needing the stretching the system. After that, yoga continued in silence, and asana was born. The rishi, because we're sitting so long time, thank God, also the asanas was born. Now, meditation is the main yoga system, and it divides to two. One is saguna and one is nirguna. Saguna meditation is when this practitioner practice on sculptures like the gurus or the goddess, objects, any object, that is saguna, the first part of meditation. When the person, the meditator, advances in meditation, start to get deeper in meditation, he has entered nirguna meditation, the real meditation. And if he succeeds in that meditation for a long period of time, he may have the chance to awaken his energy, the kundalini, and be awakened to enlightenment. In meditation, example, one of the Californian basketball team, Lakers, had a coach named Phil Jackson. He was holding his players inside the TV room before the match for about 10-20 minutes in dark and tell them one team, one meditation, one team, one breath, it was the name, keeping them in silence and darkness. By doing that meditation, the team was winning every year to be champion in US after another one for a few years, in fact. This shows the power also in meditation on the mind. Anyhow, meditation has been used in many different systems, like Maharishi's time, under different names, and there's a lot of statistics about meditation. I can mention few of these results. It consumes oxygen economically, reduces breathing rate, slows heart rate, increase economizing tolerance and heart patience, induces deep relaxation, reduces blood pressure in patients with high blood pressure, relaxes the muscles, reduces headaches and muscles pain, reduces depression and builds up self-confidence, controls panic attacks, helps with chronic diseases, correct hormonal imbalances in women, reduces stress, fatigue, and depression. More successful results are obtained from meditation performed before operations. Meditation strengthens the body's immune system, strengthens the body's fighting cells in deadly diseases such as cancer, and reduces the effect of viral problems on the body, increases personal achievements, work life improves in terms of quality and productivity, time is better managed with the ability to be present in the moment, learning ability increases significantly, forgetfulness decreases and memory strengthens, bad habits disappear in their own, the ability of distinguish right from wrong increases, sleep time problems disappear, a more positive outlook of life increases, relationship with loved ones become meaningful and higher quality. It becomes easier to understand people in all situations. The body's self-healing mechanism strengthens, peaceful and enjoyable moments are prolonged. One becomes more patient, forgiving, and peaceful. This is what mainly statistics has shown and meditation. And we also know ourselves by practicing, at least to be in silence, how much we benefit in yoga practices and our practical life. Now, why yoga? From the dawn of civilization, human evolution, human had exploded countless ways, both consciously and unconsciously, to enhance physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. These efforts have shaped us into what we are today. Among these paths, Sufism and yoga stand out as profound systems, guiding individuals toward understanding the unity of all creation and living in harmony with it. Yoga is, in particular, offers a clear and systematic path to human development. It shows us that our body, mind, and inner being are deeply connected, and through a disciplined sattvic lifestyle, it leads us toward our highest potentials. Yoga is not just physical exercises, it is complete path of transformation. Traditionally, it consists of 8 branches of Patanjali. The first 2 guide how we are, how we act, and how we relate to ourselves and to the world. These share deep parallels with Sufi teachings. The third branches focuses on the body, strengthening it, purifying it, and balancing it for health. The fourth branch, which is through conscious breathing, the mind becomes calm and energy flows where it's supposed to be, what is supposed to be needed. The fifth turns us inward. It awakens the inner world. The sixth, seventh are concentration and meditation. The first, we learn to focus, then that focus disappears, dissolves into meditation. With dedication, we reach the inner essence, and finally, this awareness merges with universal consciousness. This is the truth. Yoga is not just practice, it is a way of life. Its benefits are proven, its impact is real, as its values is recognized across the whole world. Now, but all this, yoga transforms the human experiences. It turns fear into courage, anger into understanding, selfishness into service, and restlessness into peace. It teaches us to remain balanced no matter what happens, to live without harming ourselves and others or nature, and instead to live with purpose, with awareness, and with compassion. Yoga cultivates patience, trust, surrender, and gratitude. It invites us to experience each moment as something sacred. Yoga is an art of living. If such wisdom were brought into education, adapted to cultures, traditions, and beliefs, we are now close to the world where humanity lives as one family in peace and in harmony.
Your paper is covering the camera.
Because true health, it is natural, it lies in realization, the unity of life. And after all, now, excuse me, one, we look at the Sufism and yoga, we see two powerful paths. Sufism being with faith, belief, and health, presence, and the act of surrender. Yoga does not require belief. It invites experiences through practice, personal, involves physical, mental, and spiritual. With time, one gains clarity and attains clearer understanding of their beliefs more deeply. Sufism may not be easily accessible to everyone without deeper understanding, but yoga is universal. It belongs to no one and therefore is available to everyone. And for that reason, yoga is the path I recommend, a path of experience, growth, and inner transformation with love and joy. Namaste. Now, I would like to express my experiences about how to go to continue in our life. Excuse me. What did I do here?
Please, Babananji.
Yes.
It's closed. Your lecture is closed, or you want to tell some other thing?
Yes.
Please.
I want to tell some other things. I mixed this.
Okay. Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in yoga, we have this understanding that we have to practice, we have to relax and find the truth. In yoga, there is many practices, but mainly is the philosophical, the breath, the meditation is the main knowledge. Now, I have to, 1 second, get my time.
Yes, please. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
I have.
It's a pleasure to hear you.
Sorry. I have mixed something here. I want to go through. Yeah.
Another idea.
Anyway, yoga is the path of understanding the secret of life. The path is the system of purification, body, mind, and emotion. Purification is the only way for enlightenment. 1,000 years ago, the rishis in Himalayas. I did? Can you check this? Yeah. Okay. Now, I am here with you again. Yoga is very deep system for human being, as we all know. Mainly meditation and breathing are the most powerful in the path. Now, if we do meditation and if we do the breathing system correctly, and if our diet is correct, we can evolve faster and correctly. Now, in this system of yoga, humanity has achieved peace. Now, we as a practitioner of yoga practitioners, in our path, we are looking for the secret of life. And the secret of life is opening when the third eye is opened, and we have opened the third eye to see the reality beyond the physical part of life. And that grows inside us. And by the time, if we are fortunate, we will realize the truth of life. And that takes time and a lot of practice. And yoga is the best system to achieve this path. Now I have to mention a few things. And I mixed my notes here. Well, anyway, here, yoga improves the terms of quality and productivity, time becoming better managed, but I have time. Oh, my time is over? I didn't know. Sorry.
No problem.
But anyhow, I look at the time is going so quick.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Babanand. It's a pleasure to have you here. And but now is turn of Madame Lourdes.
Madame Lourdes' turn now?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
okay.
She's ready.
I
And
thank
then
you.
we needed time to, to show the video of your ashram. But we do after the lecture of
Yes.
Madame Lourdes. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for confusion here today.
Don't worry. No problem. No problem. We know you.
Somehow.
Okay. Now, Madame Kabuk, please welcome Madame Kabuk.
Swamiji.
Another
Namaste, Namaste.
another pleasure to have you here.
How about yourself?
Yes.
Only Madame Kabuk give the time that give our the information about you that the public desire know who you are. Please wait only
Hold on a
2-3 minutes.
second.
Yeah.
The
Please.
echo, it's echoing.
I can't also.
Yes, there is echo.
Adnan, turn off the audio.
Better that Adnan, you close your.
Okay, I was trying.
Okay, please.
Close your microphone.
Okay.
Okay,
perfect.
now disappear.
I had to help. I had to help.
No problem. I ask only 2-3 minutes so Julia can read information about you. Okay.
Actually,
Only 2-3
I'm
minutes.
nothing. I'm nothing.
Please start.
Okay.
Madame Lourdes Çabuk from Turkey is a wellness pioneer, yoga master, and visionary of natural beauty. With a career spanning over 4 decades, Madame Lourdes Çabuk is a prominent figure in the global holistic community. Her life is a harmonious synthesis of scientific rigor, profound spirituality, and family devotion. Holding a Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, Madame Çabuk integrates a solid clinical foundation into her practice, offering a knowledge-based approach to body wellness. For over 40 years, she has guided students on their path of growth, having trained a prestigious institution as Vivekananda School of Yoga and Siddhashram Yoga. She is the co-founder of the Siddhashram Yoga and Retreat Center. She's the founder of the first yoga foundation of Turkey, establishing the practice within the country. Madame Çabuk is internationally recognized as the original creator of the beauty and face yoga method, launched in 1981.
Only one thing, is better to tell Chabuk or Kabuk?
It's actually Chabuk because
Chabuk
it's
is
the
correct.
letter with the tail.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
know, there's no tail in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So please.
Her book, Face Yoga of 2006, is a global benchmark in the field, published in 3 languages, English, German, and Turkish. She promotes natural beauty that stems from muscular balance and inner vitality, advocating for holistic alternatives to invasive procedures. Beyond her professional identity, Madame Chabuk is a deeply spiritual soul, walking the path of Sufi dervish. At 76, she celebrates life as a mother of 4, grandmother of 8, and proud great-grandmother of 3. Her journey proves that age is merely a number when fueled by purpose and peace. Welcome.
Please start.
First of all, Swamiji, I want to apologize for creating a little for you to be stressed because I wanted to withdraw from the speaking because I said, how can I contribute this face yoga with all this chaos around us? You know, it's like I was not ready with all these masters sharing spirituality, and here I am, you know. So anyway, I am here because I don't want you to be stressed, Swamiji. So I will do the best I can with your
I know
permission.
that you are sensible, Madame Lourdes, so I imagine what you have in your aim inside. But we all we are suffer for the situation.
Exactly.
This situation in these days
Yes,
is so bad, so bad. I
yeah, it's
understand you. I
yes,
understand you.
yes. And
But
anyway, I will share what I feel inside. I am not really be prepared like with presentation and all that stuff, but I will speak to you spontaneously if you allow me. First of all, greetings to everyone. But before I start, may I request everyone listening to be in complete silence for 1 minute. Let us pray for our departed brothers and sisters in all parts of the world, especially those who were and are afflicted directly and indirectly by the ongoing destruction and instability in different regions of the world. Please pray for them. 1 minute, please. Thank you very much. May all the souls of the departed rest in peace. Amen. Thank you for your compassionate and sincere prayers. With the encouragement of Yogi Babaji and some of our colleagues of the national representatives of European Yoga Federation, I took the courage to share something with you today. Therefore, I will be talking to you, as I said, spontaneously as a presentation I intended several months ago, for today was to discuss beauty and face yoga, which I did not think it was needed for the present times and conditions of the world. But I felt we needed to hear more from the beloved master's spiritual talks on life management through yoga, encouraging words to remind us that we are together aiming for peace, supporting each other hand in hand for our spiritual evolution. However, I am here. Hopefully, we will enjoy these presentations. And if you are with me, I will try to fill up my time by saying something. Before I proceed, I would like to thank and reply to my superiors who have encouraged me because, like I said earlier, I was withdrawing from this speech today. Gisa ji, thank you. You mentioned that emotion should be expressed, not repressed, to be able to reach to others and give moral support in the least. Thank you for that encouragement. Gabriela ji, thank you. And you said for us to see the light at the end of the tunnel through imagine this, we are all in a tunnel. Let's call it a tunnel of life. For example, at the end of this tunnel, we all see a light. That's like hope. But the path towards this tunnel, towards this light inside the tunnel, is mixed emotion, harsh, filthy, created by people like us. Now, to be able to reach that light and feel the light on our skin, touched by that light, bathed in that light, all of us inside this tunnel should be in harmony and work as one to be able to walk the path, to be able to reach that light. Seeing the light at the end of a tunnel is a good positive sign, but reaching the light is a challenge we have to face positively and with perseverance. ADG from Switzerland, thank you. Thank you so much for your encouragement. Organizing and offering meditation sessions for free for peace is a very good idea, and hopefully we will all do it around our surroundings, our friends, our neighbors. We just be in peaceful meditation for the peace of the world. Because as we do this communal meditation, like togetherness, this will intensify the peace and the healing frequencies to all concerned to be able to manifest and achieve peacefully cohabitation. Thus will clear us our path for our spiritual evolution. Now, Miriam G, you have mentioned that, and I quote you, if we canceled all festivities as long as there is suffering in the world, we would never celebrate it. Probably I can explain it this way of how I felt. As yoga, from how I understand, means unity, as everyone says, and as understood. Therefore, unity is being one and or conjoined. Everyone is part of me as I am part of everyone, regardless of creed, regardless of race, educational hierarchy, status quo, etc., etc. So how can I celebrate or be festive when my arms and legs are hurting, my stomach is starving, my brothers and sisters suffering? I can though participate in a symposium, forums, or emotional, moral, supportive conferences to share knowledge, show compassion, and ways to overcome such tragedies by letting them know you share their sorrows. We share their sorrows. The least we could do. Using the right words to convey our true emotions is very important. Like example, we have beliefs, and from these beliefs, we create thoughts. From these thoughts, we have ideas. Then comes intention to share. Whatever that intention is, then we finally are able to speak, to manifest to the purpose of our intention, our ideas, our thoughts. Now, the purpose of our intentions depends. So now my question is, are we talking coherent to our beliefs? Is it like saying, oh, that color is black when we know, in fact, and believe it is gray? You understand what I'm trying to say? We have to manifest or utter what we really believe and what we have in our thoughts. From the heart, we should speak. Therefore, this is my idea. That's why I did not want to indulge in what is not really considered spiritual from my point of view. But then again, I came now to make a little change in my speech, not just only face yoga, but I am trying to do it more on the spiritual side. Gudrunji, thank you for encouraging me to share my thoughts. And my dear Swamiji, Amadjo Suryananda, thank you for your patience and understanding. Your support and encouragement is needed as always, so I am here present before you. Now, let me say I took the courage to speak first of all, to clarify face yoga. I know it's now all over the world in itself. It's not really yoga, what I heard rather plain exercise or gymnastics of the face muscles. Many are probably eager and expected my previous planned presentation of beauty and face yoga, so I will not disappoint you. I have with me, I told Gabriela to tell the participant, please prepare a few materials. I hope you had. I will do a little bit of exercises with you today. I have invented beauty, rejuvenating, and face yoga in the 1980s. Why I use the term yoga for something that one may think is not spiritual teaching, I will explain. I have been introduced to yoga in 1970, same time as I graduated from university as a Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, as previously pathologist, as previously mentioned. But since that time, I was more interested in yoga, spirituality, crystals, color therapy, homeopathy, naturopathy, etc., etc. But I decided to change my path from working in a hospital dealing with bacteria, diseases, etc., which I found very depressing and hygiene-wise threatens my then young babies. So I stopped working in the hospital at that time. I started studying yoga from a direct disciple of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh and went on through different channels, teachers Vivekananda for one. The beauty yoga founded this in 1980s, not just facial exercises, but I base it according to Swami Shivananda's 5 principles of yoga. Number 1 is the correct breathing, which for me, the basis of all 5 principles. I'm sure these pranayama techniques will be, excuse me to be interrupted, but my time is up to 3:15, I think, 4:15, is it?
Don't worry, 3:15. We have time.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Please.
Okay. Because the muscle tissues and blood circulation involved in any exercises, proper distribution of oxygen, as well as the elimination of toxins and carbon dioxide. That's why in my face yoga, there are proper breathing coinciding with all the exercises. It's not just facial exercising. We have proper breathing with a certain number of time and rhythm. The second one is correct diet and habits. In my students, I also guide them about diet, especially. I lead them to what is good for their particular consistency, like for example, what their blood type is, their genetics, according to their circadian rhythm, where they live, what do they do, their job. We have to select the food we eat according to what is for us digestible, according to our metabolic conditions, according to our physical and physiological build, etc., etc. And of course, like I said before, it's according to our genetics. A good healthy diet does not only mean the intake of, let's say, organic food, etc., etc., but it's very important to know that healthy diet includes the proper and the regular elimination. Without the regular and proper elimination of what we consume, we don't consider that as a proper nutrition or proper diet. So about habits, a lot of our students who call me, they want to study face yoga, beauty yoga. The first question I ask them, are you smoking? Because if they are smoking, I will not take them to the class, and I tell them, do not waste your money, because there will not be, you will not see a benefit from this if you smoke. When you stop smoke, then you call me again. I just said that. And also, I don't want to waste time on something that is not productive or somebody will not benefit from it. Otherwise, it will create negative effect, like the other effect. For example, more wrinkles, more sagging, because there is no proper distribution of oxygen. There's no proper elimination of toxins, etc., etc. The third one is correct exercise, the proper exercise. And this also involves the proper exercise of three important organs of our body. The lungs, for example, proper breathing. I teach them how to properly breathe. The spinal cord and the brain, which we get signals from all these exercises, from the muscles moving, the skeletal muscles, etc. And also another one is the digestive system. So in all together, I teach them how to eat, what not to eat, to breathe, how to breathe, and the exercise to activate the spinal and the nerve system. The fourth one is the proper relaxation. Physical, mental relaxation opens the door to our spiritual state. Yoga Nidra, as explained by André G. from France, yoga meditation, as we have experienced from respectable Masters Sukadev Ji and Elijah Ji. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very, very, very powerful. And the last principle, but not the least, is the positive thinking. For me, positive thinking and relaxation comes hand in hand. Positive thinking rewires the brain through neuroplasticity. It boosts the neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, while at the same time controlling the cortisol, which is the stress hormone. In other words, termed as the death hormone. This was further explained by respectable Vita Domarin. Thank you very much, our beloved Acharya Yogi Jadrankoji, the role of ahimsa, for example. Thank you so much for that sharing. Now, to reach the level of relaxation, the body and the mind works together to achieve a still mind. So we need to practice the other principles as a basis. For example, I just gave an example. For example, at the snap of a finger, can you hold your mental thoughts just blank? Can you do that? And the main question is, how long can you hold that stillness in your head? How long can you be still in your mind? This is the key to reach, to transcend to the meditation state. Now, basing on these 5 principles, I have formulated exercises to activate the fascia, the underlying tissues, the whole network of the body, which is the physiological level of the body that connects to the physical body, to the mental and the spiritual levels. That is the beauty of yoga. Beauty yoga? Now, what I have explained, is the beauty of yoga. So doing beauty, rejuvenating, and face yoga is a complete package that works 100% if done correctly. Now, for our practice, as time is very limited, we will not deal with the breathing, the nutrition part, but rather do the few exercises with the breathing and relaxation. First of all, let's activate the face by light massage of the face. Are we ready? Okay, first of all, the lymph node, the mammary gland, the lymph nodes we have to eliminate by massaging it toward the ear. You can use a stainless steel spoon, a silver spoon, a copper spoon is also good. You also use the gua sha, the stone gua sha. I'm here using a stainless steel gua sha. Use massages toward the ear several times as you wake up in the morning. You massage it toward the ear, at the back of the ear, going down, up, and going down this way, up, and going down this way. This one going up and down towards the heart, up and down towards the heart. This is how you detox the toxins and loosening the toxins accumulated in the lymph glands and its tracts. This is how we start the exercise. And now we should activate the vagal nerve to give proper signal during exercise with our middle finger, the right middle finger. We push the middle ear here. We push it. Push it. And then turn your head towards the left. Bend your head towards the right. Push the tongue to your upper palate. Feel that stretch in your neck, up to your chest, that stretch. Turn your head comfortably as much as you can without hurting yourself. And here, just do one coughing sound. Again, like this, okay? Now, let's do the other side. Again, the center of the ear, push with your middle finger, push it. Turn your head to the right. Lean your head backwards towards the left shoulder. Push the tongue to the upper palate. Feel the tension of the jaws towards the chest. Now turn your head comfortably, slowly, as much as you can, towards the back. Pushing the tongue to the upper palate. Now cough again. And then we go to the center. Is that clear? Now we start with our exercises. Anybody? Oh, by the way, you should, when exercising, you should always have a mirror in front of you, because sometimes, because of our face, it's asymmetric. This moves on a different way. So we have to see our face symmetrically doing the exercise. Okay. Now for the lips, for the muscles of the lips, the orbicular oris, it's like the muscles is doing like this, okay? We will do this. By the way, the exercises here, the basis of my exercise is the dumbbell effect. You know, when you go to the gym, you know, there's dumbbells and you do it constantly, you form a muscle here, right? The biceps. Why? Because it shortens. Now, this is the principle behind my exercises. But in the face, we cannot use the dumbbells. So we are going to use certain points for resistance. Okay, now we have the pencil. I suggest a pencil without the paint, toxic paint. You don't bite the pencil, but you put it between your lips with your feet folded inwards. And then try to roll the pencil forward and backward, forward and backward. When you pull it backwards, try to smile towards your ears like this. Forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, smile, forward, backward, smile, forward, backward, smile, forward, backward, smile. You see, you have the dumbbell effect there, and the muscle here are stretching like the bicep, and then what happens? They shorten. You see, it's like natural facelifting. I suggest you do this for the first time, like 20 times. Do it every other day. Don't do it every day. You don't want to tire the muscles of your face because they are very delicate. They're very thin and delicate. Do it every other day, 20 times at least, but you have to do it with breathing. Like I showed you the exercise. Now I'm going to teach you about the breathing. Inhale. Exhale when you go in. Inhale. Exhale. Smile. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Smile. You say inhale. Forward. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Smile. Inhale. Forward. Hold. Smile. No, hold. Exhale. Smile and hold. 20 times. Okay? Got it? The next one is the spoon. This is also for strengthening your muscles of the face. I'm not going to say the terms zygomaticus major, zygomaticus minor, masseter, etc., etc. You will not understand. So in lay language, just the muscles of the face. the tip of the spoon at the tip of your upper lip and the bottom lip further, like this. So with your lower jaw, you push the spoon upwards. Inhale, hold your breath. Exhale, down. Okay? Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Hold the breath. Exhale, down, relax. Inhale, up. Hold the breath. Exhale, down, relax. Do this 10 times only on an alternate days, not every day, okay? And see your progress. For what I advise you is take a selfie of yourself now before you start your exercise and see your progress every day. See what am I doing it correctly? Sometimes maybe it's out balance, so you can text me or send me a message, how come my face is not balanced? Ask me, I will try to correct that exercise. Now, for people who have wrinkles when they do this exercise, for example, I do this exercise and then you see some wrinkles forming here. Some people, they have deeper wrinkles. You don't want the wrinkles to be more deeper, so you use 2 more spoons like this. You understand? Because any wrinkle on your face that wrinkles, when you do the exercise, that wrinkle will become more deeper, and we don't want that. Okay? So now the last exercise we have is the balloon. This is very important, especially for doing teaching pranayama for people who do not know how to do the normal breathing, to introduce them to how to breathe properly. The balloon is a very, very good example, but be careful. If your students are smoking, make sure you don't force them to blow the balloon one shot like this. First of all, a size of an apple is enough. And ask them, how is your lungs? Do you feel okay? And then after 1 week, a size of a grapefruit. Okay, and he's still okay, he's doing good, like that. Don't do it in one shot, full blast, because then it will create a disaster for the lungs, because some people who are smoking, their lungs have calcified so much and it may crack. Okay, so this is the first exercise to just exercise the lungs as well as the facial muscle. Inhale from the mouth, exhale from the mouth to the balloon. Let's do it 5 times. Like this. As the students develop, you can increase more. And the real final exercise is to blow to blow the balloon 10 times at least, exercising at the same time the cheek muscles. I will do it for you 1 time. This is it. You let the air from the balloon expire inside your mouth, massaging the inner sides of your cheek. So you do this 3 times, one after in a series, and that's the end of your facial exercise. Of course, there are other more exercises for the forehead, for here, but we are limited for our time. I think I still have 10 minutes, Madhuji. Maybe I can share the double chin one. What do you think, Madhuji?
I think that you can show. I only want 5 minutes for show the video of your ashram at the end.
Oh, okay. For the people who have this double chin, I found this myself. If you have this like double chin like this, if you do it correctly, you have 1 week. It will be good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Push the tongue to your upper palate. Like this. Stick your chin out. And then lean your head backwards. Smile towards your ear. Inhale and hold. Hold that pose, pushing the tongue to the upper palate, pushing the smile towards the ear. At minimum 10 counts. You will feel the tension here. And then after that, go down and relax. Do this 5 times a day. And then tomorrow you don't do it. On the other day, you do it again. This is for this one. One more thing is this one. Sometimes we have the eyelids are falling down like this for this one. So it stays open all the time. I'll show you. The frontalis muscles are like this. So this part is the end of the frontalis. You put it on this side like this. Now lay the rest of your palm on the forehead without moving. Just lay it down there like this. And then looking down to your chest. I know you cannot see your chest, but look down as low as you can. Okay, inhale and push your eyebrow up and sideways. Continue looking down. Now try to close your upper lid and hold that space. Inhale and hold. Keep pushing the upper lid downwards, pushing your eyebrows upwards for a period of 10 seconds. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Do you see the difference? You immediately see a difference, especially if you do it with breathing. Okay, so my dear sisters and brothers, with your permission, I would like to end this discourse with a wonderful prayer shared with me by a dear friend. May I invite you with sincere intention to please join me. Let us close our eyes. Lord, before the world pulls at me today, I offer you this day, for I do not know what is coming, but you do. So I lay down my need to control and trust your hand over my life. Father, thank you for another morning I was never promised. Somebody closed their eyes last night and didn't open them today, but you chose to give me another day. I will not waste it on things and action that is not beneficial for me and all your creations. God, I have lived long enough to know that not every voice is yours and not every door is from you. Sharpen my spirit to know the difference. Give me the wisdom to follow only where you lead with your light and strength to walk away from the darkness. O divine spirit, before the pain is felt, before the worry creeps in, before the weight of the world settles on my shoulders, fill me with peace that nothing and no one can steal. Let me move through it today and each day unhurried, unshaken, and anchored in you, not because life is easy, but because you are with me. May you and your families benefit from this group prayer, and may our heartfelt intentions for peace reverberate through all universal existence. I remind you, don't just do yoga. Be yoga yourself. That is the beauty of yoga. Namaste.
Namaste, namaste to you, Madame Chabuk. Thank you for this prayer that is coming from your heart. I receive in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
now I want to show this video that gives some fantastic image of about your ashram.
Thank you so much.
Please, Claudio.
Namaste. I am talking to you from south of Turkey, a city called Alanya, from Sid Ashram Yoga Purification Camp. We are here in the mountain, Taurus Mountain, which is called the Minor Himalayas. It has the same energy of Himalaya mountain because it is coming from the same lineage. It took me 10 years to find this place. I was looking for a place to make an ashram for 10 years, from Bodrum up to Kash and Kalkan, those mountains for 10 years, but it happened to be that Alanya was the place. When I saw this place, I saw the mountains here behind me, It was a fantastic view. The feeling of this mountain was exactly the feeling I had in Nepal, in India, in the Himalaya mountains. So I said, that's the place. So we started here 20 years back, slowly to build the place. And luckily, and with the Almighty's help, it became to be a small, we call it mini ashram. We can accommodate right now 20, 25, up to maybe 30 people, and that is fine. So we do camps here on weekly basis, and sometimes foreign countries also, groups come with their own teachers. They do their own programs. We also allow that to be. Either we do our camps with our collective students from all around Turkey, or people come from abroad. They bring their own group and their own teachers, and they do their own camps. We are open to all the subjects, and we give these possibilities. Now, the subject here for me was to spread yoga in a classical spiritual form, which it is supposed to be, to make it a service to the society, that people start to understand, to seek who they are, and to seek their duty to the nature, to humanity, to feel their oneness, as we are all one in the universe. And the form of the yoga teach us, and it creates this emotion and the knowledge in us, which is awakening to the truth that everything is one. And yoga is a perfect system. It brings us to that level of understanding. And when this happens, yoga becomes yoga, and we become yoga ourselves. It's a great system for humanity. I recommend it to the whole world. Everyone should really practice yoga on daily basis, but they have to practice breathing, meditation, diet, positive thinking, and all the asanas, and etc. Of course, then they will get the benefits from real yoga. Asanas by themselves is not enough. It's good for physical body, but it doesn't affect much of the energy body and the mind. To control the mind and the emotion is the target of yoga, because when you can control the mind and emotion, we can become centered, we can take right decision, and we can come close to the truth. So this is our subject. We give here clean food because we have our own vegetables in the garden. We have our own Mediterranean fruit, all kind of fruit. It grows here. So that's what we serve. We serve all organic as much as we can, vegetarian food, vegetarian diet for the whole week. And Madame Lourdes, my wife, is doing the really great cooking. Everybody loves her cooking. And we do classes, classical, esoteric teaching, meditation, and we do share all the philosophy of yoga here. The person who comes here for 1 week, he will learn the yoga from the beginning, and as much as he can grab, he can get it to his life. When they leave from here, usually the students, they get a package of keys in their bag so they can return home, not forget what happened, say, oh, we had a nice week, but they rather get all the material, documents, and the knowledge they get from here, they experience in 1 week, and they continue in their own life. Then they can continue maybe 60, 70, 80% and keep their life in a healthy, peaceful, and they become in a waking state. This is our target of this Siddha Ashram Yoga Purification Camp, and we recommend it to whole world, to every brothers and sisters of the whole world society. You're welcome to Siddha Ashram Center. Namaste.
Madam Chabuk and Baba Nan, I think that you are fantastic and a spiritual person, and your ashram is totally same to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you to come
Thank you,
in
everyone.
Turkey?
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
He's coming to Turkey, say welcome.
Now I want to present next guest that is from Bulgaria. And I'm speaking about Krasimir, Logofetvo, Kashmir logo Fetov. So, Kashmir, I only want the people know who you are, so I pray our interpreter to tell some words about you.
Kazimir Lagofitov is the European Yoga Federation representative for Bulgaria. He is an experienced registered yoga teacher and the chairman of the Rishikesh Yoga Association, an organization dedicated to yoga training and promoting the role of yoga in personal development. His teaching expertise includes traditional, restorative, and therapeutic yoga. He is also an active member of the Bulgarian Association for Yoga and Yoga Therapy, where he helps organize specialized seminars in training courses and practical workshops. Kazimierji will lead a lecture titled The Yoga of Vision. Welcome.
Please,
thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for the invitation, for giving me the floor. I am just under the influence of the nice pictures from Sita Ashram, and I would like definitely to visit this place because it is charming and attractive, and my admirations to the hosts of Sita Ashram that they developed such a wonderful place. Can I ask for permission to share my presentation, please? I would like to share it on the screens, if it is possible.
Absolutely. Only
Thank you,
2
Mataji.
minutes, please. Okay. Please proceed. Share.
So is it on the screens now? Right?
Yes,
Can
yes,
you see?
right.
Yes,
Yeah.
perfect.
Very well, thank you. Okay. So let's start with, after these nice exercises for my face. Thanks, Madame Chebuk. It is feeling now rejuvenated and refreshed. Now let's go to the other vital organ, and it is the eyes. Yoga for vision is the topic, and starting the topic, we have to go into some core axioms. We must understand the philosophy. Eye health isn't isolated. It depends on your overall vitality. Most importantly, mental strain is the primary cause of poor sight. Everything that is good for the body is also good for the eyes. Exercises for the body have beneficial effect on the eyes, but the eyes are never satisfied with these exercises alone. They also need their own. Eye exercises have their full effect, that is, they strengthen and develop vision. Only if you do them systematically every day and several times during the day. It takes a lot of time to restore health, including eye health, but whoever wants to be healthy finds the time. Eye fatigue is one of the symptoms of general body fatigue. The eyes, like other organs, need rest. The ability of the eyes to work supposes their rest, and rest for them means mental relaxation, exercise, and sleep. Eyes are self-healing and self-restoring. All visual impairments are based on mental stress and overstrain. Perfect vision is achieved only through relaxation. Make relaxation balanced and joyful mood lifestyle a norm of you if you want to restore and have a healthy vision. Importance of vision. How many of us truly understand the role of our eyes in our daily life, and how many know what to do and how to keep them healthy? Unfortunately, the answer to this question is close to zero. Very few fully realize that among the impressions our senses receive from the external environment, visual ones are especially significant. Most of us abuse our eyes, giving them no rest, overstraining them and neglecting them, forgetting that our eyes work constantly while we are awake and that everything they perceive is transmitted to the brain for processing. If our eyes have lost their natural strength, it's only because you don't know how to prevent unwanted changes. But ignorance doesn't exempt you from destructive processing that are unfolding. According to yogis, there is only one way to combat time, daily, hourly cultivation of the body and the mind, guided by the spirit. To help your eyes, you need to take care of nutrition, circulation, muscle tone, and balanced outlook. Nature is on your side. We must remember that eyes are self-recovering and self-healing. This will give you enthusiasm and energy. Connection between the psyche and vision. Let's explain this by taking hunger as an example. You cannot decide whether to be hungry or not, but through the power of your imagination you can evoke this sensation by imaging or recalling a smell, for example, of freshly baked bread with butter melting on a slice still warm from the oven. To improve our vision, we must understand the mechanics. Let's examine the eye and how it works, so we can then understand how to care for our own eyes. The eye is located in the orbital cavity of the skull. Muscles that rotate the eyeball extend from the bones of the orbital cavity to outer surface of the spherical eyeball. Conjunctiva is a thin, translucent and highly vascularized mucous membrane that covers the front of the eye and the inner surface of the eyelids. Sclera is the dense white membrane which covers the outside of the eye, protects it from mechanical and chemical damage, as well as from penetration of foreign particles and microorganisms. At the front of the eye, this membrane transitions into transparent cornea, which, like a glass window, freely transmits rays of light. At the front of the eye, opposite the cornea, lays the iris, which can have a variety of colors from light blue to black. The cornea transmits light rays, which enter the eyeball through the pupil, an opening located in the center of the iris. Directly behind the pupil is the transparent crystalline lens, shaped like a biconvex lens and surrounded by ciliary muscle. After passing through the crystalline lens, light rays strike the inner, very thin layer of the eye, the retina. It consists of 8 layers, only one of which is believed to be associated with the perception of visual images. This layer is made up of light-receiving cells called visual receptors. The eye then is simply a light-receiving device, like a camera or a movie camera, which only our brain sees. The theory of accommodation. With age, we are told that the lens becomes less elastic. It still flattens well, but loses the ability to increase its curvature, as a result of which, in old age, a person becomes farsighted. And then when reading, writing, or doing manual work, he is forced to put glasses. Myopia, the opposite, is when a person cannot see beyond the nose, is caused by tension in the oblique muscles of the eye, which encircle the eyeball in the middle and compress it during the close work. Because these muscles cannot relax, the eyeball assumes the elongated shape, which prevents a clear image or distant objects from being focused on the retina. Accordingly, acquired hyperopia is caused by tension in the rectus muscles of the eye, leading to fluttering of the eyeball in the anterior-posterior axis and inability to focus a clear image or nearby objects on the retina. Astigmatism is caused by uneven tension in the ocular muscles, which lead to curvature of cornea and uneven refraction of light rays in the various meridians. Finally, strabism is caused by increased tension in one or more rectus muscles of the eye, causing the eye to deviate to one side or to the other. The reflection of our eye is not a constant state. It is very important that it is constantly changing. No pair of eyes has a constant and unchanging refractive error. Such visual impairments often spontaneously heal or even change shape. The form of the anomaly can change. Myopia and hyperopia merge into each other, and one form of astigmatism is replaced by another. When the eye examines an unfamiliar object, a refractive error always occurs. Anything a person finds interesting to see is optimal for the eye. Hidden reserves are activated and the person sees object normally. But as soon as interest wanes, or uncertainty or compulsion sets in, the object in question becomes hard to see. Physical or mental discomfort, such as pain, running nose, cough, fever, exposure to heat or cold, anxiety, anger, or depression, inevitably causes refractive errors in the normal eye, and in an eye where they already exist, these errors are exacerbated. Noise also causes vision impairment in normal eye. A sudden loud sound can cause vision loss, while familiar sounds do not. The importance of relaxation. We see primarily with our brains and only partially with our eyes. Vision is only 1/10 a physical process and 9/10 a mental process. Therefore, there is no doubt that there is a close connection between vision and the mind. The fact remains that when the mind is at rest, nothing can tire the eyes. When the mind is intense, however, nothing can give the eyes rest, because the eyes, more than any other organ, are the soul's instrument, and in them it's also reflected. Therefore, anything that rests the mind is also beneficial for the eyes and vice versa. Everyone has probably noticed that their eyes tire less when reading an interesting book, and that they tire almost immediately when reading a boring or difficult book. When the eyes look without effort, they relax and release tension. Blood flow flushes and removes various blockages and waste from the eyes' blood vessels. As a result, vision is restored. And after the theory, now let's go to the practice. The sun gazing. The sun is the greatest healer of all parts of the body, especially the eyes, which are designed to perceive and utilize light. The intensity of solar radiation varies with climate and time of the year. Learning solarization is perhaps the most important thing a person can do to improve weakened eyes. Sunlight is as essential for the eyes as a state of rest and relaxation. You can begin your day by exposing your closed eyes to the sun. Eyes should be closed. Immediately after exposure, you perform palming, which is a special technique. It will be explained on the next slide, and also was explained yesterday by Miss Zuzana Komjati in her presentation. Zuzana is from Hungary. So you should stop solarization as soon as you feel any discomfort. Little by little, but often, it is the key to do much in yoga. Can you solarize through the winter, let's say in the cold winter days? Yes, why not? Glass is not an obstacle. The sun maintains healthy eyes, and good condition strengthens weak ones, increasing their metabolism, thus cleansing them of toxins. The next technique is palming. It is one of the most effective ways to relax the eyes and simultaneously rest the mind. By blocking the light, we allow the optic nerve to rest completely. It is the most effective way to reach deep visual relaxation. This method was long being used in India, China and Tibet. It is called palming because it involves covering the closed eyes with the palms of both hands completely blocking the light. The fingers are crossed on the forehead. Palming is a highly effective method of vision healing. You have to put, let's say, left palm on left eye, a little bit cup the palm, put it there. After that, you cross the fingers in the forehead, also cup the right palm, and therefore allow some space inside for the eyes. The eyes must be closed and they should not be touched by the palms. Keep your eyes closed. Palming is a time of rest, and eyes rest best when gently closed. The less light reaches your eyes, the more relaxation you will achieve. Your hands also should be relaxed. And by changing solarization explained in the previous slide with palming explained here, let's say 3, 4, 5 times, you give perfect training to your eyes and as well restoration, relaxation and vision improvement. When this method achieves complete relaxation marked by the ability to see a perfectly black field, this relaxation is maintained even after opening the eyes. Vision improves for a long time. At the same time, eye pain, headaches, and even pain in other parts of the body disappear. Another technique is central fixation and blinking. The retina of the human eye has a point of maximum sensitivity. Every other part of the retina has less sensitivity proportional to its distance from this point. This point of maximum sensitivity is called fovea centralis. According to this structure, the eye, when vision is normal, sees one part of the object being viewed better than other parts of the object. And this is valid for a normal eye, proportional to their distance from the point of the best vision. The eye strives to simultaneously see a significant portion of its visual field equally well, only if its vision is imperfect. Such an attempt inevitably leads to severe strain on both the eyes and the mind. Anyone with near normal vision can easily verify this by attempting to see a noticeably sized area equally well at once. When vision deteriorates, regardless of the cause, the sensitivity of the fovea deteriorates equally, to the point that the eye sees equally or even better through other parts of the retina. Central fixation is proved useful for treating all sorts of inflammatory conditions, including inflammations of the cornea, conjunctiva, iris, various layers of the eyeball, and even the optic nerve itself. A healthy eye blinks frequently to evenly distribute the tears secreted by the lacrimal gland across the surface of the eyeball. Tears not only constantly moisten the cornea but also disinfect the eye, protecting it from germs and various airborne contaminants. Blinking also provides brief periods of rest for the retinal nerves, which are constantly working. Most of the diseases are caused by eye strain. Overstrained eye muscles impede blood circulation, hindering their nourishment and waste removal. If your work requires constant focusing on close objects, this can lead to eye strain. Healthy eyes are in constant motion. Blinking provides micro rests and keep the cornea lubricated. We must break the habit of the fixed stare. Should not be staring. Yogis provide some techniques to overcome eye problems. One of them is yogic cleansing breathing for the eyes. Most vision issues are compounded by oxygen deprivation. By using specific yogic breathing, we push oxygenated blood toward the head and eyes. One of them is this technique. You can take a full breath. After that, hold the air for a few seconds. After that, stretch your lips forward as if you were about to whistle in this way. But don't puff out your cheeks, don't do this. And after that, forcefully exhale the air through the hole in your lips in small bursts. Do short pause, and after that you can continue exhaling in small bursts, and repeat this until the air is expelled from your lungs. Remember to exhale forcefully through the hole in your lips. This exercise will be incredibly refreshing for a tired and exhausted person. Another exercise is in standing position, feet together, toes apart, arms along the body. Take full breath, retain your breath and inhale, do kumbhak. Close your eyes and bend forward so that your head is below the level of your heart. The knees can be slightly bent as per your comfort. The eyes remain closed. Stay in this position for count of 5, and in next times you can gradually increase as per the comfort the holding time up to 15 seconds. Calmly and closely after that you can go up to the starting position and slowly exhale completely. And after that you can do the yogic breath as explained in previous slide. Another one exercise is a combination of the first one. The first 3 steps are the same. From standing position, you inhale, you bend over, and after that you close eyes, but then starts the difference. You have to squeeze them as tightly as possible, then open them wide. While you are holding your breath in down position, open and close your eyes for 5 times, let's say counting from 10 to 15, 5 seconds. And after that you go up calmly, returning to the standing position, and exhale vigorously and completely. Make yogic cleansing breathing again. Other strain relief techniques that give eyes a break. You should blink regularly as it provides micro rest to the eyes, as we explained earlier. After that, another one technique is rinsing open eyes with cold water. This technique was explained yesterday by Susanna Komjat, and she explained that this could be done with a special dish for eye washing, but yogis provide a different approach. You can put clean water in a bowl, big bowl, and after that inhale, put your face into the bowl, holding the breath, and eyes widely open into the bowl. There is no damage for the eyes. After that, when you finish your air, you go up, exhale, and you can continue working without any rest. Another approach is eye massage with closed eyes. Another approach is stimulation with contrast action. You can put a ice cold dump, and after that remove it and put warm or hot cloth soaked with hot water. Another approach is inverted asanas and other poses that enhance blood circulation to the head and face. They are always beneficial. Another very important thing is to eat right. You have to have a proper diet, have to follow Mitahara, the yogic diet, and certainly exclude tobacco, alcohol, coffee, tea, refined sugar, and other dead and poisonous products. Yesterday, Zuzana from Hungary explained that mantras are also beneficial. She cited Mahamrityunjaya mantra, and also we can use some specific confirmations as mantras. Let's say for concentration, we can use these mantras. Myself is in my eyes. I am completely calm and undisturbed. My eyelids are completely calm and free. My look is calm, free and clear. And also for vision improvement, I look easily and see clearly and distinctly. The eyes see everything clearly and sharply. The fundus of the eye is pleasantly warm. The fundus of the eye is well supplied with blood. Blood washes the fundus of the eye well. Another techniques are provided by yoga scriptures. These are Brumadhya Drishti, eyebrow concentration in the eyebrow center. Techniques was explained yesterday as well. The sight should be aimed upward in the middle of the eyebrows, and we should hold this position, don't blink, and when feel tired, return to the starting position and blink. Nasagra Drishti is another technique when the focus of the eye is on the tip of the nose, which we hold as per our comfort with applying the principles prescribed above. Initially, we have to start with short exercises for 10-20 seconds and gradually increase this time until the eyes begin to water slightly. And finally, we should close the eyes and relax. Another technique provided by yoga is Tratak. This is one of the Shat Karmas, as was discussed already. Tratak is concentration to different objects. One of the approaches is candle. Flame. This exercise is usually performed in the evening after sunset in darkness or semi-darkness. Yesterday, Zuzana explained the technique. Also, this could be done in the flame reflection in the water, but before to do this, there should be enough practice in the real flame. After that, we could gaze reflection in the water. Yogis use this technique for dharana, concentration, to develop the ability to focus. However, the exercise has a very beneficial effect on the eyes and improves our sight. Another Tratak object is sun gazing. This exercise is performed in the early morning or evening when the sun touches the horizon. That is approximately half an hour after the sunrise, not later, or half an hour before the sunset, not earlier. Generally, yogis prefer to practice in the morning. Staring at the bright sun during the day is avoided. Or we have to do it with closed eyelids, as we discussed already for solarization. You can look not only at the sun itself, but at its reflection in the water of a pond, or a river or lake. It can be done at any time of the day, and you can do it if you live in a very deep valley surrounded by mountains. Then you don't have approach to the horizon, then you can look at the reflection of the sun in the water. Another object to do Tratak is moon. It is done in the same way as focusing your gaze on the sun. You can gaze for 3 to 5 minutes. Ideally, the moon should be at 45-degree angle to your eyes, as this will reduce the eye strain. But there is one important note that People with unstable nervous system should avoid focusing on the moon. Certainly, fixing one's gaze on stars, clouds, mountain peaks, sea, the beauty of the landscape also brings great benefit to the vision. Another approach for eyes healing is provided by yoga. This is pranayama, asana, bandha, full yogic breath, Sukhpurvat, Ujjayi, Kapalabhati, Vastrika are selected from pranayama. From asana, beneficial are Surya Namaskar, Viparita Karani, Sarvangasana, Matsyasana, Panasana, Dhanurasana, Paschimottanasana, Bhujangasana, Virabhadrasana, Ushtrasana, Trikonasana, Balasana, Garudasana, Shirshasana, Uddiyana Bandha from Bandhis and Nauli as well. Yesterday, Susanna explained this approach, another type of exercises. It is time rotation in a circle, and we can add it for making the figure 8 by our eyes. We can do it with the open eyes first, and after that with closed eyes. Another exercises, they were explained in detail yesterday. I'm not going to stop long on this. These are vertical and horizontal shifts of the sign, diagonal stretches, and different other rotations, movements. So you can open your imagination and do whatever is good for you. Another approach is exercise for the focus. This group includes the most important exercises, those that strengthen the orbicularis oculi, the rectus and oblique muscles surrounding the eyeball, and thus maintain the elasticity of the eyeball and lens. Let's say you can use your finger. You gaze on your finger, move it closer to your eyes, then away in the same, but now with other fingers you can move left and right and follow the finger. The same from right to left 10 times. You can change the distance by looking at the tip of your nose and after that into the space, and other combinations that you can imagine for near and far focus. What are the general strengthening approach? You can open eyes very wide and look like that without blinking. You can do the same movement, but now relaxing your cheeks without straining or blinking. Look straight ahead and try to clearly see the object with eye closed. Massage eyelids by gently stroking them with finger and middle, by index and middle finger. With eyes closed, gently place the tips of index, middle ring, and small finger on your eyeballs and feel how prana moves from your fingers to your eyes as you exhale. Some practical guidelines. How long should we do this exercise? Answer is until correct visual habits become subconscious, then your eyes will be able to perform their duties automatically because they will be in a relaxed state. Start, let's say, by 10 minutes twice daily, and then you continue as per your comfort and your health condition. Never practice to the point of pain. Consistency is the key for the success. Often those who delight and amaze everyone with their memorable, powerful, and exceptionally beautiful faces reveal only large, expressive, and radiant eyes, while the face features are usually regular. Thus, using the example of the eyes, we can once again be convinced that the reason for a person's true external beauty is his internal spiritual beauty. Thank you very much for the attention. Swamiji, thank you very much for the floor, and I wish all the best. Namaste.
Please close your images so you can follow.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
you.
Krasimir. Thank you for your lecture. And now we proceed.
Okay, I would like to introduce the next guest because the next guest is Mahamandaleshwar Swami Suryananda Sarasvati Yogacharya Amadio Bianchi. Amadio Bianchi is the president and founding member of the European Yoga Federation and the founder of the World Yoga and Ayurveda community. He serves as the president of the World Movement for Yoga and Ayurveda and the International School of Yoga and Ayurveda, Centro Yoga Surya. Additionally, he is the vice president of the International Yoga Confederation of New Delhi, a founding member of the European Ayurveda Association and an advisor to United Consciousness Global. He is also a member of the Global Council of Hindu Leaders and the National Coordinator for Italy of the Hindu Acharya Sabha. In January 2014, during a major international conference in Dubai, he was officially awarded the title of Ambassador of Yoga and Ayurveda. His extensive work spans across Italy, India, Greece, France, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Croatia, Portugal, Argentina, Romania, Poland, Brazil, Bulgaria, Germany, the USA, and Slovakia. A frequent keynote speaker at global congresses, his numerous books on yoga and Ayurveda are widely used in schools and associations worldwide. Swami Suryananda will now give us a lecture. The title is Yoga for Modern Pathologies, Identification and Memory.
Thank you, thank you. It's a curious situation here, you that you speak about me, but okay, it's good. So I prefer to speak in Italian, it's more easy for me. And please, Giulia, you help me and translate.
Ok.
Io penso che la natura ci ha donato tanti strumenti per, io penso, aiutarci.
I think that nature gave us many different instruments for to help us.
E a volte siamo noi stessi a fare cattivo uso di questi strumenti e l'effetto è che si rivolgono contro di noi.
But sometimes we ourselves made bad use of those instruments, and that fires back to us.
A volte, cioè, o meglio, noi abbiamo questa capacità di concentrazione, di focalizzazione, a volte diventa identificazione quando facciamo cattivo uso di questa capacità.
For example, we have the capacity of concentration and focusing, and sometimes these instruments, if we're not using them the right way, becomes identification.
Ora vi faccio alcuni esempi per farvi capire quando facciamo un cattivo uso della capacità di concentrazione e focalizzazione, e questo cattivo uso io lo chiamo identificazione.
Now he will give us some examples of this bad use of concentration and focalization. That type of bad use, he calls it identification.
Per esempio, nella vita quotidiana di tutti i giorni, a volte capitano delle cose che ci fanno scoprire, per esempio, il cattivo uso di questi strumenti.
Sometimes in everyday life, we experience something that really show us that bad, wrong use of instruments.
Spesso ci capita, per esempio, tutti guidiamo la macchina, di fermarci a un semaforo.
For example, sometimes when we drive a car, we need to stop at the stoplights
Perché il semaforo è diventato rosso.
because the light turned red.
Quindi io e la persona che viaggia su un'altra macchina vicino a me, entrambi stiamo guardando il semaforo.
And we stop, and maybe me and the person next to me stops and look at the red light.
Io guardo questa persona che sta guardando il semaforo, ma il semaforo diventa verde.
I watch the people that is looking to the stoplight, and the light from red turns to green.
Per curiosità mi fermo vicino a lui per cercare di capire questo processo del perché lui sta guardando il semaforo verde ma non lo vede.
And I see that he is still looking at the light, and I take the time to wonder why he is still looking and doesn't really see that the light became green.
Dopo un po' comprendo.
But after a while, I understand.
Lui è concentrato sui suoi pensieri.
He is focused on his own thoughts.
Si è identificato nei suoi pensieri.
He identified himself in his own thoughts.
E per questo motivo è assente dal presente.
And that's why he is absent from the present.
Questo è un cattivo uso della capacità di concentrazione, di focalizzazione e identificazione.
This is one bad use of our own ability of concentration and focalization.
Ora vi porto per esempio in una sala cinematografica
Another example, we are in a movie theater
dove si sta proiettando un film dell'horror
and there's a horror movie going on.
e mi rendo conto entrando che gli spettatori sono identificati nelle immagini terribili che stanno passando.
As I enter, I notice that the audience is self-identified in the picture, in the images that they are seeing.
E questo è un altro cattivo uso di concentrazione.
This is another bad example of bad use of concentration.
Se la persona facesse da spettatore agli spettatori,
If a person became the spectator of the spectators
e spettatore delle immagini che si
and
stiamo
the
proiettando,
spectator of the images that are shown,
capirebbe meglio che l'unica realtà di quella situazione è che sta osservando la mente malata di un regista, per esempio.
he would understand that concentration at the moment is a self-identification in another person's mind, maybe also a sick mind of the director of that movie, for example.
E questo è troppo importante.
And this is very important.
Ecco, lo yoga ha degli esercizi stupendi per risvegliare la capacità di essere spettatori, sakshin, come si dice in sanscrito.
And yoga teaches us exercise specifically for reawaken the capacity of become spectator and sakshin.
Sakshin is a
Sakshin
word, a
is
Sanskrit
the
word
Sanskrit word for
that means a
this
spectator.
spectator condition that you can awaken in yourself.
Quindi la capacità di focalizzazione va, e focalizzazione, concentrazione, va educata per scegliere dove indirizzare questa qualità.
So your own ability of concentrate must be used and direct towards ability to make choices and to discern.
E in generale lo yoga sceglie ciò che è più reale per potersi concentrare.
And with yoga, you choose what is real, and you choose to concentrate you choose to concentrate on what's real.
E diciamo la sua vera identità, il suo vero, la sua vera, come posso dirvi, realtà con la R maiuscola.
Yoga teaches us to concentrate the true identity on the reality with a capital R.
Questa realtà che lui ritiene eterna, che è il suo sé.
The eternal reality that is the true self.
Ok. E quindi lo yogi, quando è molto abile, ha la capacità di mantenersi concentrato sul suo sé.
And when you are really true and able yogi, you can focus on your true self.
In effetti il resto è tutto impermanente, per esempio il corpo non è il suo corpo, ma ce l'ha, come direbbe un avvocato, incomodato d'uso.
For example, everything else, everything that is not the true self is not permanent. For example, our body is just
come se l'avessimo in affitto.
It's just for rent. It's like we are renting our body. It's not truly our.
Ma in effetti la maggior parte delle cose che noi riteniamo realtà non sono veramente reali, sono passeggere. Il telefono, la macchina, non posso dire il mio corpo perché non mi appartiene, il mio corpo appartiene alla natura.
Many of the things we see as real are in fact just impermanent things. They are not meant to stay, like cars and money, and also our body, because our body belongs to nature. We are just borrowing it.
Ok? E spesso noi diciamo mia moglie.
We often say phrases like my wife.
Mia.
But she's not mine.
Quando io muoio non è che me la porto con me.
When I will die, I will not take her with me.
Insomma, tutto questo per comprendere che giustamente lo yogi dà importanza all'unica cosa che ritiene permanente e reale, si concentra e in questo caso si identifica nell'unica realtà che è il suo sé.
And through yoga, we learn to give importance to what is permanent and what is real, our true self.
Ora, dato che il mio intervento riguardava identificazioni e poi una cosa che mi interessa molto ultimamente, un altro strumento che posso usare bene o male è la memoria.
My lecture is about identification, and another instrument, another ability that we can use wisely or we can use badly, which is memory.
La natura mi ha regalato questo strumento, la memoria, perché la mia esperienza, che ha un grande valore, stesse presente in me.
Nature gave me memory, this wonderful gift, so that every experience can stay with me, could stay with me and become part of me.
anche questo strumento, come tutti gli altri, devo imparare a capirlo e usarlo correttamente.
But this gift, I also have to learn how to use correctly.
Devo fare azioni buone che costruiscono una memoria buona, una memoria corretta. L'uso corretto di una memoria è questo.
I need to do good things to create good memories. This is the correct and healthy use of memory.
Anche qui vi posso fare qualche esempio di una memoria che mi sono costruito scorrettamente.
Now I will give you an example of a badly built memory.
Quando una persona comprende veramente nel profondo che il fumo gli fa male,
When someone understands deeply that smoking is dangerous for himself,
decide di smettere.
he decided to quit.
A partire da quel momento la sua mente sarà piena di una memoria di fumo.
But starting from that moment, his mind will be filled with smoking memories.
Bisogna capire queste cose,
We have to understand that,
perché così saremo molto attenti nelle nostre azioni.
so that we will be especially careful with our actions.
Sì. Vedete, ritorno un po' sul fumo. È è una cosa davvero complicata smettere di fumare. A volte dura anni questo impegno.
It's very hard to quit smoking. Sometimes it's a process that takes years.
O vi faccio un altro esempio che vi farà sorridere, ma che vivo ogni volta che porto un gruppo in India.
Now I will give you another example, maybe a funny one that comes out sometimes when I take people to India.
Per esempio, esiste, soprattutto sto parlando di un gruppo italiano che viene in India con me, un gruppo di italiani.
I am talking about a group of Italian people who came in India with me.
C'è un giorno, nella durata del nostro viaggio,
One day during our trip,
che io chiamo il giorno degli spaghetti.
it's I like to call it the spaghetti day.
Logicamente le persone che io accompagno italiane non sono tanto abituate al cibo indiano, piccante, diverso da loro.
Many Italian people are not used to different type of food, often a very spicy type of food.
E arriva questo giorno che io ritengo curioso, che è molto divertente, in cui io leggo negli occhi delle persone il desiderio degli spaghetti.
And every time we come to a day when I can read in the eyes of the Italian people the desire for spaghetti.
Vedete il perché devo fare delle azioni sane e costruire una memoria sana. Non è detto che gli spaghetti siano adatti e facciano bene a tutti.
That's why we need to build healthy memories through healthy actions, and spaghetti are not good for everybody.
E l'ultima cosa di cattiva memoria che voglio farvi presente dal momento che a volte mi occupo di curare le persone.
Another example of bad memory is taken from my experience of helping people to get better, like in their health.
Tutti sapete benissimo che quando una persona viene operata di cancro,
As you know, when a person receive cancer surgery,
devono passare almeno 5 anni per essere sicuri che la memoria del cancro che sta nel corpo non costruisca una recidiva.
They have to wait 5 years to be sure that the cancer memory is no longer in the body because that could make the cancer grow again.
Allora, tutto questo per dirvi, cerchiamo di costruire azioni corrette e sane.
So let's try to build correct and healthy actions.
Perché queste nostre azioni creino una memoria che ci tenga ferma nei nostri propositi sani e nella salute.
So that those actions will build memories that keeps us on the right path, on our purpose, on our true purpose.
Mi ripeto qualche volta, sono innamorato della parola salute in sanscrito.
I am really in love with the Sanskrit word for health.
Salute in sanscrito è swasta.
The word is swasta.
Letteralmente, se la traduco, significa essere nel proprio sé.
And swasta literally means to be in one's self, in one's true self.
Vivere essendo totalmente in contatto col proprio sé.
To live being completely in connection with our true self.
Grazie per avermi ascoltato.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Ora ho il piacere di invitarvi a guardare un video che io ritengo molto, molto bello nelle sue immagini e molto artistico.
And now I invite you to watch this video that I think is a wonderful one for the images and for its
Prego
theory.
Claudio di metterlo in onda. Grazie. It's not a case that I passed this wonderful video because the next guests are the founder of yoga trekking. They do yoga in the middle of the nature. I am speaking about Daniela Laudani and Fulvio Colombi.
I will give you some information about Daniela Laudani. Daniela G has been a dedicated Hatha Yoga teacher since 2008. Her extensive training spans across India and Europe, including deep immersions in Ashtanga Yoga in Mysore, yoga therapy in Mumbai, and the study of yoga and Ayurveda in Kerala. She also studied Zen meditation with a Sri Lankan community and specialized in mantra chanting in Rishikesh and Sydney. Throughout her career, she has refined her practice with renowned masters such as Jadranko Miklec, Antonio Nuzzo, Willy van Lisbeth, and Mark Stephens. Her international experience includes working with Yoga Works in South Africa, focusing on integrating yoga into corporate environments. Currently, she's a staff member at the Centro Yoga Surya, Yoga Ayurveda and Yoga Therapy, led by Amadio Bianchi. In 2020, she further bridged tradition with science by completing a level 2 postgraduate master's degree in mindfulness, practice clinics and neuroscience at the Faculty of Psychology of La Sapienza University in Rome. Her lecture is by the title Deep Breathing in Asanas.
Ma aspetta un attimo perché voglio dare anche qualche notizia, perché vedremo nel video anche Fulvio Colombi. Fulvio Colombi è un appassionato di mare, un apneista.
Okay, but we want to give you some information also about Fulvio Colombi that will participate in the video that you're about to see. He practice
Apnea.
apnea. In English is apnea?
Yes.
Okay. Apnea.
International.
And he's an international apnea teacher.
So he's one great expert
He
of
is a
breath,
great expert of breath,
of course.
breathing.
E lui ha fatto molti filmati sottomarini.
He filmed many videos underwater.
That they are wonderful. Julia, really, I saw some video fantastic. And this video, they made me discover another world that is under the water. So please, we can start now.
Namaste.
Namaste.
We are Daniela and Fulvio and Cora. We have a community which is called Yoga Trekking, and we live and we practice in Sardinia, in the south of the island, which is a wonderful place where you can have all the shalas in nature that you can dream of. Today we are inside because the weather outside is not so good, and we would like to talk about the practice and show you what we teach to our students when they are not so able to do a complete yoga practice. Let's start thinking about then nature, the concept of nature. We yogis sometimes ways, oh no, I'm vegetarian, so we are supposed to respect the yama ahimsa. But actually, we believe that ahimsa is more deep than only to not hurt someone or only not to eat meat. Ahimsa is a way of living in the environment, so it's a way to not hurt the planet, to not make any war against us and against the others. It's somehow a kind of deep ecology, not only the superficial respect of the environment, but a respect that comes from within us. Having said that, we have classes with different kind of students. And the first point that is the problem for them is I feel pain. It's very common. I feel pain in my back, I feel pain in my neck or in my knees. And we believe that this is let's say, just an examination of how we practice ahimsa, because when your body hurts, you can do, let's say, only two things. You can run away, but from your pain, it's very difficult to run away. You can use chemical support, but at the end, the pain is not there, it's only under the mask. After maybe 1-2 hours or after half a day, the pain will come. And the second is to accept it, which is not so easy as just to say, let's accept your pain. But you can breathe. The deeper you breathe, the more you can enter in yourself. And the more you calm yourself, the more the body releases the tensions. And sometimes only by breathing, the perception of the pain decreases. Usually when we do a yoga sequence, we suggest to the students to stop and to stay in the breathing, to maintain the breathing in the asanas. So this is what we will do today. But before I leave the words to Fulvio that will talk about just breathing, how it is.
Namaste. I spend all my life working with my breathing. I am a free diver, and so for this reason I use my breathing very deep, because usually I go under the water and go very deep. So this situation gives me very relaxed and calm. Everybody knows that yoga is the main teaching of the breath. And so I start to study and to do exercise about that. What do we suggest for our class? We suggest to focus deeply in the breathing during the asana. And the first things that I usually try to explain is to have a good posture. Many people, when they come to the class, have the shoulder closed and they have no enough expansion of the thorax. So I started to say, everybody, please put well your spine and open your shoulder. Natural breathing of human being is short. So we breathe and debrief in very easy way, but we can go deeper and higher. And so I say to everybody, when you are in a asana, the main point you have to focusing about the big breathing. So when you practice and you have a little pain or maybe more pain, you have to breathe very, very slowly and very, very high and very, very down. But I have to give you another suggestion that little bit changed my practice, is how to use your stroke. Usually we don't use our stroke because the modern human being don't use the smell and the nose is there. But we can have many muscle. We have many muscle in the nose. And so what I suggest, when you are in a position and you have big breathing, inhaling and exhaling. You have to open well your stroke, like if you are smelling a nice perfume of a flower. So, like that, like an aborigine, like a primitive human being, you have to open well. And if you're focusing about this in a normal way, you will you can feel that the breathing go more higher and more deeper inside the mind. And this is, I think that it's a good way for try to keep calm the pain. Daniela now teach us a little practice, and I try to keep the breathing high and down very, very deeply, and open well my stroke.
Well, let's take our positions. Fulvio will demonstrate and I will show the positions on one chair. Well, this is not a regular chair, but sometimes the students cannot sit because the pain is too high. So, of course, they can sit on one chair. And the positions will be more controlled and, of course, slower, but the breathing will happen. And this is what we need at the end of the pain. So, let's take a comfortable seat. And the first recommendation is that we apply ahimsa also in breathing. So there is absolutely no restrictions, no limitations. So you can inhale and exhale as long as you can, but never force. Just respect the way you can breathe. Extend as much as you can, as much as you feel comfortable. The second is to insert a calming breathing. We know that in yoga, pranayama has a deeper energetic value and meanings, a lot of meanings. But at the beginning, for the students, the simplest is the best. So we don't start with a lot of explanation, just simply breathing. And the first is Ujjayi breathing. So now Fulvio is performing simply Ujjayi breathing with inhalation and exhalation with a sort of grasping in your throat. Of course, he's making more noise in order to be recorded in a very good way. The fact of breathing in Ujjayi is a way of reconnection with the body, and coming back to the pain, to the feeling of pain. When you feel pain, you feel your body like something that is hurting you, you don't like it, you don't like pain, and because the pain comes from your body, you don't like your body. So starting with Ujjayi breathing is a way of listening the body, like, oh, my body is breathing, maybe it's able to do also something that I can like, not only disturbing me in my pain. When you breathe, mainly in Ujjayi, you can hear your breathing, and this is something that is precious because you are in connection with your body, and you can do it also on a chair. Then you can put your hands beyond your back and grab your arms. This way your thorax is more open, and you can inhale going up a little bit, not too much, and exhale going down, still in Ujjayi, and put an extension in your cervical spine, just like the way you like it, not too much. It's not necessary to go up, 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 and to go down, down, down. While Fulvio will continue with this practice, we would like to share with you a consideration. Nowadays, yoga is becoming like a gym. The difference is becoming so subtle, and so everybody is doing a lot of exercises, calling that yoga, showing acrobatic positions, and we believe that the way to go back to the tradition is to restart with simply breathing. Start from the beginning. So let's start with Ujjayi. Let's say that Fulvio is already done with that, even seated on the floor, even seated on a chair. Let's put the hand on your knees and let's start with very long breathing exercise. All the time with breathing. So, starting from here, inhale, bring your arms up. Exhale, put your arms down. And again, inhale your arms up. And exhale down. Let's do this for 6 times. I know it looks very simple, but you have only to breathe. Sometimes for people it's the pain is in the shoulder, so you can do only one, for example, or simply breathe. And we do this for 6 times. The next position will be a very simple flow, a very simple sequence or vinyasa. Inhale, come up with your arms. Exhale, interlace your fingers and go up. Exhale, here. Inhale, go a little more deeper. Exhale, come down. Hands on your knees. And again, inhale, come up. Exhale, extend the more you can. Inhale, come also up. And exhale, down very slowly. So you start opening more the shoulder, the back, and you can continue for other 6 times. Inhale up, interlace your fingers and extend a little bit more. Inhale again up and exhale, come down. And again, this can be also performed with torsions. So extend again, inhale up, and when you exhale, the left hand is going to your right knee and the right hand beyond your back. And let's do here 3, 4, or 6. Fully breath. In this way, with your hand that is towards your right shoulder, you feel the breathing in a stable position. we have to recognize that in yoga, the heart is the breathing. And a lot of postures are torsions, side, extension. And this is really very important for all the transversal muscle chains that we have in our body. Inhale, come up, up, up. And let's exhale on the other side. So right hand on your left knee, left hand beyond your back, and turn towards your left shoulder and stay there and breathe deeply there. With these simple postures that you can do also in your office if you like, you start feeling more calm, and the breathing, as we know, is linked with the heart rate, so the heart is feeling as well better. And then we can come up again, up, and we exhale, putting our hands on our knees. And now let's come to your hands and your knees. And let's start with Vyagrasana. So the hands are under the shoulders. And inhale, come up like a cat. And exhale, look down. Again, here we have Ujjayi breathing. And again, very slowly. With this posture, we start a very, very simple sequence that will focus mainly on breathing and on the movement of the back. Once performed 6 breathing, let's alternate. Inhale here and exhale in Vajrasana. So let's come, sit down, exhale here, inhale, come up, exhale, come down. This is something that a lot of people can do, a lot of students. Sometimes there are people that have high blood pressure or they don't feel comfortable in Adho Mukha Svanasana. So once we start with this simple movement, we invite these students to stay in this simplicity with the minimalism. I call it yoga minimalism because you don't need to do a lot of things. So if someone is okay with that, let's continue with that movement. Otherwise, we inhale in Vyagrasana, but then we go into Adho Mukha Svanasana. So we come up. Respecting the body, we do not need to force the position again. And inhale again in your knees and your hand. Exhale, sit down or your heel. Exhale. So this is a sequence that is acceptable. And again, inhale and then exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Inhale, put down your knees. Exhale completely in Vajrasana. And we do this for 6 times. This kind of repetitions is very helpful because you need to stay focused on the way you move. You have to respect the different steps of the movement. And of course there are limitations if you feel pain, but you start moving your body in a way that you feel good for yourself, not comparing yourself with the others. Once we have done 6 times, we can invite the students to lie on his belly and to lie down.
Sorry.
And they can stay in Ardha Bhujangasana like that, not moving anything, just relaxing the feet, relaxing the back, and return to the normal breathing. Or they can put the hands under the shoulders, like Buddha is doing, and then using the muscles of the back if they can, otherwise using the hands. Let's start breathing. Inhale up and exhale down. Let's imagine that our student is able to do this. And we want something more. We want the student to concentrate on a special moment, on a special asana. In this way, we are concentrating on the opening more the chest and stimulating the lower back chakras. So we can, if we think that this is the moment and if the student is okay with that, we can ask to come up and stay in the position for 6 complete breaths. So 6 times inhalation, stay there, exhale, inhale, exhale, using Ujjayi so that you can feel and listen and count your breathing. There is no movement and you enjoy the pleasure of the asana. This is the step forward. Inhale and exhale. And I can imagine that our student is already not tired but okay with that. So let's lay down and come on your back and hug your knees to your chest. This movement is an excellent way to, and of course can be performed by himself, for people that are very in discomfort in the class, because you inhale and create a distance between your legs and your stomach, and you exhale and you press. And the opening of the knees can be different the way you have your belly. There are some people that have big belly, they can open the knees, otherwise they can push towards. Of course, the way you push is up to you, but you breathe, and this is the most important thing. And you feel the breathing because the legs are pushing on your belly. If you look at Folio's face, you can see that he is really relaxing now. After having performed 6, stay with your knees folded. Put your feet one toward each other. Put your feet on the floor and let your knees open by themselves. Arms open. And let's stay there for 6 other breaths. This posture is a very calming one and can be of course done or not done depending on what is painful. Sometimes it can be performed with a cushion or a block under your back, But this is a passive way to opening the hips, and if you open more your arms, it's a way of opening the area of your arms. And these 2 points are lymphatic, very important points where there are some kind of a traffic jam. When we are stressed, when we want to do a lot of things, it's like we feel constriction and the lymph cannot go towards this point. Let's imagine that we have traffic lights here and here, and we cannot move properly. And if we do not move, and this is what happens with the pain, if we don't move, the body block more and more, and we feel always more and more stiff. This is why it's important to move a little bit, but to move. And then again, let's hug the knees towards the chest. Bring one cushion and put the cushion between your knees. We spoke about the torsions. Of course, we can do without the cushions, but if we put it between our knees, the position that we are going to take is going to preserve our back. So let's open your arms and turn with your knees toward the right and your head toward the left. And here we can really apply a deep breathing. The body is already prepared. With this position, the stomach, the belly is free, and the diaphragm can move up and down. We sometimes feel that our student thinks, my belly is moving, so I'm breathing. Actually, the belly is not breathing, we know. It's the diaphragm that is moving. And in this position, the thorax is open, the belly is free, and the diaphragm has a lot of space for its movement. We know that diaphragm is a muscle, and the more he is active, the more we are able to breathe properly. In this position, after 6 breaths, we come back to the center and we go to the other side. If the student is sitting in a position like me sitting, of course the torsion can be that one and the other side. But if you can do it on the floor, of course it's much more better for your spine, because you are preserving your spine for any stress. The 6th breathing will apply also to this position, and once Fulvio will be done, he can turn from one side and very slowly come and sit on the mat and extend his legs. What we are going to do now is solo un momento. Only one is better.
But not for my spine, you know. Everybody have to check his body, and I am stiff. Also, if I practice yoga, because before I was totally blocked. Now I am a little bit stiff, but I need to sit comfortable.
You can bend your knees if you feel the legs are straight.
Okay.
Inhale, come up. Exhale, come down. Down as much as you can. I will show you on a chair. You can stay here with your back straight. Inhale, come up. Exhale, come down. And again, we do this 6 times. Of course, if you are very flexible, you can flex totally. But because we are talking about students that have pain problems, just go down as much as you can. But in case of problems, try to stay with your back preserved, not too much, because the back doesn't like to be stressed. And then come up, and then come down. This will be done for 6 long, deep breathing. Inhale up, extend down. And again, inhale up, come down. We are preparing our body for the last position of this sequence. Inhale, come up. This is the last time. You come down, stay down, and stay in this position for 6 long breathing. And this is the way we call this lesson deep breathing in asanas. Because when you prepare an asana and you know that you can do this, you do not have to run away from the asana. In each asana there is a deep work on yourself. And if you run away from an asana because you want to do another one, you are really applying the capitalist system to the yoga mat. Because if you are in an asana, you must stay there, live the asana, breathe the asana, and stay in the moment. And only once you have catched what the asana in this moment of your practice can tell to you, can communicate to you, only after that you can go out. So inhale, come up, exhale, come down. And then cross your legs, sit on the mat.
Ja, preso l'altra. She take my pillow.
And then sit in a comfortable position with your hands on your knees and close your eyes and start thinking about your inner garden. Each of us has an inner garden, and we are the only owners of that. We cannot say that, oh, my mother, oh, my father, they have made mistakes that ruin my garden. No, 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 no. Not my husband, not my daughter, not my dog. I am the only owner of my garden, and I can decide what to let go and what to throw away. And how can we take care of our garden? It's springtime, everybody knows that you can water the plants that you like. So in that moment, at the end of such an easy practice, the suggestion is also very simple. Let's water in our garden 2 important flowers. The first one is the flowers of gratitude, because we have so much and we must be grateful for what we have. And the second one is equanimity, the feeling that what we have is enough for us, and we hope that also other people in the world should have what we have. Not everything for me. The heart is a big mother, and she has to feed all the daughter, all the sons, all the human beings. So let's put our palms together in Namaste Mudra. Let's think with gratitude and generosity about this moment. Let's take the breath. Inhale and exhale. And with the simplicity of just breathing. Breathe happiness. And we invite you to be happy. Om Shanti.
Thank you. When I will be in presence in Sardinia, I come to you, hug you, Daniela and Fulvio. I love you. So now we have another video that come from Mongolia, Mongolian Association. As I told you, Mongolia is the last one nation entering European Yoga Federation. And now we propose this video entitled is Role of Yoga in Arterial Hypertension.
I will give you some information about our next guest. Her name is Tsetsege Yadamba, a professor, cardiovascular surgeon, radiologist, and yoga therapist from Mongolia. She's a researcher with over 50 years of clinical and academic experience, specializing in cardiovascular surgery, diagnostic ultrasound, and evidence-based yoga therapy. She has published over 200 scientific contributions, holds multiple patents, and currently directs Chijin Hospital in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Her recent research explores the role of individualized yoga protocols in managing arterial hypertension, showing significant systolic blood pressure reduction in early-stage patients. You can find more information about Professor Yadamba and the hospital online, but now let's see the contribution she has sent.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tsuke. I'm from Mongolia. I'm member of Mongolian Yoga Federation, also yoga teacher of Sikchung Hospital, Mongolia. Today, I'm going to introduce role of yoga therapy in arterial hypertension. According to the WHO, approximately 1.4 billion adults will have hypertension worldwide in 2024. This is one of the main risk factors for stroke, ischemic heart disease, chronic kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. Recent updates by European Society of Cardiology and Society of Hypertension have introduced a revised blood pressure classification that emphasizes early risk factors. In addition to common risk factors of arterial hypertension, Mongolia's location at an altitude of approximately 1,580 meters above sea level, which is a distinctive factor that contributes to the risk of high blood pressure. Cardiovascular disease is leading cause of death among the population of our country, accounting for 50% of all diseases. Yoga is another health practice that improves blood pressure control. Complementary therapies such as yoga have been shown to have positive effect on mental and physical health. The potential of gentle restorative yoga as treatment option for people with hypertension is important in promotion, prevention, and treatment of hypertension and helps maintain blood pressure within normal limits. Slow breathing exercises are effective in lowering blood pressure and are recommended as first-line therapy for hypertensive patients in those with hypertension who are at low risk of discontinuation of medication. This study aimed to investigate the effect of yoga therapy on patients with different stages of arterial hypertension. Between July and October 2025, total 80 participants aged 35 to 70 years old people were recruited from patients receiving outpatient care at Sikchung Hospital using random sampling method. The cohort comprises 30 control subjects and 50 patients diagnosed with arterial hypertension. All participants voluntarily consented to participate and agreed to undergo clinical yoga intervention. So I have divided my participants into 3 groups. A control group, and second, individual with high normal blood pressure and grade 1 hypertension, and third, individuals with grade 2nd to 3rd level hypertension. During the preliminary phase, the third group was excluded due to limited sample size, advanced age, and restricted physical mobility among participants. However, individuals with grade 2nd to 3rd level hypertension were enrolled to subsequent study, which is currently ongoing. Arterial blood pressure was measured using standard clinical sphygmomanometer, and electrocardiographic assessment were conducted using 6-channel clinical electrodiagram. According to the clinical protocol, participants performed yoga exercise on site lesson for 60 minutes each morning until their blood pressure was reduced by 50% and then continued to intervention online. Participants were advised to continue taking the antihypertensive medication under the supervision of a physician throughout the study. If blood pressure decreased by no less than 50%, the dose of antihypertensive medication was reduced by 50%. Once blood pressure is reached to target level and stabilized, medication treatment was discontinued. Participants were then instructed to follow an additional evening program as non-pharmacological treatment strategy. This program consisted of 5 to 7 minutes of cooling pranayama, followed by 10 to 20 minutes of mindfulness meditation to be performed daily at 8 p.m. The result was pretty amazing, and a total 80 of them, 30 control subjects and 50 patients with hypertension were included in the study, 8 males and 72 females. Among the hypertensive patients, 2 had high normal blood pressure, 28 had grade 1 hypertension, 9 had grade 2, and 1 had grade 3 hypertension. Patients with stage 2 and 3 hypertension were excluded from study due to their inability to practice in-person yoga sessions. The age of participants in Group 1 was 46.7 years, and BMI of them was 27.9. And systolic blood pressure of 151.3, and participants continued their prescribed antihypertensive medications and attended yoga, pranayama, and meditation sessions on site lessons and conducted in person each morning for 2 weeks, followed by 16 days of online sessions. 1 month after the initiation of program, SBP decreased to 132.4. Consequently, the dosage of antihypertensive medication was reduced by 50%, and additional evening online sessions were introduced, including cooling pranayama for 5 to 7 minutes and meditation for 15 minutes at 8 p.m. daily. Blood pressure decreased variably among individuals and reached stage normal levels by second month. At this stage, antihypertensive medications were completely discontinued. The program was continued for additional months, with blood pressure measured every 2 weeks, showing further improvement. Participants were advised to continue to exercise at home under supervision of their family physician. No dynamic changes were observed on cardiogram findings. So what we have done during the therapy is first gentle yoga postures. It has 8 asanas. As you can see, Tadasana, Uttanasana, Ardha Chandrasana, Ardha Chakrasana, Vajrasana, Bhujangasana, Sarvabhavasana, Shavasana. For second pranayama, for on-site class, Nadi Shuddhi Shitali. For online class, Chandra Bidana Shitkari. And third, meditation class, Bhavana Yogendra Laya at 8 p.m. daily. So gentle yoga postures, as you can see from the picture, Bhujangasana and Vajrasana, Andhra Chandrasana, Uttanasana, Tadasana, Chandra Pidana, Nadi Shuddhi, inhale and exhalation. And in the end, cooling pranayama, which played major role to decrease blood pressure. Also, in the end, we perform savasana every end of the therapy session. So the conclusion is, first, in the early stage of arterial hypertension, antihypertensive medications may be combined with yoga with potential under medical supervision to gradually reduce or discontinue the use of blood pressure and lowering drugs. Second, therefore, further large-scale studies have required to validate these findings to establish standardized clinical guidelines. So thank you for all your attention to listening my lecture from Mongolia. I'm very grateful that I'm participating this online conference by myself. And here is my reference if you need. Thank you for
to Tetsegi Yadamba or Jadamba, that is from Mongolian Yoga Federation. Now I have another guest that is an artist. We have him in presence. I am speaking about our Jacopo Pacifico. It is connected with us. And now I want to, before, explain who Jacopo Pacifico is. So I invite Giulia to tell some words about him.
Jacopo Pacifico is an Italian Bansuri flautist and performer dedicated to North Indian Hindustani classical music in the Mayar Gharana tradition. Alongside his artistic activity, he has an academic background in ethnomusicology focused on Hindustani music, performance practice, raga structure, and improvisation. He completed a diploma in extra-European musical tradition at the Conservatory of Vicenza and graduated summa cum laude, and a master's degree in ethnomusicology at the University of Bologna. His formative period in India began in Varanasi in 2011, including a 4-year stay at the studies and at Banaras Hindu University. He attended the Diploma in Music program focused on Bansuri and Hindustani classical music. And after that, he continued learning through the Vrindavan Gurukul tradition from Mumbai and Bhubaneswar. And he studied with great teachers such as Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasia, Pandit Rakesh Chaurasia, and Samir Rao, and Dibopriya Chatterjee. He studied through retreats both in Italy and multiple times in India. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Very great master, Jacopo. Before that start our little interview, 10 minutes of interview, I want to pass one little video about you, about your music.
Thanks a lot.
Jacopo.
Ciao.
Parlerò con te in italiano, però tu dammi le risposte in inglese. Abbiamo l'interprete che tradurrà le mie domande e tu rispondi in inglese, va bene?
Ok.
La mia
Perfect.
curiosità è come ti sei avvicinato a questo mondo della musica indiana?
So the first question is, how did you come close to this particular Indian music tradition?
So actually, my first encounter with India was through meditation. So I was a young guy around 22, and I got involved in the meditation techniques and the world around it. And I decided at 23 to leave Italy and visit India for the first time. And once there, I had the chance to meet Pandit Chaurasia Prasad, who is now my Guruji, the best Bansuri player in India, actually. He is now 87 years old. And he has had a very long career all over the world. So I had the privilege to watch him play a concert in Pune in 1999. And after that, I came back home and I started my studies at the conservatory, and then I went through piano classes and silver flute classes and composition and this and that. And after many years, I thought about that flute that this artist was playing, and I said, okay, I think I've been searching for a whole of my life. What's my instrument? What's my music? And I went back there to this beautiful sound and meditative approach to music. Actually, that's what I was missing at that time.
In which city are you living in Italy?
I'm living on the hillside of Reggio Emilia in the north of Italy. It's a very special place. Canossa is a famous village because a queen was living here 1,000 years ago. And so it's very magic. Actually, Indian music, Indian classical music, brings you back to your natural state, natural mood. And somehow you start appreciating more real nature around you, and then that's what you're looking for all the time. So that's why I moved here.
How was your first meeting with Hariprasad Chaurasia, that is an artist that I appreciate so much? And I know that sometimes masters don't accept people or pupil if they are not able to to have a quality of the music.
So my first class with Guruji was in Italy. Yeah. Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay.
I hear you. Proceed.
So he would visit Italy for retreats almost every year in the early 2000s. He was already teaching at the Conservatory of Rotterdam, and he had already been around the world and in the United States where he was performing and teaching. And so I started as a real foreigner in a foreign country. So let's say he is actually very sweet to foreigners because he knows well that we start from zero, underground. So he's very sweet with us. And then when I moved to India, there I started the real training. So that it got serious. He would stop me after one note. If this note was not correct, he would say, okay, next one. And he would turn his head to my colleague, student besides me. So that was the real training. And that's why I love him too much, because he really, he pushes you to do, to be the best you can be all the time.
And Jacopo, I want to tell one thing. There was a yoga festival in Milan. I don't know if you participate sometime.
Yeah,
There was not yoga festival, but was Indian festival. All the culture present, music, dance. We was responsible of this great event. So when we invite or direction invite Hariprasad Chaurasia in Milan, and the people who was present told me, go to pick up to the airport Hariprasad Chaurasia with the taxi because you are the only person that can speak about India. So I went with a great pleasure, great emotion, because only till this moment I only hearing and love the music. So I was so impressed. This was my history with this great big artist. Jacopo, we are so happy that we are here. You know that this is a symposium of European Yoga Federation. Many nations are present here. We are in 25 nations. So in future, I want to invite you, give some performance. This important event is the most important of European Yoga Federation. We do one each year. Okay, I want to invite you the next edition. And I thank you so much for your presence, because we have a friend, no? Common friend, for example, Tablis, for example, Massimiliano that is in Sardinia.
Yes.
Many friends in common. I thank you so much to be present with us. I send you a big hug and a way to give you in person this hug.
Thanks a
Okay?
lot. It was my
Thank you so
pleasure.
much.
It was my
Thank you so
pleasure.
much.
You're
Namaste,
welcome.
Jacopo.
Namaste.
See you again.
Take care. Thanks a lot.
Bye, bye. Ora abbiamo un personaggio.
Now we have another great guest, a real character.
Real great guest that I appreciate. This guest too, I appreciate so much because I have one part of my life unit with this person that is Amy Blasio, a really great yoga master and master of philosophy and Indian culture. Okay, so please, I invite Claudio to pass the video of Amy Blasio.
Okay, sorry.
Mhm. Sorry, because
Sorry.
before before Amy Blasio there is Xavier. Sorry, Xavier, please. Sorry me, because I had a program in my hand, but I don't read. I do in memory, so I do this mistake. Please, Javier, before you start, I invite Julia to give some news about Javier. That is, he has a curriculum, very big curriculum.
Yes. Javier Ortiz Cabrejos comes from Peru. He started practicing yoga asanas at a very early stage. And today he's a teacher of transcendental meditation and the president of the Maharishi's Institute of Vedic Science and Technology of Peru. He holds a postgraduate degree in Vedic architecture from the Maharishi European Research University in the Netherlands and India, and has a postgraduate degree in architecture and sustainable urbanism from the University of Salamanca in Spain. As a speaker on human development issues, he has lectured at universities and institutions in more than 30 countries. He has developed educational projects introducing meditation and yoga in university and schools in Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. He led a project started in 1998, teaching transcendental meditation, Siddhi and yogasanas in more than 85 schools in Peru, where these techniques have been taught to more than 65,000 students. Javier G is also a poet and has always been related to the experience of the self since his young age. In 1998, he received the World Medal of Merit from the Maharishi University of Management in the Netherlands from Maharishi Mahesh Yogi himself for his work creating meditation coherence group in Peruvian school. In the same year, he received at the Ricardo Palma University of Peru, awarded him the 30th anniversary medal for being an outstanding alumnus and a reference person for the university community. As a researcher, he has inspired and authored papers published at the Journal of Indian Psychology, Journal of Latinos and Education, Journal Education from Catholic University from Peru, and others.
Javier, I consider you a friend of us because frequently you are present in our events. So for that, I pray you, sorry me for this mistake, the announce the person that come after you. So now start with your lecture.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. I am very happy to participate again in this wonderful symposium, BeYoga Beyond, from the European Yoga Federation. And I feel honored to be invited by you and in this moment to share some insights with all the people that is connected with us in all the world. So I will share now my screen to speak about this area about yoga, samadhi, and self-realization. Yoga is part of Vedic science, and Vedic science comes from a long line of teachers in the Vedic Guru Parampara. From this line, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, that is my master, he has a particular view of Vedic science we call Maharshi's Vedic science, that is actually Vedic science from the point of view of consciousness. Maharshi have organized Vedic science in 40 different aspects in which Rig Ved, that is the main Ved, the principal Ved, is the first impulse of pure consciousness, and from the self-referral activity of consciousness in the state of Samhita, there is created three areas that is the knower, known, and knowing, that are called Rishi, Devata, and Chandas. These three aspects of Vedic science give a particular birth to the different areas in the developing of consciousness, and these areas they give specific areas also to different aspects of Vedic science. In the area of chandas, we have the Upaveda that corresponds to yoga, as we see here. That is one of the 40 aspects of Vedic science that starts in Atma, that is the self, and expresses in the cosmic self as Brahman. Yoga, then, is one of the structuring dynamics of Rig Ved. It highlights the unifying quality involved in structuring Rig Ved. With reference to consciousness, yoga comprises the laws of nature that are engaged in the quality of chandas, the object of observation, which hides the dynamism of devata and the witnessing quality of rishi within the samhita unity level of consciousness. So as the unifying quality of pure intelligence, we find that yoga is the expression of this unifying quality of consciousness, and yoga expresses itself in the human physiology in the association fibers of the central cortex. So every area of these 40 aspects of Vedic science are expressed also in one area of our physiology, and our physiology is the expression of the whole knowledge, the whole Vedic knowledge. Yoga is derived from the Sanskrit root yuj, that means union, to place together. Yuj also means to achieve something extraordinary. So Maharshi's yoga is yoga of consciousness, in which, in the words of Maharishi, yoga means unity. This means to live the unified totality in the field of diversity. In Maharshi's words, union is yoga. When the mind is united with the self, that is the state of yoga. Union is the union of the individuality with cosmic unboundedness. This one is the union. This one is the real union. And Maharshi continue explaining that samadhi is the beginning and not the end of yoga. Usually we think that samadhi is just the last step in a long way in which we have to work a lot to reach this state of samadhi. Now we will have some definitions from the yoga coming from the Ved that support this idea that Maharshi is sharing with us. From the Rig Ved, in the first mandala, Sukta 18, and verse 7, we find that Rishi Metatiti is saying, through the yoga of thought, of unified thought, dhinam, the perfect sage obtain unity, enlightenment of their consciousness, and reach the realization of totality from which all knowledge flows. Actually, this is the one of the first mentionings of the word yoga in the Vedas, no? Specifically in Rig Ved. Maharishi Vasishta, one of the great sages of the Vedic ages, in the Yoga Vasishta, he said, Sri Vasishta said in the book 6, verse 13, the state of yoga or union consists of being outside of the ocean of samsara or Rama. In this state, the fluctuations of consciousness are in rest. No? So he is Maharishi Vasishta is saying that the state of yoga, the yoga is an state in which the fluctuations of consciousness, the fluctuations of our mind are completely silent. Maharishi Vedavyasa continues in some of his commentaries about this idea. In his Yoga Sutra Bhashya, commenting the first sutra of Patanjali in the Yoga Sutras, Maharishi Vedavyasa says, Yoga Samadhi. Yoga is Samadhi. And he continues, Yoga is Samadhi. It is the state in which consciousness is observed to permeate all the states. That is what Maharishi Vedavyasa says in his commentary of the first sutra of Patanjali. Vedavyasa is also the author of all the Puranas. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam, one of the Mahapuranas, he said, Parohi yogo manasaha samadhihi. That means supreme, transcendental yoga is when the mind is in samadhi, no? And of yoga, happiness is not possible, says Maharishi Vedavyasa in this sentence of the Mahabharata. And in the Ahirbundya Samhita, it says, Sam yogo yoga ityuktu jivatma paramatmano. Yoga is the union of jivatma and paramatma. Yoga is the union of individual consciousness and supreme consciousness. And Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, that is one portion of the Mahabharata authored by Vedavyasa, says some very important words about yoga and samadhi. In the chapter 2, verse 48, Lord Krishna says, Yoga sthakuru karmani, firmly established in the state of yoga, in the self, perform action. So that state of yoga is a state to be lived by everyone. And just living in the state of yoga, in the state of samadhi, you can start to perform action. And he continues, Sam advam yoga uchyate. When the mind is in balance, in equilibrium, that state is called yoga. And in the verse 50, in the same chapter, Lord Krishna continues saying, one who is with his intellect is united can get rid of both good and bad reactions in this life itself. Be in the state of yoga, which is the art of doing any action skillfully established in full consciousness. So Lord Krishna is advising to first reach the state of yoga, reach the state of samadhi. And from there, you can start to perform action. And if you do action since this yoga state, all your actions will be completely with the support of natural law. And Lord Krishna continues in the chapter 5, verse 6, where he said, Yoga yukto munir brahma na chirenati gacchati, which means the sage who is established in the state of yoga acquires unity consciousness, Brahman consciousness without delay. Supreme happiness, continues Lord Krishna in the chapter 6, verse 27, dawns in the yogi whose mind is settled in the peace of transcendental state. Bhagavan Sri Adi Shankaracharya, in some of his comments, says about this. The sage of yoga knows that yoga is the result of the union of the individual and the supreme being, unity consciousness produced by the cessation of the activities of the sense and the mind. This is said by Shankara in his commentary of the Vishnu Sahasranama Stotram, verse 8. And in his commentary of the Taittiriya Upanishad, he said, Yoga Yukti Samadhanam, which means yoga is union, yoga is samadhi, the state of absolute balance and unity of mind. And in the Yoga Darshanam, in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, Maharishi Patanjali, in his famous text of the Yoga Sutras, speaks about this Ashtanga Yoga and the different areas of yoga. Maharshi Mahesh Yogi says about Ashtanga Yoga, the members of a body all grow together simultaneously. If one member grows, the other grows as well. All 8 members grow, and they keep growing and growing and growing until each one has reached its full size and the body has fully developed. So all these areas as yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi are not steps to reach the state of samadhi, as Maharshi said, the beginning, saying that samadhi is the beginning and not the end of yoga. But all the 8 limbs grows together simultaneously when the person starts to have the experience of yoga, the experience of samadhi. And then all these different areas grows together simultaneously. In the Yoga Sutra, number 2 of the first chapter, Patanjali says, Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha, which means the fluctuations of consciousness reside in the silent state of awareness, the state that's called yoga. So, according with Maharshi Patanjali, yoga is that state in which all the vrittis, that are the fluctuations of consciousness, that is chitta, in a natural way are rested, no, are in silence. So it's not effort that we have to do to reach the state of yoga. Naturally, we can reach that state of yoga if we allow the mind through meditation to become silent, and that should not be a struggle on or with the thoughts or with the active mind. We have just to allow the mind to go from the active states, in which the vrittis are fluctuating, and allow the mind to become silent in a natural way. And in the third sutra of the first chapter, Patanjali said, it is then that the one who sees observes his own nature, which is the form of being, established in the self, in the state of self-reference, in his own state. And Patanjali in the chapter 3, in the Vibhuti-pada, in the second sutra, he says, meditation is the continuous flow of perception towards pure consciousness. Then comes the Samadhi-pada, that is actually the first chapter of the Yoga Sutras. And in the third sutra of the third chapter, Patanjali defines samadhi. And he says, samadhi is when pure consciousness is attained, when the object of perception ceases to be perceived in its form and is perceived only as pure consciousness. But samadhi is not just the first expression used in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. It was used in the Maitreya Upanishad a long time before than in the Yoga Sutras. And in the 6th chapter, in the 18th verse, is used for first time the word samadhi. And he defines 6 limbs of yoga, and one of these limbs of yoga is samadhi. And he says that samadhi is the one beholds the golden colored Brahman. The seer, abandoning his merits and sins, reduce everything to unity in the supreme, indestructible, pure consciousness, the self. Who know this, know Brahman. And again, what Mahesh Yogi says, samadhi is the beginning and not the end of yoga. So the experience of silence of the mind should be the first step in yoga. And Maharshi explained, it was understood that the practice of yoga began with yama, niyama, the secular virtues, and so on, when in reality it's shown it should be the begin with samadhi. Samadhi cannot be acquired through the practice of yama and niyama. Mastery of the virtues can only be acquired through the repeat experience of samadhi. When minds reach the transcendental area, even momentarily, even vaguely, even for a brief instant, that's where yoga begins, says Maharshi. This is the beginning of yoga, when one begins transcendental meditation, This is where yoga begins. In the Nishamhota Rata Paniya Upanishad says, in its it is peace, happiness, and bliss. It is outside duality, completely unified. In this fourth state, this state is Atma, the being. It is the state that must be known. And in Sanskrit, Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtyam Manyate Saatma Vigyeyaha. No? Chaturtyam, the fourth state, that state of transcendence is the state of Shivam Shantam Advaitam, the state that is beyond duality, the state that gives perfect peace and perfect bliss. So where is this fourth state of consciousness? It's not dreaming, it's not waking, it's not sleeping. Dr. Levine diagrams shows that in this transcendental consciousness, there are not thoughts, but awareness is waking up. And for that is completely different that dreaming, sleeping, or waking state of consciousness. The three relative states of consciousness exist and run through their continuous and ever-changing alternation, which occurs in the basis of the fourth state of consciousness that underlies them all, according with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. So in this graphic, we see how waking, sleep, and dreaming states of consciousness, the three relative states of consciousness, are moving in the bed of transcendental consciousness, the state of samadhi, the fourth state. That junction point that comes when you change from one state of consciousness to another is a state of samadhi, no, is chatur yam, no, is the fourth state of consciousness. And here we see some graphics, electroencephalographic graphics, in which in the left area, we see how this currents comes in the moment of, in the junction point between sleeping and dreaming, or between waking state and dreaming. And in the right side, we find how this currents that comes specifically in alpha currents in the brain is multiplied in the state of meditation during the practice of transcendental meditation. The time spent in this junction point, in this state of samadhi, is about 20 times longer in the practice of transcendental meditation than in waking, dreaming, or sleeping. The description of the main experience of transcendence of samadhi by Travis and Persson, two neuroscientists, are absence of perception of space, absence of the perception of the body, absence of the perception of time, peace, and limitless happiness. In the state of Kevalam Kumbhakam, as is described as a natural and spontaneous suspension of breathing corresponding to samadhi, we find that these specific moments of natural suspension of breathing occurs in a natural way in long periods during the practice of transcendental meditation. And the coherence in the brain also multiplies. We see that in a person practicing transcendental meditation during 4 months, the coherence in the brain is increasing during meditation, but when he is in a waking state of consciousness, the function of the brain continues the same. After a few years of practice of transcendental meditation, we can see that the different expressions of the currents of the brain that occurs before only during meditation are occurring during the waking state of consciousness, which means that this fourth state of consciousness is being stabilized during activity, and the person is acquiring a new state of consciousness. So we have the three relative states of consciousness as sleeping, dreaming, and waking, and the transcendental consciousness and state of samadhi. And when samadhi becomes stable, then comes the other three states of consciousness, higher states of consciousness as cosmic consciousness, God consciousness, and unity consciousness. Patanjali in his Yoga Sutras says in the chapter 3, verse 55, that when the intellect becomes as pure as transcendent self, the Purusha, the state of absolute unity, enlightenment, or Kaivalya is obtained. This means that the state of samadhi becomes stable during the whole life of the person, during the 24 hours. And this state is called Kaivalya, or the state of enlightenment, by Patanjali. And he finalized his Yoga Sutra in the chapter 4, verse 34, in which he said, established in the self, beyond the activity of the gunas, beyond the superficial play of nature, going back to their original state, reabsorbed in his own nature, what remains is Kaivalya. Kaivalya is unity consciousness, the state of enlightenment. Then the infinite power of pure consciousness is permanently established in the life of the person, and that is the state of self-realization. In the Yoga Sutras also, Patanjali says this very important sutra, Tat Sanidau Bhairat Yaga. That is very important in this moment in the history of the world. He said, in the vicinity of yoga, the experience of transcendental consciousness, the unified field, hostile, conflicting tendencies are eliminated. Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, based in what Patanjali says in this sutra, has proposed the creation of currents groups. Currents groups means the 1% of a population practicing together transcendental meditation on the square root of 1% of the population practicing the advanced techniques, the CD techniques. That effect is the reduced of regional conflicts and the down of world peace. We see here how through these group practices, the hostile acts diminish in the societies, in the countries. So when we practice the state of yoga together, the state of samadhi together through meditation, that current that occurs in the brain and in the consciousness of the person that is in that state multiplies in the society and brings peace for the world. And we see here an experiment done in Washington during 8 weeks, in which started 600 people practicing the meditation CD program together. And at the end, after 2 months, there were around 3,600 people. And the crime rate in Washington decreases almost till 25%. So there is a direct connection between individual consciousness and social consciousness, the collective consciousness. So we all, the people that are in yoga, every time when we practice yoga and when we do samadhi, we are creating world peace. In the Shiva Samhita, is saying when the yogi thought remaining in lotus position can lift up in the air and leave the ground, then know that he has gained Vayu Siddhi, which destroy the darkness of the world. So this practice of meditation, the Siddhi meditation, is destroy the darkness, the ignorance, and the violence in the world. So using these techniques in this moment of war, in this moment of violence in the world is something that we all should do. And we are doing that in our country through the groups of meditation in the schools. We have by now 90 schools and more than 75,000 students meditating in different schools in Cusco, in Puno, and all the students, no, since from 10 years old, they are meditating and practicing TMCD together to create world peace. Thank you very much for your time, dear Swamiji, and to Yoga Federation for this opportunity to share these words.
Please close your presentation. And thank you so much, Xavier. It's a great pleasure all the time to hear you and have you with us. See you next time. Thank you so much.
Namaste.
And the video of Emiblisio was now, I repeat, I esteem Emiblisio so much because she's a Greek master. Now please see the video, but before, as usual, I asked to Julia read some information about Emiblisio, and then we follow the video.
Emiblisio is a Yoga Paripurna teacher and a Universal Peace Federation ambassador for peace, recognized by the United Nations. She holds a laurea honoris causa and serves as an advisor to Techno India University in Kolkata. She is the creator of Mythica India and the spirituality symposium Rays of a Unique Light. As a spiritual guide, she leads the Suryanagara ashram and holds several prestigious positions, including president of the World Community of Indian Culture and Traditional Disciplines and key roles within the official Italian Yoga Federation and the International Yoga Confederation in Delhi. She is a founder and ambassador of the European Yoga Federation and the World Movement for Yoga and Ayurveda. Honored with the Firoz Gandhi Simplicity Award 2010 at the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial in Delhi, she is also a patron of the Indo-European Chamber of Small and Medium Enterprises. In Milan, she serves as a Citta Mondo counselor and head of the Rights and Equal Opportunities Commission. Her mission is to preserve the essence and origins of the yoga discipline through respect and dedicated advocacy. We will now see her lecture. The title is Aditi in Pre-Vedic Origins, the Proto-Hinduism.
Please see the video.
Namaste. A different point of view. I am Emiblisio Gayatri Devi from Italy. My interest in yoga began from the kind inviting by Gerald Britz in Switzerland. There I met a great Swami as Chidananda, Sachidananda, Satyananda, Muttananda, and other precious masters, including science researchers as Teres Bross and Margherita Hack. A world had opened up to me, and I received my name, Gayatri Devi, by Bharat Bhushan Mishra of Shanti Kunja Ashram, India, and then the title of Swami in Delhi, Pandit in Mumbai, and Yogacharini in Chennai. After that, in Delhi, I was very honored to receive the spiritual name Mahamandaleshwar. I was moved when they told me I was the first woman to receive this honor, which had always been reserved only for men. With a special ceremony, I received my honorary doctorate in literature from the Techno India University in Kolkata, West Bengal. Yoga is a great discipline, the fruit of millennia of history. From this reason, I felt the need to share the knowledge of this initial journey. These details help us understand how fundamental this discipline is and why it has spread in all the world. And now, for BeYoga Beyond, I received one of the most fascinating enigmas that describe the origin of this great science. The present always has roots in the past and imagination in the future. Not much reveals these mysteries. In fact, they often become more complicated if we don't allow them to enter and nourish our mind, where often hide space, but which also offer enchanting space even. Apparently looks like unknown. In fact, I always have been attracted from non-explanation instead than great explanation, which were deeply personalized. For this reason, I encourage the most curious student to go deeper into the many aspects of yoga, which we just need to know how to recognize them. In reality, the meaning of life is already inside us. Human beings love cataloging, perhaps to use mind, our memory, or our history in reality. There are a lot of perspective for reaching knowledge of the truth, which is one, and what is considered polytheism does not exist. But it has provided a solid foundation for sustaining the mind. I know you think it's a strange point of view, and you don't realize that a manifestation of divinity is different precisely because it is us who are different and who see things differently. It's our personal tools that make the difference. We're all the same. What we have always considered multiplicity is simply an unrealistic and wrong approach. Maybe it's very difficult to understand what I mean. For millennia, we have conceived of life as we see it and think about it, but the truth can change things. Imagine fishing boats equipped with sonar. If a boat finds a bank of fish, it has no precise idea of how many fish are in the bank. And only when all the other boats arrive in a circle around the bank, they will be possible to determine the exact number of fish in the water. The same thing happens in the mind of people who see only a part and think it is the whole. The student that approaches this great and splendid culture, built over millennia, can define the approach to the different aspects of full entire Hindu pantheon, still classified today as polytheism. The meaning of life is within us, and it is up to us to open the door. And I wanted to know more. We researched and we learned a lot along the many paths toward the knowledge. There are many paths that reflect the meaning of our personal journey. Everyone has their own path where they feel comfortable and find their own truth. No doubt you will ask, but is this a different truth? No, but it's the right one for each of us, personalized. Have you ever asked why Indians have so many forms of the divine? And why is this called polytheism? Let me give you an example. Adharma means something that is not right. And for Indians, dharma means justice, or what is right. So too with Aditi, the name means limitless, infinite, boundless, from the Sanskrit undivided, unbounded. She is the one who has no limits or boundaries, or who is without constraints. Aditi, not limited. Symbolically, this name identifies the aspect of the infinite and this freedom for any limitation or characteristic of material existence. Therefore, Aditi is free from any constraint or bond. She is the one who gives life. Teaching students often limited their mind, and their approach to this great and splendid culture built over millennia was characterized by a dogmatic and rigid attitude. The Indian reality, however, is not. Even in translation, one could perceive the constant close-off mind that defined the approach to the various aspects of the full Hindu pantheon, still classified today as polytheism. The meaning of life lies with us, and it's up to us to open the door. and I wanted to know. I searched, I learned a lot, which often allowed me to go beyond a simple information, along many paths toward knowledge. There are many paths that reflect the meaning of our personal journey. Everyone has their own path, where they feel comfortable and find their own truth. You all can ask, but is it a different truth? No, it's the right one for each of us, personalized. Have you ever wondered why Indians have so many forms of the divine, and why is this called polytheism? Indian reality, however, is not. It is monistic, like the main and diverse spiritual tradition. And in my opinion, I believe that all religious paths on the planet are monistic, even if there are many ways to understand them. They are the paths of diversity, of our diversity. Even Christianity, which is called monistic, is represented in so many different ways. The journey is long and old, and sometimes we understand that the real is often unreal, and vice versa, that the unreal is real. Because if we know it, it means it exists. I'll try to be as clear and short as possible. After this fascinating story, let's try to go back in old time. From the beginning of history to the Proto-Hinduism, which is said to represent the most ancient origin of Indian spirituality. And here we find a little known and at first glance contradictory aspect. In the most ancient Vedic religion, Aditi and the Hiranyagarbha, the cosmic egg, are spoken of and mentioned. Aditi is the one of the most important original female, but she is often presented in a superficial, almost simple way. I consider her the foundation for understanding the meaning of all Indian culture. And now, and not just Indian culture, there are also other point of view different. Diti, not negation, diti, limit, bond. I'll give you an example. Dharma means something that is not right. And for Indians, Dharma means very right thing. So, too with Aditi, the name means limitless, infinite, boundless. From the Sanskrit unbound, she who was she who has no limits, who is without constraints. Symbolically, this name identifies the aspect of the infinite and its freedom from any limitation or characteristic of material existence. It is she who gives life to everything. Aditi is the light. Let's analyze the meaning of the term Aditi and what it represents. Aditi is the cosmic principle. Symbolically, she is identified with the primordial and infinite principle, the unlimited space, free from the limits of material existence. Aditi is also free from her own form. She is considered the cosmic creator, the mother of the Aditya gods, a deity linked to linked and the cosmic order. So Aditi is the light of the sun. Aditi is the light, means justice. She represents freedom, protection, totality. In some ancient texts like the Rig Veda, she is philosophically described as the one who created Daksha, her alter ego. Aditi is the sky. Aditi is the air. Aditi is the mother, the father, and the son. Here we see that she is not just a mythological aspect, but a symbol of the unity of all that exists. And then, together, Aditi and Daksha create the all. There is no separation. They are one. In the Vedic tradition, Aditi is the very interesting aspect, and the idea of infinity and cosmic origin and the eternal cycle of evolutionary rebirth belong to her. Aditi and Daksha symbolically operated together as complementary principles. Aditi infinite, unlimited potential is the cosmic container, and the Hiranyagarbha the cosmic egg. Daksha is the organizing principle and is also the creative force of Aditi that structures and multiplies, and then is considered the preservator. Together they represent the process of diversification which form the basis of the macrocosm and the microcosm. They all. In the Rig Veda, for example, Aditi is often mentioned alongside other deities, but there are no hymns dedicated exclusively to her. This suggests that she may not be specifically linked to a natural phenomenon, unlike other Vedic deities. Aditi, in fact, represents complete infinity, universal motherhood, freedom, the essence and the not essence, also occupying a prominent place in Vedic mythology as the mother of the God, of nature, and of entire universe, personifying the boundless cosmos. Aditi is the source of the universal cosmic order, Rita. The topic of Aditi in Sikh and her meaning can be complex, given that she exists only in Proto-Hinduism and is never mentioned again except as the mother of the Adityas. Now, however, we will focus on Aditi in her primordial pre-Vedic aspect. So, in the beginning, it is Aditi who creates Daksha. Because the creation of Daksha is so relevant to understand Aditi. In the thought, Vedic thought, in Proto-Hinduist, Daksha represents the principle for the proliferation and organize the life. The life in the sense, complex sense. Daksha is associated to the power, creative power, and is part of the chaos, primordial chaos. Here the life is originated. So Aditi is a personification of the infinite and the liberty. Represent the founder, cosmic founder, so of all the creation, where the creation take form, and states Aditi is the generated the gods of the world, and Aditi is the emanation, cosmic emanation, light at the sun. The infinite is the manifestation of Aditi. The origin is spiritual, the order, the chaos is Aditi. Yes, this is one physical story, non physical story, but metaphysical. There is would be much more to say about this particular thing, but for now I've run out of time. So, Hari Om Tat Sat. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishate. Om. Questo è il completo. Quello è il completo. Il completo viene dal completo. Se tu rimuovi il completo rimane. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Alzatemi. Siamo arrivati alla fine.
We are now to the end of our meeting.
But it's not exactly the end. We have the last lecturist.
But we have one last lecturist, one last guest.
we give this opportunity to our friend Dr. Vikrant to be the last, and in the same time with him we close our event. Please, Dr. Vikrant.
Thank you very much, respected Swamiji, and all the dear friends of European Yoga Federation being here today, and people who will be watching us after today once the session is over. Dear friends, this topic, Be Yoga Beyond, is very apt because being beyond is our innate nature. This is the basic nature of human beings, to be beyond. What does that mean? Taittiriya Upanishad talks about this concept of being beyond. This stone wants to be beyond the limitations of being only a stone. Stone has Annamaya Kosha, but the consciousness in stone wants to feel beyond, go beyond. And that's why we find trees. Trees have Annamaya Kosha and Pranamaya Kosha. The consciousness from stone has gone beyond, and now we have trees. Complete plant kingdom. But still the consciousness in the trees wants to go beyond. So we find animal kingdom. Animal kingdom has Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, and Manomaya Kosha. Animal thinks, they have prana, they have physical body. But still the consciousness wants more, wants to expand itself more, wants to go beyond all the limitations. And we see, Charles Darwin said, that some of the monkeys became human beings. The consciousness is going beyond the limitations. And that's why human beings have Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, and the intellect, Vijnanamaya Kosha. We think also. We think, we analyze. But still consciousness wants to manifest beyond, going beyond. And then when human beings go beyond even Vijnanamaya Kosha and prosper in fullest potential, Anandamaya Kosha, being happy, blissfully happy. But the consciousness still wants to go beyond all these 5 koshas, and to realize its own self. How and what is the true self? Yoga Sutra says Purusha. So Purusha is the true self. So the journey starts from Prakriti and it reaches to Purusha. Prakriti reaches to Purusha. And from Prakriti, how it reaches to Purusha? Stone, plants, animal, human, and now divine beings. Annamaya Kosha plus Pranamaya Kosha plus Manomaya Kosha plus Vijnanamaya Kosha plus Anandamaya Kosha, and then go beyond. And where does this yoga play a role? Yoga is the instrument through which this consciousness goes beyond limitations, beyond labels. As you can see behind Swamiji, unity in diversity. Diversity is there in the labels. Male, female, American, Indian, this profession, engineer, doctor, All these color of skin are the labels. These are the diversities. But there is underlying unity, and that is the consciousness, united consciousness. And that's why every year we celebrate BeYoga Beyond, to remind all of us that our potential is to go beyond, breaking all the cages, breaking all the labels, establishing ourselves in unity in diversity, because we are one in consciousness, united consciousness. With yoga, it is the instrument. So when this Purusha, the Prakriti, reaches to Purusha, and Prakriti, how does it reaches? By fulfilling, by expanding the potential, consciousness, then this Prakriti becomes one with Purusha. Vedanta says they become one, and when Prakriti submerges in Purusha, we call it Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara means there is no difference then. One that becomes one, there is no difference between Prakriti and Purusha. Everything gets dissolves in that one consciousness. So this is the journey from beginning. I'll just show you whatever I said in a quick glimpse so that it can be better understood. As on your screen you can see, the Prakriti from here wants to break all the limitations and go beyond to the Purusha. And how does it go? How does it assure it? From Annamaya Kosha, all the material things have Annamaya. So from Annamaya Kosha, all the material things, to Pranamaya Kosha, animal kingdom, Manomaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, plant kingdom, Manomaya Kosha, animal kingdom, Vijnanamaya Kosha, human kingdom, and then divinity, and then going beyond, going even beyond 5 koshas, 5 shells of personality, and reaches to Purusha. And this is what is the journey, and the journey is done with yoga. It's the instrument. When Prakriti reaches to Purusha, then when Prakriti submerges into Purusha, it's called Ardhanarishwara. Prakriti and Purusha together. But then, how to do it? How to achieve it? As I said, through yoga, but how to do it? Then Kathopanishad says, Yamraj, death. Death tells to the life. There is a conversation between Yamraj and Nachiketa. So death tells to life that, see, Yamraj is saying, Nachiketa is a small kid. Kathopanishad is a story between death and the life. The small kid represents life. Yama represents death. So this small kid asked Yama the same question. How can I realize to my full potential? How can I go beyond with yoga? Which is that yoga with which I can go beyond? Then Yamraj said, start with this. He said there are 2 things in life. One is right, another is pleasant. Right and pleasant. What is right is called Shreya, and what is pleasant is called Preya. Shreya means whatever is right to be done at that moment is called Shreya. And Preya means whatever is absolutely pleasant to do it. But at times what appears pleasant is not right to do. Like it appears pleasant to sleep late in night, but it's not right to do. There are many things which appears pleasant, but they are not right. The Yama says this path is for those who chooses right over pleasant. So yoga is the path of choice. Choice of right over pleasant. Choose what is right. So it's the path of choosing. Every moment we choose. Now from Kathopanishad, yoga mentioned in Kathopanishad will come to yoga mentions in Bhagavad Gita. Now Krishna is being asked from Arjuna, Now, how should I choose? You told me to choose. Then how can I choose right all the time? Then Krishna says, there are 2 steps in right choice. Step 1. How to choose? Step 1 is called Viveka. Step 2 is called Vairagya. Krishna says in step 1, Viveka means ability to discriminate between higher and lower, between Shreya and Prayer. First of all, at a given moment, you should know what is Shreya and what is Prayer, what is lesser and what is higher. This is a must. This is a must. And once you know the difference between what is lower and what is higher, then the second point is, then eliminate the lower and choose what is higher. Choose what is higher. That is called Vairagya, step 2. Vairagya means leave the lesser, choose the higher. So Viveka, discriminate between what is Shreya and what is Prayer. Vairagya means leave the Prayer and choose the Shreya. All the times, all the times, all the times. In Mahabharata, Duryodhana says, Janami dharmam nachme pravattihi, janami adharmam nachme nivrattihi. Oh Krishna, I know what is wrong. I know what is Shreya and what is Prayer. I know what is wrong, what is right. Janami dharmam, I know what is right, what is Shreya. Nachme pravattihi, but still I don't have that courage to choose what is right. That self-control to choose what is right. Janami adharmam, I know what is Prayer, wrong even, lesser. Nachme nivratihi, but I don't have that courage, that dexterity to remove what is not okay, what is not right. So Krishna says, if you want to walk on this path of yoga, every moment Vivek and Vairagya. When I say every moment Vivek and Vairagya, then there are 5 major things. First is, in physical life, various ways of yoga that will together make assure self-realization. Various ways, but one objective, self-realization. What is self-realization? Prakriti should rise to Purusha. We should go beyond Anandamaya Kosha, Ardhanarishwara. Self-realization, united in consciousness, seeing beyond labels, unity in diversity. How? Start with physical aspect of the body. So Krishna says, chapter 6, verse 17, Bhagavad Gita, Yuktahar viharasya, Yukta chestasya karmashu, Yukta swapnavabodhasya, yogo bhavati dukkhaha. You should do 4 things. Start with choosing higher. Yukta ahar, leave the lesser quality, higher quantity food, and choose the higher quality and appropriate quality food. Right quality and appropriate quantity. Even if it is very good, but take appropriate quantity. Yukta ahar. Yukta ahar viharasya. Don't go get carried away in the sway of emotions, seeing reels all the time, doing what you like all the time. No. Yukta vihar. Assure that even your recreation should be yukta, balanced, appropriate. Yuktahar viharasya. Yukta chestasya karmashu. Even in your profession also, don't do too much or don't do too little. Be balanced. Too much or too little, both are Prayer. Go for Shreya. Shreya is balance. So, be balanced in that. Yukta swapnava bodhasya, go to sleep at right time, it is a higher behavior. Get up at right time. Yukta swapnava bodhasya, get up at right time. Yogo bhavati dukkha. This is what you should do in your physical life, physical body. So every morning when the alarm rings, don't put that makkari, that button of procrastination. Go for work. So Krishna says, do this yoga for body. This is a higher one. This will make your consciousness expand its potential because you need a physical body which is fit to do your experiments called life. Second is the personal dimension. Krishna says in personal dimension, go for appropriate behavior. He says, chapter 17, verse 15, Anudve karamvakyam satyam priyam hitam chayat swadhyaya abhyasanam chaiva vagmaya tapuchyate. Anudvega karamvakyam. Whenever you are making and framing a sentence, assure that your sentence should not be coming out of an agitated mind and it should not create agitation to others also. Second, Anudve karamvakyam satyam, be factually correct, whatever you say. Priyam, you should put your points in the most pleasant way. Hitam, it should benefit the person who is listening. And how should you assure it? Swadhyaya abhyasanam chaiva. Every night before you go to sleep, ask yourself whether have you worked on these 4 areas. Whether your conversation was not reactive. Second, you were factually correct. Third, what you spoke was most pleasant. And fourth is, did it benefit the listener? Swadhyaya, do self-study. Abhyasanam, repeat, repeat, repeat. It's a verbal discipline. It rises your consciousness. From animal instinct, we'll be thoughtful. Go for it. And Krishna says, if you want to go higher in your personal relationship, make relation more important than situation. Go beyond egos. Go beyond respect and disrespect. Be equipoised. Be in between. Yogastha kuru karmani sangam taktva dhananjaya siddha asiddhayo samo bhutva samatvam yoguchyate. Be in the center. It is Shreya. Extremities have to be avoided in personal life and in life in general. Then you'll find Yogastha kuru karmani. Whatever you do, remain established in yoga. Sangam taktva dhananjaya. Leave all the attachment to whatever is lesser behavior. Leave attachment to prayer. Siddha asiddha samo bhutva. Whether you are being respected or not, work for the higher motives, not these lower motives. Samo bhutva. Treat them equally. Samatvam yoguchyate. This is what is being established in yoga. Now for professional life. What is higher? Krishna says, following your swadharma is higher decision. If you want to grow professionally, swadharma is more important than pardharma. Krishna says, hatova prapyasi swargam jitva bhokshase mahim tasmat utthishtha konteya yuddhaya kritnishaya. When you walk on the path of swadharma, there can be only 2 things. Hatova prapyasi swargam, either you will be happily and successful, or jitva bhokshase mahim, or you will be successfully happy. But in both of the cases, you'll be happy for sure. And that's why hatova prapyasi swargam jitva bhokshase mahim tasmat utthishtha konteya. That's why get up, O son of Kunti. Walk with determination, because when you walk on the path of your swadharma means something for which you feel you are born for. Something, a discipline which you feel you are born for that thing. Walk in that. You will realize your fullest potential very soon. And that's why in professional life, assure higher is swadharma, following your inner self, whatever you listen from inside. And now the 5th is spiritual life. Krishna says, chapter 6, verse 5, the Shreya is being Atma Bandhu, not Atma Ripu. Don't self-sabotage. Don't cultivate those habits which will demean you, demean your potential, demean your prana. Krishna says, Atma eva atmanah bandhu. You are the best friend of yourself. Atma eva atmanah ripuhu. You are the worst enemy of yourself. So, Atmana atmanam muddaret. Lift yourself by yourself. Atma atmanam avasadayet. Don't create misery for yourself. Nobody from outside will come and make you miserable. Feeling miserable is a choice. And feeling confident is again a choice. So be your best friend. You'll have one friend always throughout your life if you can befriend me yourself. So it's very much important. And in this, Shreya is being the friend of yourself. How do we become friend of ourselves? One, do meditation. How do we become friend of ourselves? Yoga Sutra is the method of being friend of ourselves. It's a complete science on how do we become friend of ourselves. So, how do we become friend of ourselves? To become friend of ourselves, I need a strong mind. I need the strengthening of mind. Second, I need regulating my mind. Third, I need focused mind. Fourth, I need fixed mind. And last, I have the ability to empty my mind whenever I need. So whatever we discuss about social, personal, physical, psychological, and spiritual, Yoga Sutra says, start with yama and niyamas. This is the best way to begin with. Yoga Sutra says, don't bother about anything else. Start from the basics. Yama, restraints, don'ts. Don't do those things which are not good for other people also. Stop your inappropriate behavior towards others. It's called yamas. You all know that. 5 yamas. And it works on purifying your external behavior. But then with niyamas, the observations from ourselves also. If I have stopped inappropriate behavior with others, but still it is in my mind. I'm not behaving wrong, but it is in my mind. Then niyamas, observation. Start observing yourself. Purify your internal behavior. And then when your behavior is being purified, now your thoughts are relatively more purified. Now it is the time that you should control your body too. Controlling postures, asanas, purifying the body. Because body and mind they go together. And with that, controlling your breath, purifying breath, pranayama. And then pratyahara, lessening the inputs from outside. Now getting inverted gradually, purifying the senses. With this, I have purified external behavior, internal behavior, body, breath, and my senses. Now it's the time to go antaranga, go deep inside, be subtler. Internal means. And now, dharana, concentration, purifying the mind. Dhyana, meditation, purifying even I-ness. And samadhi, absorption, purifying the self, reaching to the real self. So thoughts from many to some in pratyahara become some to one in dharana. From one to focus one is dhyana, and from focus one to none in a samadhi. And this is the method through which we can achieve whatever we wanted, that is self-realization. So, just wanted to show in one glance for everybody's understanding what I was trying to say. In one glance, if we see it, this is this one glance. See, this is what I was trying to say. Start with yama, niyama, and you can see this. All dimensions of the body, all dimensions of mind. This is the complete Yoga Shastra. Complete Yoga Shastra. From social, personal, physical, psychological, spiritual dimensions, strengthening, regulating, focusing, fixing, and emptying mind. Thoughts from many to some to one to focus one, and focus one to none. And simplifying, purifying ourselves with this. then we reach to the self-realization. As the science of yoga says, to dear friends, as we understood in the beginning, as I said, go beyond all the limitations, and yoga is the science of going beyond. From Annamaya Kosha to Anandamaya Kosha and going beyond, when Prakriti reaches Purusha and we become Ardhanarishwara, but the method is opting for Shreya over prayer. And where to opt for Shreya over prayer? In all five, the method is Vivek and Vairagya. Vivek, knowing discrimination between lesser and higher, and Vairagya is choosing the higher and leaving the lesser. Where in physical body, Yukta Har Viharasya, Yukta Chestasya Karmashu, Yukta Swapnavabodhasya, Yogo Bhavate Dukkhaha. In personal life, Anudvek Karam Vakyam Satyam Priyamitam Chayat, Swadhyaya Bhyasanam Chaiva Vagmaya Tapachyate. In professional life, Hatova Propasi Swargam, Jitva Bhokshamat Se Mahim Tasmat Uttista Konteya, Yuddhaya Kritnasya. And spiritual life, Atmana eva Atmana Bandhu, Atma eva Atmana Ripuhu, Atma Atmanam Avasadayet, Atma Atmanam Muddaret. So lift yourself by yourself. And how to lift? Use these tenets of yoga for self-realization, so that together we all get established in unity, in diversity, and being one in consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikram. Only one thing, we introduced Dr. Vikram yesterday, but I asked Julia to give us some information about his accomplishment.
Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar is a globally acknowledged scholar, writer, and management consultant, hailing from Mahankal Nagari, Ujjain, India. His primary focus of research lies in the ancient spiritual wisdom and its intersection with modern living. Dr. Vikrant holds the position of director at Project Self Inc. USA, serves as the convener of United Consciousness Global, and holds a board membership with the European Yoga Federation and the Spiritual Council of Africa. An esteemed speaker, Dr. Tomar had the honor of addressing the United Nations headquarters in Geneva on the International Day of Conscience. Passionate about imparting the timeless wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita, Vedas, and Upanishads, he is deeply committed to spreading spiritual awareness and fostering the belief in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the concept of one consciousness, one being. In recognition of his dedication, he was nominated as the international coordinator to promote Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in G20 nations. Dr. Vikrant is also an accomplished author, having penned the book Rule the World as Krishna Did, published by Author House Publication UK, and Vedanta and Life Management, published by Prabhat Publication India. His writings reflect his dedication to sharing profound insight on spiritual philosophy and life management. Thank you, Dr. Vikrant, for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you. From my part too, I want to thank every person that worked in this event, as Gabriella, Ambra, for the great work they did. I want to thank the person that was present today. Thank Swami Shivananda. Thank to Moral Otkombara. Thank to Professor Steck, Maria Vivien, Sonia Gogova, Andrei Lippen, Talia Kallio Taminen, Yogi Baba and Madame Lourdes, Krashimir Logofetov, Daniele Laudani and Fulvio Colombi, Tsetsege Jadamba, Javier Ortiz Cabrejos, Amy Blasio, Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar, and everybody that follow us in our effort to do some events to spread yoga, Ayurveda, Indian culture, art, music, dance, everything in the world in general. So, see you next year. I hope to see you next year and do another event with you all. Thank you so much.
And we are seeing each other again in June. I hope everybody got the invitation. Please accept and revert to the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.